morning and welcome to beautiful downtown Norwalk, Connecticut for the September qualifier at NHRL. My name is Luke Stengel. Joining me here in the broadcasting booth is my best friend and brother-in-law, Chris DeSico. Hello, Chris.
Good morning, Luke.
Chris, I will tell you, we have a very exciting fight locked and loaded in the cage already. The builders are there. They're ready to go. We are going to be seeing an absolute banger right here at the top with Jameson Go and Silent Spring here in the pink corner, facing off against Xanadu here in the blue corner.
Wow. Look at that pristine floor.
Silent Spring is still searching for its invitation to the 2024 championships. This is the first fight of the day to see how this day is going to be going for Jameson Go.
Five, four, three.
Here we go, Luke.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, a zippy start here for Xanadu. Silent Spring is fully spun up.
Oh.
Now for builders who've been watching Silent Spring's development over the years, he is back to walking legs here. This shuffle drive.
Wow. Ooh, I
Big
see a piece
hits.
of what looks like maybe part of the front armor package or one of those eyes on Xanadu.
Xanadu's drive is now impaired. It is twisting. It is really trying to make connection here.
I think that we're also seeing a little bit of stickiness on one of the sides of Silent Spring as well. Not quite as nimble as we have seen it in the past.
Silent Spring is not quite as zippy, and it looks like that Peterborough kit, the weapon is intermittent here. The sound that you hear in the box is Silent Spring's horizontal.
It does look like that left side shuffler pod on Silent Spring might be seized up. It might have a piece of debris in there.
Oh, wow. Jameson Go is not moving a lot with a minute 50 left on the clock.
And as you mentioned just a few moments ago, Luke, the opportunities to make it to the World Championship are growing slim.
We're going to be qualifying 12 additional robots here by the end of today. And Silent Spring is going to have to show a lot better performance than we're seeing here in this fight to get that invitation.
Oh!
Typically, you see incredibly zippy drive from Silent Spring. And that is another good pin from Xanadu. Run by Nick Andreas from Richland Town, Pennsylvania with Crafty Cat Combat. Wow, that is a tongue twister. Yeah, running custom wheels and a Peterborough kit here. And again, pinning Silent Spring and Jameson Go. 45 seconds left here. Incredibly, Silent Spring might be losing its first fight of the qualifiers. Its weapon is still going, but it is not mobile. Being shoved around the box, shoved up against the rail. This is quite a surprising performance for the number 2 seed here in the Beatles today.
Right.
Wow, this is one of these fights that the builder of Xanadu is going to be telling his kids about. Wow. That's another good pin, Chris.
Yeah. Now, of course, as we made it through the full 3 minutes, this is going to be a fight that goes to the judges. They're going to look at this and break it down from 3 criteria: damage, control, and aggression. They evaluate each of those subjects within the overall 3 minutes, and they will determine a winner based on what they've seen. And based on what we've seen, Luke, what do you think?
Typically, you see Silent Spring just have no problem at all going back to the door. I do think something is locked up inside of that left side shuffle pod. It's just not moving. And I think that Jameson may have lost his first qualifying match of the day. Now, you can get up to 3 qualifying matches, and you have to win at least 2 to get into the bracket. I think that there's going to be a lot of work up in the pits to figure out what is going on with Jameson's drive.
It looks like Jamo's weapon is still spinning a little bit.
Jameson's weapon was running the entire 3 minutes, but he failed to show control.
Yes.
That is going to really count for a lot of points lost in the eyes of the judges. Xanadu was able to dictate the pace of the fight with that mini-bot, really able to push Jameson up against the rail. And, you know, Xanadu's weapon wasn't running great, but even as a push bot, it was really kind of dictating where that robot was going. This may be an upset right here at the top of the show here for September.
Oh, hopefully we get a chance to connect with Jamo up in the pits and see what was actually happening in there. But yeah, it did look like that left side shuffler pod did fail. Again, could it be debris? Could it be a wire issue? Could it be a battery? There's a million things that can go wrong. Lots of gremlins.
Yeah, the number 2 seed here, really highly favored to take one of those invitational spots. Now, we're going to be inviting 4 beetle weights by the end of the day to the championships. And yeah, like he's really, a lot of eyes are on that robot here today, just because it's the first time we've seen it in 2024. And really, he is hoping to take it to the championships. Now, there are 136 robots here in the field today. We're going to get a shot here in the pits in just a second. You're going to see absolutely how packed it is with robot builders up there. Now, these are robot builders from all over the world, all over the U.S. We have a huge contingent from the West Coast. We have a large group from Texas,
yes,
a large group from the UK. We have, for the very first time, our first competitors from Ecuador. These are brand new rookie builders from Ecuador. Very, very cool. We even have a college team from Canada, from Toronto. This is a diverse field. There are a lot of super experienced builders with some very scary robots up there, but also a lot of first-time builders, a lot of people who are just like you, who are obsessed with the YouTube live show, and they've watched all of our content and really taken that plunge to becoming a builder.
Yeah, anybody can become a builder. If you're looking to find out a little bit more about how you can get started and what the rules are, you know, you can check out NHRL.io, where we kind of have all of the rules that we currently operate in for all of our weight classes, and you know, that's the best place to start.
Lots of robots up there, but we are brought to you, we're sponsored in September by a couple of pretty amazing robots. Now, calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Here for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th. Thank you so much for sponsoring NHRL.
That's exciting. I grew up with Transformers. Transformers is amazing.
Can't wait to watch it.
Yeah.
Can't wait to watch it. Yeah, nationally, September 20th. I think that you can catch it today in select theaters. So, very cool.
And yeah, you know, I think that this is a marriage made in heaven, because where else can you see so many robots fighting outside of Transformers 1 other than maybe Cage 2, where I know that we have another couple of bots loading in to slug it out.
Now, I will tell you, just very quickly, before we get off of Transformers, we have an incredible Transformers activation here in the building. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing right now, they're going to be handing out these shirts starting at 11 a.m. So if you're here in the Norwalk area, come on down. Check out the Transformers. Check out the fights.
And it's not just T-shirts, Luke. They have lunch boxes.
Oh, I'm going to be showing you the merch
thermos
here shortly.
That's a deep cut.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go over here to Cage 2. This is Acro facing off against Bloody Mary. Now, Bloody Mary, very interesting robot.
5, 4,
and
3,
Bloody
2,
Mary here is in red, appropriately.
Robots fight.
Acro here is this massive, Deep Six-esque spinner. Now, the really interesting thing about Acro is you can stick your hand, well, you shouldn't, but you could. You can stick your hand right through the center. Do you see how there's no...
So it is a ring vert.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I've ever seen one before. There is a very sophisticated gear system that turns this ring.
Yeah.
Seated at the center. But this is essentially just a hollow ring on a gear.
Yeah.
And obviously that creates a lot of interesting gyroscopical force that is that's making this thing pop and move about cage 2. Wow.
There is like so much balancing that you need to do with the physics here with a big vert, especially a wheeled vert like this. You can see that gear sitting inside of this ring. It's a very cool design. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. It looks very futuristic and sleek.
Seeing a little smoke from Bloody Mary. It's not a Halloween effect.
Oh my God, that's a fire, Chris.
Still very mobile. It looks like both of these weapons are down. My guess is one of the reasons why we're seeing smoke coming out of Bloody Mary is it probably has something to do with that weapon system.
Now, Bloody Mary, this is a brand new robot built by Mary Beth Carr, one half of Eel Monkey Art. We can see international superstar Tony Clifton there standing cage side. Part of the Eel Monkey team, but yeah, this is Bloody Mary here is smoking out.
Tap out.
That is a tap out. Your winner is Acro. Acro, a very cool design here. The builder of Acro. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull this up.
Now, each of our cages are equipped with a state-of-the-art negative air filtration system. So anything that ends up in the environment within the cage is very safely transported outside of the building. And, you know, that's how we keep all of our spectators and our builders and our staff here super safe, even though there are very dangerous robots inside of these cages.
Acro is absolutely a robot to watch here today, built by Alan Gu. He is an electrical engineering student at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Very cool. We're going to be seeing several robots here from the University of Illinois today, and ambitious builds. The physics a little bit weird, you know, like as you spin up that wheel, it really starts to change the weight dynamic inside of your robot.
Right.
But a really cool design. And first one of the day, fantastic. We're gonna go over to cage 5 here. Oh my God, it's the Metalsome Swan here. Here in blue, I love it. Now, the Metalsome Swan is a swan-shaped robot. It looks like an overhead attack robot, is that right?
Swans are,
5,
you know, an apex
4,
predator that attack
3,
from above,
2,
if I recall.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow, look at this. Oh my God, the Swan's immediately on its head and being picked apart by Polywhip V2.
Oh no.
The Swan is dead, Chris.
Well, swans are known to feign death, and then that's when they pop up and they come back at you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they lure you in. They go, oh, yeah, this is a dead swan. I'm going to go collect it.
Now, the handsome Viking that you see here on the right, that is one of our house bots. And every driver is entitled to one unstick from our house bot. So if you are stuck against the side rail, if you are up on the side, your bot does the thing, as we call it. You can call in an unstick, and one of our house bots will come in and just give you a little nudge.
Wow. The Metalsome Swan 2 Electric Boogaloo, brought to you by Mayfly. May comes in from Stoughton, Massachusetts, from Team Foul Play here. One-hit knockout. I feel like this builder has simulated what would actually happen if you put a swan in there. You know, just be one-hit knockout. Just be on its head, dead. It's awful.
Yeah, probably should have ducked that attack.
We have a couple of bird-themed robots here in the competition today. One of the big
Naturally.
ones that a lot of people are watching is Hal Rucker and Chicken. This is a absolutely gorgeous billet UHMW 30-pounder, brand new robot, overhead spinner with a suction system that'll keep the robot planted to the floor so that it doesn't ride up these anti-horizontal wedges. The overhead is mounted really high. There are also a lot of really high hopes for Hal's debut here at NHRL.
He certainly has one of the biggest reach advantages in the weight class, and I'm curious to see how it's going to play out for him.
All right. Oh, my God. Appropriately, we have Frostbite facing off against Ice Blade. Chris? Now, these are two very chilly robots here in the box.
5,
and,
4, 3,
yeah, we're going to have to see
2,
who's the king of the winter
1.
here.
Fight.
Right.
Robots fight.
Oh.
Wow. And this is a very
Oh, wow!
Holy
there's a
smokes.
belt currently sitting over in front of our house bot. I believe that came off of Ice Blade. I'm not seeing that weapon spinning anymore.
Ice Blade's weapon is down here. Frostbite just sniping that belt. Fantastic.
That was incredible.
Now, Ice Blade looks to me to be like a fully invertible, big vert here. And really interesting kind of triangle-shaped design.
Yeah, you don't need to put a wedge on the front of your bot if you just make your entire bot a wedge.
True, yes. Oh, really interesting
Oh,
here.
wow.
Frostbite on its head. Oh, no, Chris!
Now,
wow.
Frostbite, as you can see, has this kind of what looks like an AM/FM antenna sticking out of the top of its head, which it uses to help right itself. But it's going to have to be very, very careful here in the last 2 minutes of this fight, because if it gets inverted one more time, it's already got its unstick. But we're not seeing any movement now from Ice Blade.
Wow, Brett coming in here to revive Ice Blade. Okay, there we go. All right, now both of these robots have used up their one save from Brett. There will be no additional saves here. Frostbite lands on its head again. It will be dying.
My guess is that we're going to see conservative driving for the next 90 seconds here in this match. But Frostbite has the advantage with a fully functional weapon.
Ooh, that
Unless
is an
they drive
unforced
straight
error.
to the steel block of Bert.
Oh my God. All right, Frostbite steered straight into the house bot, and it looks dead. This is a full 10-second pin from Ice Blade. I don't think that Frostbite's coming back from this.
Oh, boy.
It just, there's no power.
I'm going to start counting you guys out. 10.
We can hear the count out coming from the
boy.
referee. Your winner, somehow, Ice Blade here.
3, 2, 1, knockout.
Now, Ice Blade.
Knockout.
Run by Michael Oyster here from Stowe, Ohio. Team Royal Technic. Now, the Oyster family, there's a whole family team up there with multiple robots. The Oysters have been in this sport for over 5 years, and they are super dedicated to the sport, really big in the Midwest. They ran their own league for a while, an educational league for kids, and they are here at NHRL because they are obsessed with the competition. They've been competing here for the last year. It's very exciting. Now, Chris, with 12 spots here for the invitations, really this is the second to last chance.
Right.
There is a lot of kind of people who are desperate to get that invitation. There are a lot of really massive banes. I'm happy to go through some of the stuff that we saw last night and some of the robots that I am watching. In the 12s and the 30s specifically, this is the best field of 12s and 30s I think I've ever seen. I saw some robots last night, brand new robots in testing last night that just struck primal fear in me. There are some amazing, I think some dark horses we're going to be seeing today. I would be really surprised if the same names that we always see at the top are going to be at the top by the end of today. I think we're going to be minting some new stars in the 12s and the 30s. The big robots really to watch in the 12s, of course, is Maximizer from Jake Hoffman. This is a robot that has had a rough stretch here in 2024, coming into this competition with an 18-5 record, but those 5 losses have mostly come this year.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is a 2-time Golden Dumpster winner, but really searching for that invitation here today. What I've heard from builders is that Jake has an intensity that they haven't seen previously. He is frustrated that he hasn't qualified yet, and he's out for blood here today.
Oh, Luke, speaking of Golden Dumpsters, here's an update. The judge's decision has come in. Xanadu did take the match at judge's decision over Silent Spring.
Wow.
So Xanadu racks up its first win here in September. Jameson Go is going to have to go up there and diagnose exactly what was going on with that left drive pod. But being fully mobile, you know, Xanadu was able to essentially rack up that control, that aggression. And, yeah, that's how they ended up taking the judge's decision.
That is a massive upset, and great for Xanadu, really great for their ranking. Concerning, though, because Jameson has to win the next two to get into the bracket. Very exciting, though. However, we are loading in. I can see everybody coming down to check this out. We are loading in Spitfire.
Oh, boy.
Our flying flamethrower here from Brady Davis, flying in from Texas. I can just see, like, literally everyone's cleared out. They're here standing around the cage. So I can't wait to see this.
Now, let me just tell you a little bit about Spitfire. This is a combat robot that has taken the sport to new heights.
Okay. Yeah. All right. It hovers over the competition.
It really does.
Yeah.
It lifts my spirits in a way. You could say.
Yeah. Spitfire, an absolutely gorgeous. Like, you can see how massive this thing looks. It's made with custom carbon fiber. Like, this is a totally custom quadcopter here. And typically, it has a flamethrower.
That is true.
But it does not have a flamethrower here today.
That is true.
This was a closely guarded secret. If you are watching this live on YouTube, you're seeing something brand new. There is a new weapon type on Spitfire. Now, they told us last night, hey, come on down. We're going to go check it out. We came down, 9:30? We're, like, watching this as a very, very small crew. They did not want to tell anybody up in the pits what this thing was. And I will tell you, at 9:30 last night, it wasn't working. So I am hoping that it works today. I'm hoping that it works here in this fight.
So here we see Logan Davis, who has now activated the weapon with a tiny hammer.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it up to everyone out there to kind of guess.
Any guesses? What this thing is?
But
it used to be a flamethrower.
I am loving what's going on over in the blue corner, where we currently have another 3-pound bot.
Yeah. It looks like a FM radio, okay?
It's like the things that I put on my driveway, so the plow guy doesn't end up, driving into my front steps.
Right.
But it looks like there's also a bar at the top that goes across just to get a little bit more wingspan.
Okay. All right. Spitfire has successfully flown itself into the pink corner. Wow. Now, one of the big challenges with Spitfire is, okay, we're going to put a big, rake in the air, right? And my flames they can't touch the ground. So what is this going to be? Is it napalm? What is it going to be, Chris? Here we go. Oh, no! Wow, Spitfire having trouble getting off the ground. Tabby duo here with this massive, it looks like a sailing ship, okay?
Do you hear those pops, Luke?
Oh my God, it's working, Chris! It's a flying cannon!
No doubt.
Oh my God! Wow! Tabby duo finding that the mask goes both ways. Here comes Brett to try and save. You can see these massive divots in the ground. That is from this cannon, this flying cannon. Again! Spitfire! Wow! And Spitfire has taken it. I think the Tabby duo with all 4 wheels in the air cannot self-right. Fantastic!
Spitfire went in for the pin. They don't even have to do that. Wow!
Wow, the Davises are so happy about that. The cannon works. They were able to flip their opponent twice, Chris. Fantastic.
And for you folks tuning in out there, if you haven't yet guessed what Spitfire's special weapon is, they have essentially a 50 caliber ball-bearing gun on it. Naturally, the team from Texas, they go hardcore.
Right. Yeah, everything is bigger in Texas. The drones are bigger. The the caliber is bigger. Fantastic. Yeah, so this got cleared by safety, I'm assuming this morning, because last night the cannon was not working. We left, we went to dinner, and the Brady's looked, the Davises, they looked very dejected, Chris.
So here we see Logan is unloading that chamber. Inside of that, what I believe it's like almost like a paintball CO2 cartridge, right? So that hammer that you saw him hit Spitfire with before the match breaks the seal on that carbon, fills the chamber with high pressure carbon, right? And then they're able, I think that they fired at least several shots. We can see ball bearings all over the floor.
Yeah, fantastic.
That was so
I'm looking
cool.
forward to seeing the slow-mo of that. Like, I mean, we've seen divots here now in the floor. That thing has some real power, and it's now able to hover even higher in the cage and attack its opponent from the air.
We see in Beetles, like, people have to be very creative of what they use for armor because you're restricted for how much weight you have. So much has to go into batteries and motors and your weapon. 3 pounds gets used up fast, so sometimes top armor packages are very, very light. So if you take a 50 caliber ball bearing and you fire it at a few hundred miles an hour, you could probably crack through quite a bit of top armor, especially if it's,
right,
like a simple plastic, and that could cause some disruption.
Yeah. I think the idea, too, is Brady Davis is going to be able to show aggression and damage without having to come down with his flames and really put his robot at risk with what will no doubt be many rakes, many sticks, many broom handles, like many kind of giant things in the air,
Yes.
I guess up in the pits, make your rake handles higher. You need to bring them up to the ceiling because Brady is going to be attacking from above today.
I think we also saw combat robotics history in the making in that fight. It's the first time I've ever seen a drone pin a bot with wheels.
Yeah, right.
It landed on it.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
That's dominance. It's a show of dominance, Chris.
Yeah. Top of the anthill.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Really funny. Seeing how that crossbar really, really worked against the team.
It was a little top heavy.
Yeah. A little ambitious. Let's just stick with just the driveway kind of indicator by itself.
Maybe a few balloons would be better. Like on a string, get some helium.
It's entanglement, Chris.
It's a celebration, Luke.
Okay. If we fill it with glitter, then it's allowed.
All right, we're loaded into cage 5.
All right, we've got, speaking of glitter, we've got Timber here in the blue corner, facing off against Boombox here in the pink corner.
Nice.
Boombox, of course, as you will recall, has a Bluetooth speaker in there, and they're playing royalty-free music that won't get us demonetized on YouTube. Timber run by Lydia Weiss from Burnt Hills, New York, upstate New York, and this is a family team. The Weisses are fantastic members of this community, and this is a young builder facing off against a mechanized, weaponized Boombox Bluetooth speaker. Pretty fantastic.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow. Both of these weapons just roaring.
Timber is running what looks to be a conventional wood saw here, like saw blade. Wow. This is like such an old school design,
I dig it.
Every single time that I do any kind of woodworking, I am always afraid of the saw, obviously. And here you go. It's in the box. I love it.
So Timber is currently suffering from inversion, and Boombox is suffering from, I don't know, je ne sais quoi. It seems a little stuck over there, and it's going to get its unstick.
It is very early in the day for debris in the box.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, we sweep out these cages in between matches. It looks like there's a tiny bit of wood shavings here on the ground. Boombox's drive is stuck. It looks like that Boombox is dead. Wow. Yeah, that movement that you're seeing, I think, is just from the weapon itself.
Yeah. I mean, you see those wheels trying to turn. My guess is perhaps a belt has slipped off of the gear, or something might be caught up in there.
And you can see Lydia Weiss here celebrating. This is Lydia's first win of her NHRL career.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Wow, you can see Chris Weiss here and his kids. Fantastic.
Can you drive over to the door?
I can't.
There's no feeling in the world like it, Luke.
Where's the camera?
You can hear Lydia saying that she can't drive over to the door, so she's gonna need to get a nice little push. Boombox dying there, really
Look at that
fantastic.
sense of joy.
Yeah, there you go. First win of her career, amazing.
I love it.
Wow. All right, it's really cool that you get to see the first win of somebody's combat robotics career. Like, she's brought Timber now here to, I think, 4 competitions. This may be her 5th. And it was like an 0-7 record or something like that. So now, improving. Fantastic.
The seed has been planted now, though. Now you're just chasing one of those dumpsters.
The cool thing about the Weiss family, too, is that the parents, they really give their kids the kind of creative freedom and control to come up with the robot design that they really like. Lydia's brother had this really cool, top-mounted egg beater. I've never seen that before.
Oh, I remember that.
It's like a triangle, top-mounted egg beater, right? And it is surprisingly effective. I think that, if you brought it down a little bit more to the ground, kind of had a couple more widgets that people could ride up, it's a pretty effective design. And it's literally just out of the brain and the notebook of a elementary school-aged kid. And same thing with Lydia, goes to Home Depot, sees the saw blade. Oh yeah, let me put that on a robot. And that is so cool as a family design ethos.
I love some of the ideas that are kind of born out of young minds. One of the things that they're not looking at first is a meta design or how
Right.
can I make this 2% better? They pull something out of the blue and, they bring it to reality and they come here and they fight and they learn. And that's just so cool to see happen. And then to see someone's face when they take a W.
Yeah.
That was one of that's going to be one of the best moments of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the really cool things here too is you can compete across ages. These are elementary school, middle school aged kids. Our youngest builder up there today is 3. I saw him last night with his lobster robot. Fantastic, Colton, shout out. And you can compete way past retirement age too. We have a lot of retirees up there too who are building this as a hobby. They're able to fight their robots together, and it's one engineer versus another builder and an idea against an idea. It's really a really great equalizing sport.
Show me another sport in the world where you can take a 6-year-old with a crazy idea and a 74-year-old retired Air Force pilot, and they are on a level playing field.
Yeah.
It just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But here it does.
Yeah.
That's the magic of NHRL.
That's good, Chris. That's good. So 136 robots here today. We were going through the 12-pound field. Also up here today is Kevin Melchetsky and Timber Viper in the 12s.
Yep.
Flying in here from Seattle. He has not yet qualified. Also Torrent from Donald Sung. He has also not qualified. So Maximizer, Timber Viper, and Torrent, they are heavily favored to qualify. These are robots that have all qualified last year. So they were in the 2023 championships. It would be really surprising if they weren't in the 2024 championships. However, there are also a lot of dark horses in the 12s. Specifically, we've got Nightcrawler and Pete Covert, a veteran of this sport. really with a very scary egg beater from Colorado. We've got Buzzkill and Liam King. He's already qualified his other 12-pounder. This is going to be his second 12-pounder that he's trying to qualify for the year.
Speaking of qualifying here, Luke, we're now in Cage 5 where we have a very familiar face, but one that we haven't seen in a little bit here. I'm seeing Shreddit.
Oh my God.
Shreddit Bro here in the pink corner.
Evan Arias in the building again. This is his first time in a year that he has competed. Now, Evan is here at every competition, but this is his first time putting the robot back into the box. Facing off against Heat Shrinker. Now, the really interesting thing about Heat Shrinker is that it is a heat-based weapon, but it's not a flame-based weapon.
Aha.
I think that this is like an overhead attack
Diesel
plug.
glow plug.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So this is essentially a heating element, a 12-volt heating element that would be in a diesel engine to warm it up prior to starting it. These things have the ability to glow at like 1,000 degrees Celsius plus.
Oh my God! Evan Arias! Evan Arias popping out that battery!
Oh, no!
Oh my God! There it goes! Wow!
Oh, wow!
We've got a battery fire. That is the end of the match. Oh, it's a tap out, Chris.
Oh, wow!
Wow. Okay.
All right, so Evan comes back. He's had a little time off.
Yeah.
Obviously, he had some demons to let out right away, and we see those demons escaping currently into the cage.
He is looking very happy, cage side.
Wow.
Wow. All right, well, we didn't really get to see much of the diesel glow plug. Interesting concept, but...
yeah, it does take a little bit to heat up.
Yeah, and you've got to expect the box rush from Evan Arias. And the thing that I really love is, like, okay, the parts are on the ground. The battery is now dragging behind, and Evan just keeps attacking because it's like, listen, if you don't want me to attack your battery, you've got to tap out.
Oh, boy. And so, yeah, a LiPo battery like that, once that outer seal pops, that's what happens. Oxygen rushes in and combustion begins.
Now, if this is your first time catching this competition live on YouTube, welcome. We have negative air pressure systems inside of each one of these boxes that sucks out all of the air in the box continuously and pumps it out of the building. So we're able to allow a battery like this to safely smoke out, even catch fire. And we will not open up the box because we don't want to escape, you know, like we don't want these fumes to escape. So you can see Brett here has just pushed the robot underneath this intake fan. The intake fan is mounted right here in the center of the box. And you can see we have great clarity into the box because all of that air is just being sucked out. Now, I've definitely been to competitions that didn't have this kind of intake system. And it's like the whole building has to clear out because it is like, you can feel it in your eyes. You can taste it on your tongue. And
you might as well like go out to lunch because that could take like half an hour, 45 minutes to clear.
A lot of people ask like, hey, why do we allow the robot to completely burn out? In this case, the battery. It's because it's the safest thing that we could do.
Right.
This cage is completely safe for a battery fire, like a LiPo fire. And we introduce additional risk when we try and take it out, put it into a sand bucket. We don't have to have that risk. We can run another cage. We can allow this to flame out until it's safe.
And so, yeah, that's right. So what the
another
so
one.
This is another cell that has found some oxygen.
Yeah.
So we can actually get a real-time look at how quickly this smoke dissipates.
Yeah.
And so once those cells have kind of smoldered out, just like you said, what they'll do is they'll go in, and this goes into a sand bucket, buried in the sand, where it's then transported outside where we have another holding cell for it.
You can see this battery like kind of just coming apart, unspooling, you know?
It's like when you burst open like a Pillsbury crescent roll container. It goes from tiny to what is all this?
A good internationally recognizable reference, Chris.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
We have compressed biscuits in a tube here in the U.S. All right, if you're watching us from elsewhere. Do they have it elsewhere? I don't think they do. Compressed biscuits in a tube?
The compressed biscuit is a universal language.
I will say Evan Arias likes to run a 10-second fight, 15-second fight. This is classic Shreddit Bro. This is like very 2020, 2021 kind of esque Shreddit Bro. People are loving like the Shreddit Bro saga, I would say, and really cool to see such a dominant performance in his very first fight of the day.
And he's like, he's kind of like a hometown hero here. He has been in this scene here in Norwalk like since the beginning.
He was the original Fanta builder. So like so many people, like now today when I talk to people and they tell me the story, it's a remarkable story every time I hear it, but like I've now heard it 50 times where it's like, I was a huge fan of combat robotics. I didn't know how to get involved. I found you guys on YouTube, really loved the format, loved the feel, saw that it was something that I could try. I brought it here, and now I've obsessed. I've been to 10 competitions now. Evan was the first of those kinds of people. So he was just a massive fan of combat robotics, like ever since he was a kid, but honestly thought he would never get a chance to build one of these because they're really hard to build, the giant ones, you know?
Yeah.
And came here, built a name for himself as Shreddit Bro, and won multiple golden dumpsters. He has multiple golden dumpsters there at home and been to the championships multiple times. And the robot just like has naturally kind of like fallen to the middle of the pack in the rankings because there are just so many incredible machines here today. This is a design that we saw a lot of in 2020, 2021. But today, like the kind of like FingerTech beater bar, two-wheel drive egg beater that Evan Arias like kind of built as like a meta here at NHRL, an early meta. It's pretty rare to see. It's a couple generations behind where we are today with like fully TPU body robots, flamethrowers, heat-based weapons, like drones, that kind of thing. The conventional FingerTech beater bar robot is pretty anachronistic, I would say, in 2024.
Yeah, another interesting fact about Team Shreddit, this is their 4-year anniversary here in September as a team. And there is one reason why they are here. Despite a stacked 3-pound division, this is one of their only shots that they've had because they haven't been here this year to qualify Shreddit Bro.
Yeah.
And so I think that you're going to see the old Evan Arias all day.
Yeah.
All day.
Yeah.
He is going to go full send every fight.
He's got the eye of the tiger, for sure.
He really does.
All right, we're going to go over to Cage 2 here. I hear that we have Impact Lab loading in. Oh, okay, here we go. We've got 2 mini-bots here in the box. And I believe that this yellow...
This thing is so cool, Luke.
This yellow mini-bot is a flamethrower? Is that a butane tank that's just hanging out in the open?
So I think that this is the team from... Are they from Portland?
Yes. Yeah, this is correct. Impact Lab here, run by Camden McCroskey from Portland, Oregon. Now...
Take a close look at that butane can. It is seated into a gearbox that twists the can.
Yeah.
Right on, like almost like a twist cap, which pushes down on the valve.
Right.
So they can articulate how much gas is coming out, which then passes over that heating element.
It is unhinged, and I love it.
It is wild.
Now, Camden McCroskey has 2 first-place finishes at competitions in the Northeast, and he wanted to bring his robot here, Impact Lab, to NHRL to really test it. Incredible fights!
Oh, that is so cool!
Wow!
Oh, man!
The mini-bot is incredible!
So this is a great combo. You have a wide defensive bot with actually an offensive articulating arm.
And this robot is
its opponent.
Cooking these iPhones here. Wow.
And then you have your multi-bot that comes in.
Oh my God. Oh! Wow, that is a ruptured butane tank.
Oh, wow. That was like thunder.
But Zathras has lost a wheel. I didn't catch how that butane tank got ruptured.
This is carnage.
Wow.
Oh, my eyes don't even know where to look. Incredible.
Wow, incredible. We saw this massive explosion and a fireball here in the building. That butane tank is dead. It is now just Impact Lab facing off against these two very hobbled robots here from Zathras. Zathras is down a weapon, down a wheel. Incredible. This is an incredibly destructive match. Chris, I just heard from production, this is the first time in NHRL history that one of these iPhones has gone down. They have destroyed an iPhone. Incredible.
Yeah, we've seen them shattered. We've seen them partially melted. If this is true, if it actually went down, that's quite a badge, or you know, a feather to put in your hat.
Impact Lab smashing into the mini-bots. Wow, that robot is fully operational with 50 seconds left here in this fight.
Nice pin here from Impact Lab.
Yeah, here comes the spin up and the attack.
Nice delivery.
These pins are coming right after one another. Impact Lab is so ahead on the points, but still intent on destroying both of these robots.
They want to win by knockout.
There are 2 wheels apiece for 2 robots, Chris.
There it is
there's
again.
Just 2 wheels in the box from Zathras. Oh my God! Puncturing the top plate and hitting that battery. A very dominant showing from the builders from Portland. Impact Lab is your winner. Wow. Wow. That was a dirty brawl, Chris.
Luke, did we in the first hour of this all-day competition get the fight of the day?
That was awesome. We are sitting like there's one cage that's separating us, and I heard the big boom. It was like this. You could hear it in the entire building, and that's pretty awesome. I love an exposed butane tank. That's pretty fun. I think we may see a couple of those today.
I hope so. Incredible. Here we see, this spot looks like it's mostly still held together by tape, but it was very effective in lining up those pins and delivering those overhead shots, eventually breaking through the top armor. Unbelievable.
Now, this is another Oyster family robot here in black and green. Luke Oyster is running Zathras here today. And, yeah, really fantastic showing here for the builders from Portland. Somehow, this is going to go to the judges. But I think with the damage and the control, this one is going to be a pretty easy win for Impact Lab and that incredible flamethrower.
I mean, regardless of who wins this match, both teams should be really proud of putting on one of the best fights. Wow, like every single moment was a highlight reel moment.
Yeah, yeah. I think a lot of builders, especially builders who mostly compete elsewhere, they really want to come to NHRL because they want to try flamethrowers.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to try flamethrowers in most other leagues. The boxes just are not rated for them, and they're not safe enough for them. They don't have the kind of negative air pressure systems that we do. So being able to bring an experimental flamethrowing mini-bot, very, very cool. And I am really eager to see their next fight in the qualifiers. All right, we're going to jump over here to Cage 5. This is a fight in progress. Jump Shot and Intolerance locked up. We're seeing the final moments of this fight. Oh, no, it's
we're paused.
We're
so,
paused.
yeah, it looks like we have...
Oh, my God, Chris,
Do you see what happened?
Look, Chris.
Do you see what happened?
Chris,
Do you
it's
see
like
what
a
happened?
key. It's like a key into a keyhole, Chris. Look at that.
That is a 1 in a million shot that we are catching currently in this paused moment. It looks like the vert on Intolerance has gone clean through the horizontal bar.
Wow.
Look at that. How does that even happen?
It is, well, I mean, there's a couple ways it could happen. Jump Shot's weapon could be down. Maybe they were inverted, so they were up in the air. Intolerance came in, hit that kind of 1 in a million. It would be like 1 in a billion if it was 2 spinners going at the same time and they just so happened to hit. Just given the speed of these blades. But that is pretty fun. That very rarely happens. Wow. We've got to go in here with the little crowbar.
Is that Gwen there?
We can see head referee Gwen. Gwen was supposed to be competing here today, but she decided
duty calls.
She was yeah. We needed an extra referee, so she volunteered. So fantastic. She will be in the competition in October with her robot here. So yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing Gwen's NHRL debut. Wow, look at that! Oh my God!
It's like one of those
key
puzzles.
Went in one way.
It's like one of those puzzles that your uncle would give you at Christmas.
Wow.
Just to keep you occupied for 45 minutes.
Wow.
That's.
They might need to just send this one to the judges.
Maybe this isn't a job for the refs. Maybe we need David Blaine here or something.
Right.
Where's David Copperfield these days?
Wow, look at that.
Now, you might be wondering why they're using 2 small pry bars like that. When you have these kind of weapons, you know, sometimes they're made out of like a hard ox steel, a tool steel, something like that. There might be little burrs that you can't even catch with the naked eye that are razor sharp.
Oh, yeah.
And just grazing your hand along them will...
it's agony in the shower for the next week.
It'll ruin your day.
Yeah, yeah. So you can see these weapon locks going in. They are trying to turn off all of these robots, really make it safe, so they're going to attempt, again, to really work on this. Those 2 robots are very locked up. You rarely ever see that. That's fantastic. Somebody needs to break out like the WD-40. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Gotta have some lubricant here on these blades.
While they sort that out.
All right. Here's the thing. There are NHRL moments that I think about a lot. And I think that boom and the fireball is going to be the thing that is going to stick with me this week.
I want to see that explosion from every angle. I want to watch that fight from every angle.
Yeah.
There was something to see in every corner.
I would say, you know, listen, if you are a super fan of NHRL and you do want to see every single angle, go and join the NHRL Discord. Get onto the Brettzone. You can see literally every single camera angle from that. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay.
And there's actually a link to the Brettzone if you check out down in the description.
Yeah. I will also say this is a great reason to come and watch this live. Seeing it live was amazing, even from across the room. Like I said, there's one cage that separates us, but the entire room like lit up briefly, and there was this big, kind of heavy boom in the room. Really, really amazing. I feel like we're almost guaranteed to see that again the next time the Impact Lab goes in, because there's no... It's like a thin sheet of aluminum or something. Like there's no protection at all on that butane tank.
I mean, they basically just tucked the whole thing behind the bot, and if you get around it, well, at least we'll get a show.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is really, really fun.
Oh, check this out.
Oh, my God.
So, again, a testament to the fine engineering that is hot. Wait. The fine engineers at Apple.
Colby, can you get like a zoom in here? Okay, here we go. This is our first iPhone ever to get decommissioned here at NHRL in the course of a fight.
It's working. It's the case that melted.
Okay, wow, that's pretty amazing. I can actually look at this here. Wow, look at that.
So the phone is hot to the touch.
It's like the glass here is melted away. It's really incredible. There was so much fire there that it's
turn it
it's
around.
Amazing.
Turn it
but
around.
Here, watch this.
Oh, let me check my email.
Tim Cook.
How many steps have I had today?
Look at this. Wow, your little pocket computer is still working, and this got completely melted. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Wait, I gotta open up the camera here. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yep.
Oh, portrait mode. Oh, that's a little, yeah. That's
Look, Chris, it's us.
a little cloudy.
Okay, look at that. Yeah. No, you can't see anything. Yeah. Oh, my God. It's amazing. Wow. All right, listen, if that is not an ad for the iPhone, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the type of person that, you know, oh, I dropped my phone on the subway. I'm tired of this thing breaking all the time. This thing just went head to head with a murder robot.
Yeah.
And it's fine.
And I can still check Slack. Fantastic. All right, yeah, go and check this out on the Brettzone. Check out that flamethrower and that giant explosion. It is really, that is a fantastic, fantastic fight and perfect for the Brettzone.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're going to go over to additional action here. Oh, my God, I think we've loaded into the big box for the very first time for the day.
Oh, yeah, here we
Going
go.
over to
Cage 1
here. Wow. This is our first big box fight of the day. This is going to be Questionable Choices facing off against Yobnal. Now, Questionable Choices, they qualified for the finals earlier this year, taking home first place in January 2024, our new bots event. You can see Questionable Choices here. I believe that is in purple. Yobnal here run by Chris Rummel, and Yobnal also has qualified for the championships multiple times. Yobnal here.
It's another Pennsylvania bot.
Yobnal here is a two-time Golden Dumpster winner, winning both dumpsters in 2022. And was our runner-up in 2022 in the championships, so coming in second. But really having less success in 2023 and in 2024. This is a robot that's entering this competition ranked 83.
Robots fight.
All right, some more 12-pound action. Cage 1, here we go. Oh, big weapon-to-weapon exchange.
That is an absolutely gorgeous, symmetrical sound. You can hear that one of these exchanges has changed, the sound here for one of these weapons.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both Yobnal and Questionable Choices are down a wedgelet here. Questionable Choices down a fork. Going head-to-head.
Looks like
great drive, great weapon here. But I just saw a belt get stripped away. I think that's a belt from Yobnal.
Yeah, that weapon has not been spinning for the last 10 seconds.
That sound that you hear is Questionable Choices, the January champion here.
Oh, wow!
Huge weapon-to-weapon exchange.
Oh, part of that side armor package has been stripped away.
Tap out.
There you go. There's your tap out.
Wow, Chris Rummel here tapping out very early here with Yobnal. Your winner is Questionable Choices. Wow, some brutal head-to-head hits here.
Yeah, you see kind of the debris scattered across Cage 1. There were 3 or 4 really awesome exchanges in this fight.
Wow. Fantastic. You can see that belt there from Yobnal. Chris needs to get it together, needs to win the next 2 fights, and so that he can get into the bracket. Questionable Choices is looking bulletproof. We can see Chris Rummel and the builder here of Questionable Choices putting in their weapon locks. Questionable Choices run by Mark Liu from San Diego, California. Undefeated, going 5-0 in January. And even though it was a rookie bot in January, winning the Golden Dumpster at that new bot event, pretty fantastic. Oh my God. Kyle, hello.
Hi, Luke.
Kyle,
it's been too long, buddy.
It's been too long. Now, here's the thing. I brought the same Hello Kitty shirt.
Yes.
Should I wear it?
You should absolutely wear it. I'm wearing it because my daughter, Evelyn, hi Evelyn, loves this shirt. And so I told her I would wear it during the stream today because she's wearing her Hello Kitty shirt.
Listen, my daughter, Pepper, loves Hello Kitty as well. So I hope that both of our daughters are tuning in right now. All right? Here we go.
All right, guys, we'll get back to T-shirts. Frank is about to fight in Cage 2.
What?
Let's watch this
Frank?
walking mechanism of death known
my
as
God,
Frank. Wow, Frank's gotten an upgrader for. Look at this guy. He's got a lifter. He's got a big hat. He looks like he's ready to go. Okay, I miss Frank's construction hat. I do. It's it feels less safe, right? Not that that hard hat really did much, but this makes Frank a little bit more effective.
What am I looking at? Is that decorative or is that part of the weapon system, Kyle?
It's part of the weapon system.
Fight, robots, fight.
Is it because he's going to scoop his opponent into that little...
Yeah, he's going to put him up in the basket.
Wow. Singularity is so spun up that you can't even see those blades going. And here comes Frank. Frank, our little tortoise robot. Can he scoop under Singularity and put it into his little basket here?
Oh, no, he lost a part of that fork.
Frank, no!
Oh, no, Frank, I don't know what that's made out of, but Singularity is eating it.
Oh, no!
Oh. Now, Singularity's blades are unique in the sense that they spin in two opposite directions. And it gives them a little bit more control.
Frank's movement is triggering my, parent's response.
Yeah.
This
like,
is clearly
this poor
a small child in
running
there.
away.
Don't let the mustache fool you. Frank is very small. Come on. Oh my God! Has he done it?
Singularity is spazzing out.
Oh my God!
And now it's spun back up. Oh no,
Wow.
Frank! Look out! It's coming for you. Slowly but surely, it's coming for you. No, Frank wants to be aggressive. He's going after it.
Frank is showing incredible aggression and control. Singularity not really moving around that much. Oh my God. Backing into his opponent. Frank attacking with the butt. I love it. And Singularity keeps spinning down. You can kind of see a strategy forming for Frank. Can he pin a Singularity up against the rail?
Yeah, it looks like
That
one of
is
those
a
blades
good
on Singularity is down.
10-second pin.
Are they both down?
Oh my God! Tom Farkas! What is happening, Tom? Whoa!
1 minute left in the fight, and Frank is pinning Singularity against the wall. We're seeing a little bit of movement from those weapons, but not much. Here comes the save.
The audience is chanting for Frank here. Frank, another good 10-second pin.
All right, there you see Brad, the house bot, moving the action back out in the open. That way Singularity could possibly get back up to speed, but something seems to be amiss with that weapon system.
Singularity's weapon is not spinning fast enough. You would expect it to fire right back up. I think that Tom Farkas may be winning this fight. 25 seconds left, just on aggression and control. Those googly eyes are ridiculous, Kyle, and I love them. Wow. Singularity somehow taking it to the bell. This one will go to the judges, but I think that Frank has it in the bag here, Kyle.
Wow, Frank!
Wow.
He's stomping all over Singularity at the end of that matchup. That's exactly what you want to show the judges.
Wow, a little bit of damage here on the lifter from Frank.
Yeah.
But Singularity really failed to show control and aggression, really just waiting for its opponent to come to it. I think that this may be a win for Tom Farkas and Frank.
Wow, Frank.
Wow, you can see the builders here giving one another a really great hug. It's what you love to see, this camaraderie here in the cage.
By the way, Singularity brought to us by Henley White, Northeastern Robotics Club. It's a really cool robot. Counter spinning rings, and when they hit, it's like a scissoring action where the two blades kind of collapse into your opponent at the same time.
Right.
Just a neat robot all the way around, but yeah, Frank dominating them at the last minute of that fight. That was impressive.
Kyle, we look great. Look at this. Fantastic. It's amazing. I saw the shirt and I was like, I need to get one, you know?
I'm glad you did.
Yeah. No, this is great. This is really great. I'm feeling good. Yeah, okay, all right. First hour of action. We've seen a lot of stuff. Perhaps a Frank win. We saw a Silent Spring upset. Silent Spring losing its very first match in the qualifiers. We saw a huge explosion of fire from an unprotected butane tank. We saw a couple of battery fires. And right now, we're about to see another big box fight here with what looks to be Kevin Biagini here and Team Pandemonium in blue. A massive, massive meeting here in the middle. Downpour facing off against Avalanche. Now, Downpour here is in blue. It's this long blue robot. Avalanche here, appropriately, is in white.
Downpour is a robot built by Donald Sung, but being operated today by Ariel. She's done a few upgrades, a few changes, but for the most part is just running it as Donald built it. This is her first time running a horizontal at an event. And what a great robot to try it out.
Avalanche here run by Micah Ferris from Severn, Maryland here, going 5-7 across the last 5 events. Avalanche here is very hungry, would love to qualify for the championship, and showing some great aggression and control here against Downpour. Downpour on its head, and that weapon looks like it's really struggling to get up to speed.
It does look like Avalanche has got a little bit of drive side issue on what appears to be the left-hand side, if it was on the right side up. It's trying to gyro itself over, hopefully to get the drive working again.
You can see Downpour and Kevin Biagini. He's trying to fire up that weapon and go crashing into the rail and try and self-right himself. He would have just, there he goes. Okay, perfect. He didn't have to use his save from the house spot. He's able to keep that in his pocket. There's still 90 seconds left here in this fight. But the mini-bot from Avalanche getting under Downpour.
Yeah. And yeah, you can see Downpour, Ariel having a hard time getting that bot moving. There we go. There we have a little bit of movement coming out of that thing. Okay. Weapon that doesn't really have the oomph that it needs, but showing some aggression, maybe a little bit of control there. I like it. There we go.
There's the first big pop from Downpour on Avalanche. There's 55 seconds left here in this fight. Kevin Biagini's really got to turn on the gas here, Kyle.
Look at them go. Oh, that ramp over the top. The weapon's still just kind of slow on Downpour. It's more consistent now.
Here we go.
There's a nice hit.
Avalanche showing its bottom plate to Downpour. Avalanche now on its head, able to easily gyro and self-right. 15 seconds left. Both of these builders have taken it to the bell. This one will be going to the judges. And it's sounding very quiet in the box. Looks like both of these weapons are not running.
Yeah, Avalanche does look like it's got both sides of the drive working now, but now it's completely high-centered on the mini-bot, so irrelevant. And that last hit at the last second going to Downpour. Ariel Smith doing a little bit of a driving clinic in the last minute of this fight. That's going to bode well for the judges.
Yeah, Ariel Smith, exactly. From my angle here, cage side, all I could see was Kevin.
Oh yeah, he looks very intense.
Kevin was just driving the mini-bot
Yeah, the little blue wedge, yeah.
Why do you have such intensity for a wedge bot?
Have you ever
know what
known
I mean?
Kevin Biagini to not be intense about anything he does?
Yeah.
I mean, that's his standard operating procedure is just intensity.
That is fantastic. It's a show of control to be able to get yourself back to the door and into position. Avalanche there looks a little bit lost here in the center of the box.
Yeah, having a hard time getting back to the door there.
It really, I think this is going to be a close judge's call. Both of those robots did not look like they were at 100%.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of moments there kind of like early in that match where Ariel spent time trying to self-right herself. And that could count against you and the judges' eyes. Avalanche didn't really capitalize on those moments and pursue this robot that was trying to save itself. So I don't know. I could see it being a close split on the points.
Well, it's been quite a morning here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the pits and see what's going on. This is the part of the day where everybody's past safety, hopefully, right? Fingers crossed. And now they're just trying to get ready for their second matchup, maybe their first matchup. It's the lower stress part of the day. The real high stress is can I get it weighed in? Can I get it through safety? Can I get it ready to go? Now it's just strategy, figuring out what you need to do to get your bot prepared for its very first fight. They have one more weigh-in after safety, and then they go out and tear it up.
Now, speaking of robots, September NHRL is brought to you by Transformers 1. Calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th, Kyle.
I'm so pumped about that movie. I am not going to lie. It is going to be amazing. First of all, Orion Pax, Megatronus, the origin stories of Megatron and Optimus Prime. It's a really cool thing that they're putting together. And it's like a big budget movie that telling the origin story of the Transformers. I love it.
We're going to head over to Cage 2 here. We've got a fight that's right about to start.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So we've got Reflex and Squeegee? That doesn't seem right.
It does look like that's Reflex, but Squeegee looks like it's a flamethrower, Kyle.
Yeah.
That's unusual.
Let's see, looks like, the gas is coming out. The igniter looks like it's lit, but we haven't seen the flames actually happen. There it is. That's what we like to see.
Baked Reflex here, fantastic. Squeegee, wow, you can see this very hot billowing flame here. Wow, a great pin from Squeegee and burning here into Reflex. Reflex's face pushed up against the rail. Going weapon to weapon, and now Squeegee is on its head, continuing to torch Reflex.
Little bit of inconsistency out of this flamethrower.
It is tough to get a flamethrower right.
Oh yeah. One of the more complicated weapon sets, honestly. People think it's just, set things on fire and move on, but it's actually pretty complicated procedure.
It is very quiet in the box. It sounds like Reflex's weapon has gone down.
This is exactly where you don't want to be when you're Reflex, with that flame just baking away at your internals.
90 seconds left here in this fight. Squeegee's landed a great pin. Reflex back up to speed.
And it looks like Reflex is having a little bit of drive issue.
Reflex run by John Goebel from Croton-on-Hudson, New York. Going 1-6 across the past 3 events. Wow.
Croton-on-Hudson, nice territory there. Pretty country.
Fantastic. It's in Westchester on the edge of the Hudson Valley. Yeah, you can see Squeegee. Its front armor here is peeled up, and that flame is gone. Oh no! And the wheel is gone, Kyle.
Oh, the belt is gone. The wheel is gone. That means the entire drive side
and
on the left of the robot
is
is
trying
gone.
to capitalize here, turning on the gas.
Nice shot into the side drive pods there, trying to get the other side of drive down on Squeegee.
Wow, 25 seconds left here. Squeegee's weapon is down. It is down a wheel. Not showing great control. You can kind of see the look on the builders' faces here. Just the
Ooh, nasty shot. Excellent hit by Reflex there.
wow. There is something going on with the drive there. Both of these robots have escaped the countout. This one will go to the judges. Down a wheel, down a weapon. And some impaired driving here from Reflex. I do think that Reflex has shown enough to take the win.
I sure
here,
hope
Kyle.
so. Yeah, that was a great showing by Reflex. Did a lot of damage.
But we are going to have to see. With some impaired driving, they were able to land some really good hits and rip off a wheel, which is major in the eyes of the judges when it comes to damage.
All right, I think we're going to swap right over to cage 6, where there's a fight already going on. Oh, I'm very excited about this.
5,
Oh my God.
4,
Is this Brandon
3,
Zielinski's new
2,
Beetleweight Molan?
Fight.
Yes, it
Robots
is.
fight.
Wow. Brandon Zielinski, builder of P1, builder of Star Child here at NHRL. And facing off against Taking Suggestions here in the pink corner. Successfully crossing the box and taking it to Taking Suggestions, pushing them back into their starting corner and really dictating the pace of the fight here early in the match. Taking Suggestions is an undercutter that looks really ineffective here. Its drive is down. Brandon might be waiting here for the save.
Yeah, patiently.
Oh my
no!
God, another battery fire.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that erupted immediately out of Taking Suggestions.
Knockout.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, they're going to be taking suggestions for like a different battery manufacturer.
I'm
perhaps.
loving this theme of like folks that took a long time off from NHRL, right? Coming back and just starting battery fires in their first matchups.
Yeah.
Brandon Zielinski, Molan, absolutely cool robot. Love the design. Weird front plow, made completely out of TPU. The neat part about it is it's completely invertible, and it's an overhead attack bot. What? Absolutely cool. But yeah, taking suggestions on fire. And so we're going to take our time cleaning this mess up and making this safe before we get in there and clear all that out.
Now, just knowing Brandon and his interest in, oh my God, wow.
Look at that
really
shot.
Cleaved right through the top and hit the battery. Fantastic.
Yeah.
That hit came really early in that fight. You love to see that from from articulated saw here, the ability to really affect damage, and cool to see it in the 3-pound weight class. Oh my God, you can see the plastic
It's
bubbling.
melting. Yeah, look at that. Now, this is one of the
Wow.
most glorious things about NHRL. NHRL is one of the most safety-conscious events ever held. It is rated for fire. We are 100% prepared for these circumstances where you could see the bubbling lithium polymer just melting the plastic around this battery. We've got a negative air pressure system inside the cage, and we are going to wait for that battery to cool down enough that we can get in there and blast it with a fire extinguisher before we remove that bot, throw it into a big bucket of sand, and bring it outside to just let it burn until it's done burning.
You've got to feel great about this match as Brandon Zielinski. Just, you know, surgically hitting that battery, cracking through the top plate in your very first match of the day. This is a new robot for him. And
Yeah, this is the second time he's had it out. He had it out at Moto this year.
Right.
And he changed a lot about this robot after Moto. He learned a bunch from that event, but this is a really awesome showing for him. You could see those upgrades working beautifully.
Wow.
I wish he'd had more time to test it in that matchup, but he did that surgical strike, and it's over.
I am really hoping of the builders here of taking suggestions, have another robot up there, or else the next time that we see this, I don't know, this might be it for the day for them. Yeah, like that is looking gnarly. That melted plastic is going to be really tough to get out of the robot, you know, as you try and put in your spare battery and put it into the box again.
Yeah, everything's kind of warpy, right?
Yeah, it's not ideal, Kyle.
So the notes say new internals testing for a new robot for taking suggestions. Well, the internals are tested, and they're on fire.
They're flammable?
Yeah, they're flammable.
Wow.
I gotta say, it looks cool. It's a great looking robot.
Yeah.
I wished we'd had a chance to see it perform, but Brandon took care of that real quick.
Yeah. Wow.
Did you look up what a Molan is?
There's a Bentley Molan.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Brandon's other big interest is high-end racing vehicles. So
There's like a 24-hour. Is it a no? It's like a Le Mans reference. Molan.
Yeah.
And delightfully, there's also a rural village in France, which, you know.
Yeah. That's why you have to say it with a little bit of a French, Molan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who knows? Is he a fan of rural France? Maybe, perhaps. I was looking it up, and like the village is just tiny. It's like a couple thousand people.
Oh,
you know?
that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, good for Brandon. I'm very happy that he got to have a fantastic outing with his new robot.
I'm guessing it's a car reference.
It's got to be a car reference.
Yeah.
He loves the cars. He loves the fast cars. He loves the way that they move. He loves the way that they work. He kind of models a lot of his robot designs off of that.
Right.
But yeah, that was a great showing by him. I really like that design. I think it's super smart. Big TPU wedge on the front. He told me he was really worried that blades would get stuck in it. But then if the blades get stuck in it, he just goes down with the hammer. So it works out well.
I can see that we've loaded into cage 1 here in the bowl. This is really like just front and center for the entire audience here. You can see that they've moved over here into the corners.
I believe this is Timber Viper and Budget Boy.
Yeah, this is Kevin Milczewski here in the pink corner with his lifter control bot, hoping to qualify in the 12-pound weight class.
Kevin has one of the most successful control bot careers at NHRL. He's got, 2 different weight classes that he runs and these incredibly fast, powerful, well-driven control bots that can take so much damage.
That's interesting.
Isn't it? So Budget Boy is a lifter.
Right. But it's like it lifts the entire robot with it.
Yeah, very cool, like cantilever design.
Right. Now, the big question, I think we were taking bets here in the green room earlier today. Will Kevin Milczewski again turn off the house bot?
They've made the house bot more difficult to turn off because of Kevin Milczewski at this event.
Yeah. Will he tip the house bot onto his opponent?
Also possible.
How will the
5,
house bot
4,
factor into
3,
Kevin Milczewski's
2,
day?
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Well, he likes to take care of his opponents quickly so that he can focus his attention on the house bot. Ooh!
Weird little flip there from Kevin. Wow,
Yeah.
and Budget Boy, a very interesting design. Kevin going end over end here.
So Budget Boy is a MIT robot. It's Ryan Duarte. He's the guy who was the main principal designer behind Air Rays.
Wow, look at this. Budget Boy on its head.
The idea of Budget Boy is he wanted to make an accessible 12-pounder, something that was cost-effective, something
They
that was...
called for the end stick, and here comes Kevin. He is hunting the house bot, Kyle.
There he goes. Is he going to get there?
He's going for it, Kyle.
Kevin's having some control issues with the bot right now. No, he's not able to get under it.
Oh, my God.
You see what I mean? It's like his drive is a little twitchy.
Wow.
Whoa!
Kevin Milczewski showing great control, flipping Budget Boy again. And there will not be an opportunity to turn off the house bot because that is a tap out from Budget Boy. Kevin winning his first qualifying match of the day.
Yeah, I like the idea of Ryan from the MIT team kind of going hard mode, trying to build a control style robot for this event, and trying to do it in a cost-effective way, making an accessible design for 12-pounders. You know, we have some accessible kind of kit bots out there for the 3-pound division. It would be neat to see that accessibility moved up into the higher weight classes. Also, don't you love Floop? What a great name for a house bot.
Floop's top plate is just shining here under the lights. It's fantastic.
Floop was having none of Kevin's nonsense about trying to turn it off, by the way.
One of the things to look for is if you begin to attack or interfere with the house bot is allowed to attack you to defend itself. So the second that you start going for that, that massive red switch on the back of the house bot, if you can turn it off successfully, you win $1,000, which is great. Kevin flew here from Seattle, so this is a great way for him to fly back in style if he can turn it off. It's just a special little mini game that you get to play if you have a control arm, you know?
Yeah, it's a side quest.
Yeah.
You just got to stop your opponent for a little bit so you can focus on it.
I suppose conceivably, if you had a strong enough spinner, you could try and destroy the knob on the back of the house bot, but these things are pretty indestructible. We've seen Kevin flip a house bot onto its head. I'm hoping to see that again today. That would be delightful.
So I've been told there's another mini game in line with what you were saying, that the Bretts can attack you if you attack them.
Right.
So there is a Brett that we have here with a Viking hat on it, and apparently if you knock the Viking hat off of that Brett, it will then give you an all-expenses-paid trip to Valhalla for your robot.
Okay. All right, good.
So, yeah, keep that in mind.
That does not sound like a fun minigame, Kyle.
No, I wouldn't want to play that minigame. The Bretts used to be, like, they used to have a lot more aggressive tendencies. Like, back in the day, like, old school, kind of more underground NHRL.
Yeah.
Like, if you accidentally bumped into a Brett, there was a chance that they could just smash your robot into the side of the ball.
There were just times where, like, just the Brett would just go off the rails.
Yeah.
But accidentally, like there's a GIF that's floating out there of like Kitten Mittens just being mulched by a house bot.
Yes.
It's just like from what I understand, my headcanon is like they lost connection or something, and the house bot just went 100%.
Just going straight forward.
Speed. Yeah.
Yep.
The house bot quality has improved. Like we've invested some resources into making some pretty high quality heavyweight robots here.
Considering the original house bots are now holding the doors open outside, it's pretty impressive how far things have gone.
Generation 10 or whatever it is. Another fun fact about the house bots too is that they were swapping out the batteries throughout the day because they're just so active in these boxes. You're taking a look at a 300-pound custom-made robot in there that's willing to take these huge hits from spinners and run throughout the day. So,
and now has onboard camera systems, onboard fire suppression systems, like all of these upgrades that they've been really kind of testing out and implementing throughout the years.
I'm waiting for the little 1-pound remote-controlled house bot as a product.
You want that?
I don't care how much money it is, I will pay for it. All right?
Okay, yeah. Would you run 3 of them at the same time as, like, in a competition?
That is an amazing idea.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah. One little flamethrower and 2 slightly smaller ones?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, good.
All right, we're going to run over to cage 6. Let's see what we've got in here.
All right, we've got a FingerTech beater bar robot here in blue facing up against
2,
pretty custom-looking robot here in pink.
Robots fight.
Deranged from Corey Nason.
That's
Kyle.
right, and Short Fuse is who they're facing off against.
You can kind of see like some synthesis DNA here in Deranged with these massive tires here. Wow. Popping Short Fuse in the air, knocking into the rail. There is a massive amount of power here in this weapon.
Ow. Yeah, Short Fuse is a brand new bot.
And look at this, Corey Nason on its head.
Oosh.
Corey Nason, you can see these wheels just spinning helplessly.
Yeah, it has done the thing. It is completely and totally not able to fix itself. Here comes Brett for a little bit of adjustment.
It looks like there's a bit of top armor. Is that a self-righting mechanism, perhaps?
Yeah, it is, but it was not properly like facing the floor to self-right.
That weapon is not coming back onto range.
No.
Wow. You would imagine that he would fire it up and try and self-right himself just through gyroscopic motion, but not happening. And look at this. Brett is just backing away. His patient is dead. Short Fuse just trying to maintain some mobility so it doesn't get countered out, but I think the count out is coming here for Corey Nason and
I think
Durant.
so.
It's a knockout. Wow.
So congratulations to Hader from New Hampshire. This is his very first robot competition. This is his very first robot fight, and this is his very first NHRL, and you just beat Corey Nason.
That's a big deal.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing.
You can see Corey Nason here in the foreground wearing his shirt from the NHRL Teams event that happened in June. Catch it on ESPN, catch it on our YouTube channel. Fantastic. Corey Nason here as part of Team Pandemonium.
Good old handshake between the competitors there. Got to be pretty darn proud of himself to come in and take down an NHRL legend in his first ever combat robot fight. Listen, anything can happen here.
Seems like pretty young builders on the Short Fuse side.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Very
and
cool.
they're, according to the notes, brand new team. First time they've ever been at any event ever. Amazing.
Yeah, it's very cool. When you walk around in the pits and you start to talk to people, especially when you see like a new face, you hear this story a lot, like, hey, I caught a TikTok, and then I started subscribing, and then I got really obsessed, and I started watching and taking notes, like figuring out how I could do it, going onto your Discord, like talking to other builders, working my way through questions about motors and ESCs and controllers and all of that. And now finally I'm here in the House of Havoc, sometimes for the first time ever. People walking in through the door to compete here who have just been watching our competitions for like the last year plus.
Yep.
And it's really cool to hear their reactions where they're like, it is so much bigger than I thought.
Oh, yeah.
When you watch it, it seems big, but it's massive.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a really, really cool experience to be up there in the pits. Pitted next to Jameson Go, perhaps, you know, or, you know, like these massive kind of titans in the sport.
All right, so we just got an update. In 45 minutes, 2 actual titans in the sport will be fighting. It's our first 30-pound fight. It is going to be Megatron, that's right, Jameson Go, taking on the British sensation, Tsunami.
Megatron, that's a transformer, isn't
It
it?
is.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Hurricane,
Yeah.
not Tsunami. But Hurricane is it's a really interesting design. It's a pivoting vertical spinner.
Okay.
And so it is completely and totally adjustable. It can fight upside down and
Pivoting vertical spinner from Tom Brewster.
Yeah,
Okay.
he makes those.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, Jameson Go running a really interesting hammer saw.
That's correct. Yep.
Interesting. In the 30 pounds. So scaled down versions if they're larger robots.
That's exactly right.
You know, for fans of combat robotics, they've met twice before, and they have a 1-1 record. So this will be a tiebreaker for Tom Brewster and Jameson Go. And I have to say, both those robots are looking absolutely dialed in.
I will say I talked to both of these builders yesterday, and they both said they were so mad when this was their first draw because that was not who they wanted to fight for their first draw. Jameson
It's random, all right, but just randomly the combat robotics gods have shined on us today.
Right.
You know, you do not want to face the #1 seed in your weight class.
Definitely
ever.
not.
And it had to be somebody, and it just so happened to be Tom Brewster.
Jameson went to Tom Brewster this morning and said, I have a new chassis. Please don't break my car. And Tom Brewster said, my entire robot is new. Please don't break it. And they both laughed.
Yeah. I will say that when you see those robots up close, and I really hope that we get a chance to see them up close inside of the box, they are gorgeous. These are fully custom robots. A lot of time and energy has been put into these robots. With Megatron specifically, he is running a brand new robot. Everything on the robot is new. It looks like a space cruiser. Like, it is really, really different. It is in its all-black era.
Yeah,
you know?
it looks amazing.
It's running a flywheel counter gyro. Like, it is going to be a really, really awesome match to see.
All right, guys, we're going to go over to cage 6 and take kind of a weird step back in time.
Okay.
We're going to see Sabot take on, that's right, Smee. This is an amazing matchup. By the way, this is a matchup you could have seen back in 2021. This is a matchup you could have seen back in 2022. Smee's been out of the game for a very long time. It is so good to see Smee back, the long boy himself. Look at that.
Now, Kyle, I can see those little holes on the 2 drive pods of Smee.
That is correct.
What
Smee
is in there?
has an active weapon, the most active weapon I feel like Smee has ever had. Smee has always been on the edge of what an active weapon really could be.
Right.
And that has been one of the more entertaining aspects of him. But this is a full-on flamethrower Smee coming in to take on Sabot of the Cybears team.
5,
You're telling me there's like a little bit of fuel
3,
in those
2,
drive pods?
1.
A little bit,
Fight,
just a little bit.
robots, fight.
Let's go, Joe Fabiani. Sabot here from the Cybears. This is an educational team here in Connecticut. And they are shredding Smee, already ripping off one of those fingers. And I am not seeing any flamethrower at all from Joe Fabiani and Smee.
No, it is all about the wedging right now with Smee. They haven't been able to get those flames going.
Wow, and Sabot is doing a great job of shredding these forks on the front of Smee. Smee really wants to be pinning. It wants to be flaming. There is no pinning. There is no flaming.
I like the kind of support rail in the back of Smee to prevent them from bending around too much. And there's a nice pin from Smee. That's how Smee gets their control points, but Smee's got to get that weapon active.
Yeah. They will lose a massive amount of points if they can't get those flamethrowers going. You can see Joe Fabiani there in white, towering over the cage. He's a very tall man.
He is.
Wow, and I think that with a minute 45 left in this fight, Sabot might rip off all of those wedges.
That's correct. And it's tearing into that back support beam. Looks like it's ripped off now, so that back support is gone. Smee is now a flexible boy again.
Wow.
Now
you can see it's dragging like what looks to be a motor perhaps on that right side drive pod.
You're right. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, and that back bar is gone from Smee. It's been cleaved in half.
Which means that that front is now flexible, which has been a strategy for Smee in the past, but he obviously didn't want it for this matchup.
I can see the flames here. Do you see that little blue flame out of that one drive pod?
It looks like the igniter is going, but they're not able to get the gas to really...
There we go.
There it is.
We go.
Nice.
Wow.
So cute.
Joe Fabiani with a very, very focused flame. I'll bet you that thing is as hot as the sun.
Yeah, that is so smart. Keep it tight, keep it small.
Wow, Sabot doing what people have been like dreaming of doing to Smee for the longest time here, getting around to the back, pushing it up against the rail. 30 seconds left here in this fight. Sabot has done an amazing job today.
Oh, there we go. Got the fire going under Sabot. Sabot able to get away.
But both of these Roboteers have taken it the full 3 minutes. This one will be going to the judges. An incredibly destructive throwback fight for both of these builders.
Actually, no, I think that's a speed controller, but it's gone now. Wow. Joe Fabiani looking fabulous. Standing by looking at the destruction of his robot. Gotta give it to
that little
Sabot.
shrug like at the end. Like, what are you gonna do? Sometimes it happens. Sometimes this is the way the Smee crumbles. So many of those little fingers ripped off and sprayed around inside of the cage. See bits of wood in the cage too when Sabot was grinding into the floor. And not a great look as you sent it to the judges, stuck on your head. And flamethrowers not really being able to affect much damage in the fight.
Now, Joe Fabiani was one of the first real serious lawyer ball competitors here at NHRL, just trying to find every loophole in the rules he possibly could.
Yeah.
And just exploit them and show what's possible.
Yeah.
And that brought us such weird moments as inflatable, flammable penguins.
Right.
Giant exploding penguins.
Our rule set went from like 1 page to like 6.
And most of that was because of Joe Fabiani,
Right.
Which is amazing.
Right.
Smee is one of his original kind of really cool designs. At other competitions where you don't need an active weapon, Smee was dominant. But to bring Smee here, he had to add weapons. A lot of those were weapons in name only. This was in a very effective little flamethrower when it was working. I like that a lot. You could do a lot of damage with that in the right circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the strategy. I want to pin. I want to like hold you up against the wall, and then I'm going to turn on this very, very hot flame and see if I can melt something.
Concentrate it on a wheel or a belt or something that you know you can cook and just totally melt out of the way. Yes,
right.
I love that. So smart.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Joe can get that dialed in for his second and his third qualifying fight. I know we went to the judges. I do think it's going to be a win, though, for Sabot.
I agree. Yeah, Sabot put on a great driving performance, and the bot worked flawlessly. It was nice.
Now, very exciting. I can see cage 1 is locked. We're going to see another big 12-pound fight here. I see David Dreyer here in the blue corner with Kilojoule. I got to catch Kilojoule's test box spin up last night, and it sounds gnarly.
So did he explain what he changed?
I only heard the weapon going from across the room.
So the weapon used to be a slip drive system with plastic gears. Now it's a metal gear drive system, which means that's all grinding steel on steel.
Oh my God.
And the reliability is insane, but he's got to test it against Carmen, one of the best 12-pound competitors we have ever had here.
Now, Carmen here run by Michael Shore, and Carmen has already qualified for the finals.
Absolutely.
Going 8-5 across the past 4 events, qualified in 2023, qualified in 2024. The geometry here favors the vert, and Kilojoule.
Nasty.
Tap out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Was that an actual tap out here? They're driving to the door.
Yeah, it looks like Kilojoule drove to the door. Is Carmen still trying to engage? I'm confused.
I thought there was a whole lot more fight left in that fight.
David didn't like something.
Who hit the tap out button?
Apparently it was a legitimate tap out. That's what we're hearing from Control Desk. I will say some of those changes in Kilojoule, which make the weapon a little bit more reliable, also kind of add a few more failure points into the robot as well. So perhaps he didn't like a sound the robot was making. I don't know, but David called it real quick when he saw the way his robot was behaving. Nobody knows these machines better than their builders and their drivers, and if he saw something that he didn't like in there, he called it right away.
Wow.
Oof.
Yeah. Interesting. You know, the Shore family here is running several robots.
Yes, they are.
Carmen is trying to dial it in for the 2024 championship. You know, in some ways, after already qualifying, you have a lot of pressure kind of taken off mentally in the pits, and you can just focus on winning a golden dumpster in the 12s. It is a stacked field. It is the most stacked 12 and 30 fields that I think I've ever seen.
It's absurd. Yeah.
We are seeing incredible fights here in the big cages, and we haven't even gotten to the 30s yet. That's happening in like 30 minutes.
Yep.
Wow.
I am super excited to see how the Shores do today. I mean, I love Carmen. Carmen's one of those kind of old school designs, took a little bit of time off, came back this year, absolutely dominant performances, already qualified. Do you think that Michael can pull it off? It's a hard field in the 12s.
Carmen has never won a golden dumpster before. It's come pretty darn close. I think it's probably top finish is second place if my memory serves correctly. Carmen is a fantastic robot. Michael is a really great builder, but it is a tough field.
Yeah.
It is a tough field. like a year ago, 2 years ago, you could basically build anything and do pretty well. You know, just like I mean, and you could see it in like who qualified for the championships in 2023. There were like 12 elite robots and a couple of weird ones.
4,
you know, that is
3,
not the case here today.
2,
There are no empty
1.
spots in these brackets.
Okay, so this is the most delicious fight we've had yet today. Cookie Crumbler versus Lemon Vinaigrette.
It's a delicious matchup, Kyle.
First of all, loving the color palettes. That's a belt that just came off of the weapon on Cookie Crumbler. That's a bad sign. So you just heard that weapon shut down immediately. Floppy belts and no weapon sound is a bad, bad way to start your matchup just 30 seconds in.
Cookie Crumbler here in blue is another Oyster family robot run by Kate Oyster. It's gone 7-6 over the past 5 events.
Yep.
It is coming to a lot of these NHRLs.
Sure, I've eaten so many of her free cookies.
Yeah.
She has a bucket or a basket up in the pits of free cookies for the builders. If you're up there, you're lucky enough to grab some. And by the way, they are delicious.
Now, Lemon Vinaigrette here, run by Max Morningstar from Arlington, Virginia. Now, I see that this is a test bed for a new kit bot called the Aoli.
Oh.
So, you know, you've got some dressings.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
By the way, I love that a guy with a name as cool as Max Morningstar is building robots like Aoli and Lemon Vinaigrette.
I would say... Is there really a Max Morningstar, or is this perhaps like a pseudonym that the builder is fighting under? Like, it's too cool of a name, you know?
Yeah.
Like either if Max Morningstar is a real person, that's like the coolest parents ever. You know?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a real person. By the way, we have an update. Sabot did in fact win their judge's decision against Smee in that last matchup.
Max Morningstar is kind of like a detective, you know?
Absolutely, yes.
Gumshoe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like an Old West detective.
Yeah. Max Morningstar here. You say she was murdered. Murder, you say? Hold my calls this afternoon. I'm going out, you know?
This is an extremely active push match now with both weapons down. These bots are trying to get control, but they are pretty well matched for speed and pushing power.
You know, it's in black and white, and there's kind of
All
like
right.
that.
As they're dancing,
you know?
We're going to head over to cage 2 really quickly. Let's see what we've got going on over there.
Oh my God, it's Arya Bravo, Kyle!
I am so pumped. We did an interview with this builder, Jay Lee, on our podcast this week, and her bot is something we've all been looking forward to. It is a mechanized flame-throwing robot.
With swerve drive, custom swerve
full
drive.
Swerve drive. So pumped to see it.
Wow, it looks like a
3,
transformer,
2,
Kyle.
1.
Fight, robots.
Let's see that flamethrower. Oh, and the box rush came from Sliced Bread. Immediately pushing Arya Bravo up against the rail. I want to see that flamethrower, Jay. And shredding the bottom of the swerve drive here, and that motor is just hanging out on the swerve drive. Wow. Unable to self-ride. Are they going to call for the unstick from the house bot?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks so sad over there in the corner. Sliced Bread giving them a little bit of room.
Wow.
Sliced Bread is a Connecticut robot from Dylan DeVano. It is called Sliced Bread because they can change out those 3 blades on the front for different materials and sizes depending on their weight needs and what kind of material they might be fighting against.
You can see that left side swerve drive pod is just not looking right. Its guts are hanging out. I don't think that we're going to be seeing Arya Bravo come back here in this fight. Your winner here is an unscathed Sliced Bread.
One thing Jay said is there's a reason people don't build their bots to look like mechs, and one of those reasons is it's hard to get the armor where you want it. It's hard to protect the pieces that need protecting.
Right. Yeah, the legs are just sitting out there. It does give me like I watch mechanized robot warfare shows differently now because you're just like, why does it look so cool? should be low to the ground with like tank treads or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Should be able to avoid enemy fire.
Right.
But I did like that Sliced Bread took this fight seriously, protecting all of their components with that fire-resistant tape.
It was a great box rush from Dylan, really getting under the robot and just shredding apart that one drive pod. And Jay is going to have a tough time putting this thing back together upstairs. Hopefully we get to see a second and a third fight for Arya Bravo.
I would love to see another fight for Arya Bravo. Jay is an amazing builder.
Yeah.
Puts a lot of thought and effort into making cool-looking designs. The effectiveness will come, but the actual aesthetics and the performance of the bots themselves is incredible.
Yeah, that's the thing that I really like about NHRL and combat robotics in general. You know, like, there are many different builders who are building for many different reasons.
Yeah.
They're hyper-optimized, like, hey, listen, I'm an electrical engineer, and this is my outlet because I get to, like, build something that's super meta, super optimized. I get to test out, like, kind of custom programming, that kind of thing. And you go all the way over to the other side, which is, like, the artists in the sport who are, like, building something that makes you want to feel something, like when you see it, like either that is beautiful, that is cool, that is adorable, that is, you know, cuddly, whatever it is,
right.
You know?
Yeah,
There's
Tom
room for
Farkas's
both
robots,
in the
prime
sport.
example. Tom's robots make you, like, I love Frank. I want to hang out. I want to go get a beer with Frank.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's just like the sweetest looking guy, and he's out there fighting with these death machines, and you worry about him.
Right. Yes. Did we get the judge's decision in that
No,
fight?
we never got the official judge's decision on that. We'll have to ask Control to get that to us.
Control, tell us if Frank won or
yeah,
not.
because we do want to know how our buddy Frank did. We like him.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly. Everybody's got different goals here. One of the things we talked to Jay about that I thought was so interesting is Jay thinks the sport eventually will diverge into two paths where you have the MMA style, like optimized death machines,
Right.
and then you'll have like the professional wrestling style pageantry, big, beautiful, you know, artistic expression side of it, and that'll kind of be the divergence of the sport at some point. Right now, though, at NHRL, we got both, baby.
Yeah. It's really cool to see them
5,
both
4,
competing against one
3,
another in the same boxes.
2,
So
1.
in this
Fight,
box, we have
robots,
Try Harder
fight.
versus Cloud9.
Try Harder. Here's this triangle-shaped robot that just lost its blade. Its
belt.
Its belt for that blade.
That got snapped off real quick there.
It lost a belt on something, but it does look like that weapon's still going. I must have misspoke here.
And then something else is hanging out over. Is that two pieces of the same belt, or is that two different belts? What's going on?
Wow, Cloud9 has been brought down to the ground here.
By the way, there you see the Viking helmet. If you do rip that off of this housebot, you do get a one-way trip to Valhalla, courtesy of the housebot.
Cloud9 here is a student robot from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. I was able to catch Cloud9's test box session last night. Really interesting. This is an independent student team. They were telling me that freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors have each their own combat robot team at University of Illinois.
Wow.
This group of students didn't get
Knockout.
in at the right time, so they just formed their own rogue 5th team at the school. They competed with their very first robot was a 30-pounder. University of Illinois runs its own 30-pounder competition, and they took home 4th place with their 30-pounder, which is pretty incredible. And this robot, Cloud9, oh, you can see they ripped they stripped the tire away, and now it's sitting over that wheel guard there.
Yeah,
So
how
rotten
cool
luck
is
for
that?
Cloud9.
That's like the beginnings of a really, really robust combat robotics scene in Illinois, and I think everybody would love to see that. The Midwest has some really cool little pockets of combat robotics activity. It would be really cool to see Illinois just pop off with that.
Yeah, yeah. They have a 30-pound box. They run a 30-pound college competition there.
Now here we are in cage 6.
Wow, interesting. This is an angled. Oh, Bloodfish is back. Wow.
Versus Raid. Look at that. I love that. It's like a grinder plate. a cutting plate for a grinder.
Now, Bloodfish was traditionally run by a little kid. I wonder if the, oh my God, ripping off the blade from Bloodfish.
Tap out.
That is a tap out here. Yeah, I think the builder is like 5 or 6 here, Kyle.
For Bloodfish?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, they're from Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah. From Team Black Cat, career record 2-4 over the past 3 events. And yeah, ripping off the that angled spinner on Bloodfish.
Yeah, that was a pretty great victory for Reese from Lakeland, Florida with Purple Fire Robotics. Rain is a cool looking robot. Bloodfish is having a hard time getting out of the corner and back to the door. A little bit of help from the house spot there. But yeah, that was a quick match.
All right, now I can see in cage 1 we've locked up, and I can see Donald Sung is that Torrent here in the box. Facing off against Jack Sapotnik, who recently moved to Texas. He's now an engineer at Lockheed Martin, recent college grad, and he is running this bright green robot here. Facing off against Donald Sung.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hooligan.
Fight, robots, fight.
We've seen Hooligan before. It is a really fun, well-driven vertical spinner.
Hooligan getting around to the side of Torrent, who making weapon-to-weapon contact, and Torrent's weapon is running faster. Here we go, Donald, crashing into the back of Hooligan.
Now you may notice some similarities between Torrent and Downpour that we saw earlier operated by Ariel Smith. The Donald built both of these robots. He's here trying to get Torrent a golden dumpster today.
Torrent is still searching for its invitation to the finals. Wow, popping Hooligan in the air. Looks like Hooligan's weapon is not running. Oh, and that's a good pin, Jack. Donald has so much drive power, he's able to push himself out of that pin. Oh, and you can see Hooligan's weapon bouncing along the floor.
I absolutely love how Donald Sung operates this robot. Donald was a competitor years ago, like 15 years ago. He took a long break and saw some of the footage of NHRL online and decided to get back into it. But back in the day, Donald was roommates with Jamison Go and was a very high-level competitor. And he has come back here and not missed a step, winning competitions at the new bot event and just doing beautifully with these robots, this design, which, by the way, this design really does look kind of old school compared to a lot of the other builds, right? It's long. It's got a very deep profile. But man, that weapon hits so hard. When it's working, this bot is incredible. All right, so very quickly, joining me at the desk, Sam, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Kyle, it's good to be here. What have I missed so far in this fight?
Just some really awesome back and forth action between two amazing drivers, Donald Sung and Torrent. Hooligan in Jack Sapotnik. Recent Texan Jack Sapotnik. Wow, nice shot there from Donald Sung and Torrent. Big hit.
Torrent seeming to get the better of these exchanges.
Big smack into the window there, and then another one. Torrent, like, just taking control in the last minute of this fight. It was a good back and forth matchup until really the last 45 seconds when Donald just took over. We're going down to the last 5 seconds of this matchup, and Hooligan is stuck on the wall. They probably won't get knocked out, but that's not how you want to end the fight for the judges at all. Well, all right. That was pretty nice.
Not
that was
bad.
a good matchup. Donald Sung just, he's got 2 bots on the field today, but he's only operating this one, Torrent, and it looked great.
What, the other one being Torrential?
So Downpour.
Downpour.
Ariel is operating.
Ariel's driving that one.
Yeah.
And I think she was on that robot last tournament, or did she drive one of Donald's other 12-pounders that are almost exactly the same?
I don't know, but we're going to have to go to cage 2 real quick. We'll see what's going on there.
All right.
And we...
Looks like we've got Peekaboo versus Gemini loaded up in cage 2. And I think Gemini is the one activating their lifter. So pretty cool robots. Gemini
5,
with the beater
4,
bar and the lifter.
3,
Peekaboo with, looks like
2,
just the lifter going
1.
on.
Fight, robots, fight.
Peekaboo right away inverting Gemini. Can they self-right with that lifter? Not looking like it. Just a bit of a flap going on while Peekaboo rumbles with the Gemini Mini.
I absolutely love Peekaboo. What a great design. Peekaboo brought to you by Bob Bellinson from Port St. Lucie, Florida, builder of the 12-pounder Blue Marlin.
Oh.
Yeah, which qualified for the championship back in January. Peekaboo is a lifter wedgebot whose armor is the weapon and the only robot here wearing eye protection.
What eye protection, Kyle? I'm not seeing it.
I think that it is the fact that that whole front plate covers the front. So it's protecting itself.
Oh, maybe
From
there's
the
some
face.
googly eyes behind them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Covering those googly eyes. That's exactly right.
Yeah, you got to keep your googly eyes safe. They hold all the power to your robot.
It's the most effective armor you could possibly have.
All right, Gemini's back on his feet finally. But I see a belt on the ground, and I'm assuming that's part of the spinner for Gemini.
Yeah. Gemini is brought to you by Jinwan Lee from San Francisco, California. It is a true rookie, first bot, first competition, first event. And what a cool design. What an ambitious design for a first robot.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Jinwan, by the way, 13 years old.
Only 13,
Yeah.
building a dual weapon system robot right out the gate. And a mini-bot, so they've built 2 robots for this one.
Nice pin there. Peekaboo really showing their experience. Yeah, see, eye protection. And smacking them at the end there, too. You got to get that in there. I love it. Okay, I'm a Peekaboo stan now. This robot's amazing.
Yeah, I
what
like
a cool little bot.
A snappy lifter on that thing. It's fast, zippy.
Got a lot of personality. It's fun. This is a great robot. Nice job, Bob.
And it even lifts.
And Jinwan, by the way, welcome to NHRL. Welcome to Combat Robotics. What a crazy first outing, man. Double weapon system. That armor package looks legit. The mini-bot drives incredibly well. I mean, if you're going to get started in combat robotics, that is a heck of a starting point right there.
Yeah, and whether it's your first competition or not, you're going to see the flaws of your robot. You're going to learn what you need to fix for next time, and I'm sure they learned a lot from that fight.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. Also nice to go up against a bot that's not necessarily going to destroy your work right away.
Absolutely.
You know, you can kind of see what the failure points are before you lose everything, so that was pretty cool.
A lifter battle for your first fight of the day.
Yeah, it's
Feels
a nice way to start your day. Yes, absolutely. Which is, by the way, not what we're going to see in the 30-pound division. It's 2 of the heaviest hitters in that weight class for our first fight getting started. It's going to be an absolute Donnybrook of pure destruction. I'm very excited to see it. Neither competitor wants the fight, but we all do. So get over it, fellas.
Yeah. Who cares what they want? We want to see the destruction.
There is apparently live video of the British team finding out that they had to face Jamison Go for their first matchup, and it is the saddest thing.
Oh.
They just, who? We have to fight who? It's going to be wonderful. But yes, we're 12 minutes away from Megatron versus Hurricane. Very, very excited about these competitors. They have faced each other in other weight classes and other competitions. This is their first time facing off at NHRL in an NHRL cage, and I'm really excited about that matchup.
Well, Hurricane's got a tough fight ahead of them.
Yeah.
Their top is flat.
Very.
And Megatron is good at damaging flat top armor. So you can have really thick armor on the top of your robot. I don't think you can have thick enough top armor.
At some point, it doesn't even matter. You could add as much as you want up there. You're just marginally protecting your components from what Megatron can do. You've got to just avoid getting hit, in my opinion. It's the only real way to actually face off against Jameson Go.
And avoiding getting hit is so difficult. Megatron's wide. He'll scoop you up. He'll pin you against the wall.
Yep.
He'll end
There's
you in
very
one
few
blow.
bots that successfully avoid that impact from Jameson Go's saw. It doesn't happen often. It's Mulsey pretty much, and that's it. You know, like everybody else just gets bodied by that thing.
Yeah.
So we shall see. I mean, part of what Jameson Go is so good at is the totality of the robot, the ground game, the driving game, which is like his drive is so powerful on those two wheels. He can really bully a lot of bots around. And that is where he's able to kind of lock you into a position to get those devastating hits. I love Megatron fights because of the drama. That pin and that moment of anxiety before
Right
that saw
before.
comes down. It's just...
I've been in the position. I've been pinned. I've seen him spin up. But speaking of spinning up, let's head to Cage 1 where we've got Maximizer and Kazah the Third.
Kazah the Third? So many Kazahs. So, all right. Kazah is a flame bot. Not only is it a flame bot, it is an incredibly effective flame bot from Josh Reinhardt. This is an AR400 front plate on it, so it can take some pretty massive hits. And it's gonna have to, because it's going up against Jake
5,
Hoffman
4,
and the
3,
brand new,
2,
all new and
1.
all optimized
Fight, robots,
Maximizer.
fight.
He's donning his gold flame armor right now. But thick front armor against Maximizer, it's something, but it's not everything, because he's able to swing around and hit you on your corners and your sides.
Now keep an eye on Maximizer. One of their downfalls in this tournament is that they are constantly, yes, flipping over like that, getting
Wow, yeah.
inverted. This is the suboptimal position for Maximizer. They want to stay on their bottom plate as much as possible. That
What
is,
was that?
that is a huge
Is that
chunk
part
of
of the
something.
disc?
I can't tell. It doesn't sound like it's off balance, but we haven't heard it get up to full speed yet.
I think it is. I see a little bit of rumble in Maximizer.
Yeah, you're right.
I see the gas from Kazah, but no flames yet,
No
even
flame,
with the
yeah.
sparks from Maximizer's weapon.
Yeah, look at Maximizer rumbling around. That blade snapped on him. He's still able to get it up to a pretty reasonable speed, but it is definitely affecting his ability to control the robot.
Yeah, his swing maneuver's gonna be way more difficult now with that rumble. But the forks still work.
And that's the thing, he wants to keep it spinning so that he can possibly get a hit, but it is so hard on all of your internals to just be shaking like that constantly.
And with Kazah's weapon never really going.
Yeah, we're only just a little, look at that snap. Yep.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Just had to speak it into existence.
There you, exactly, you speak and the flames appear. And you can see Jake still driving that weapon into Kazah.
Now, when Kazah was shooting off gas, you could tell the gas was really shooting out of the robot. I think Kazah might just be on fire.
I think it's just on fire now. Yeah, look, those flames are coming out of portions that it's
Tap
not
out.
supposed to, and that is a tap out. Your winner, the hobbled but victorious Jake Hoffman and Maximizer.
I'm sure he brought spare discs.
I mean, yeah, he had to, but that was a rough first matchup. Now, one thing I will say, self-righting worked way better on Maximizer this matchup than what we've seen in the past. Most often, when it gets stuck on its head, it stays on its head the entire matchup. So Jake has put a ton of effort into not only the weapon system, but the physics of the weapon system, the actual direction of how the motors face, the actual pivot angle of that arm to keep the gyroscopic forces where that bottom plate stays down. He has gotten so deep down that rabbit hole. It is very interesting to see it work in action here, where he actually only got flipped onto his head once and was able to self-right immediately. Absolutely impressive. That work totally paying off. Jake essentially has had the last 4 months off and has put a lot of it into solving problems in combat robotics that most people never get to the level where they have to think about it.
I would just chalk that all up to luck. But here we are in Cage 2 with Summit and the Melty Brain Karumba.
I cannot tell you how much I love the name Karumba. It is hilarious. Look at this thing.
A pretty cool looking robot. Maybe some greatest challenge inspiration.
I love that there is a full center like pivot point on it. I love whatever those blades are. I love how giant it is. It's like a tambourine of death.
You'll notice the LEDs though on Karumba aren't staying locked in, so...
No, yeah, that's the idea, right? The LEDs, once it's locked in, kind of tell you where the front of your robot is, essentially, where you're facing.
So I would imagine at this point, as Karumba's spinning, it doesn't exactly have translational control. Because that LED is not locked in, the Melty system's just not able to steer.
Right, so now it's basically just an arena hazard. And quite a hazard. What are those blades? Those aren't even blades. Those are like grade 8.
Yeah, bolts nuts,
with
washers.
with big giant bearing washers on them.
You'll notice a green belt on the floor as well. I believe that is from a prior fight. It looks like Summit is using an inverted timing belt, so those are black generally. No belts on Karumba.
What kind of belt are you wearing today?
Brown.
Oh, nice.
It's because I've got brown shoes on.
Your mom taught you well. Nice job, Sam's mom.
Thanks, Mom. Well, Karumba is getting counted out. This one's going to go to Summit, even though they've got a little bit of damage on that left side drive.
So, by the way, Karumba, this is their first event, true rookie, first robot, first competition. I mean, your first robot ever and you're building a Melty Brain?
That's a tall first step.
Like, we just saw a dual weapon system for somebody's first robot ever, and now we're seeing a full-on Melty Brain for somebody's first robot ever with LED lock-in technology so you know where your front is facing.
Well, you know, Kyle, NHRL raises the ceiling for robots because we run tournaments so frequently.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
And raising the ceiling also raises the floor. So folks getting in, they have a higher standard to hit, essentially, and they have more inspiration to pull from. They've got more resources available to them, so all these boats are lifting.
That is absolutely absurd to me. I mean, all right, so that was Zenith Parsec, great name, by the way, Western VA. And yeah, so it doesn't need both the wheels to work for the Melty Brain to function.
That makes sense.
But why would you start with a Melty Brain?
Because
Melty Brain makes like high-level government engineers stressed out for months on end.
Yeah, but who cares? Like, when you're first starting, it's all intimidating. What difference does it make if it's this intimidating or this intimidating? You just got to jump in. You've got to get into the cage, learn what you've done poorly, learn what you've done well, and make adjustments and move on.
We always say, like, if you pass safety at your first event, that's a success, right? If you got through safety, you have a working robot, dude, you are on the path. You're winning the game. But he passed safety with a Melty. Like, okay, we're in a very strange place now. This sport and this competition specifically has just driven things in such a strange direction. We've got high school kids starting their robot career with Melties. Okay, well, there we go. And by the way, good showing.
Yeah,
that was
bad.
A pretty good fight.
All right, so from rookies to veterans, in Cage 1 right now, I see a couple of big robots loading up. We've got Megatron. We've got Hurricane.
Oh my goodness, this is our first 30-pound fight of the day. What a way to start us off. That's right, two legends of the sport, Tom Brewster and Jameson Go. These guys have fought each other twice before. They are 1-1. This is their tie-breaking matchup, but this is the first time they have ever fought in an NHRL arena against each other. And by the way, I spoke to both of these guys in the pits yesterday, and they were so mad when they got this draw. Tom said, "What? I have to face who?" And Jameson was like, "No, really? That thing? I have to fight that thing?" They both have brand new robots. This is their first outing for both of these versions of these robots. And it is quite a test to have to go up against these competitors. It's going to be amazing. Look at that, taking the selfie beforehand, because
getting in the selfie
ultimately
game.
These two are also really good friends and don't get to see each other very often because Tom is coming all the way over from the UK.
Oh my goodness, Kyle, the crowds around this cage right now.
Everybody is now walking into the pathway around this. Yeah, well, who wouldn't at this point? There you can see our ref bots are putting the fire suppression system back into the house bot. Good way to start this matchup. Keep it safe. Thank you, Gwen and team. Gwen, our head referee there, for keeping everybody safe and keeping these house bots fully functional with all of their different capabilities.
All right.
Look how tight it is inside of there. We've added so much to the inside of these robots now that it is actually quite a chore.
Yeah, I actually have my lunch in Floop right now with the CO2 extinguisher. It keeps it nice and cool. I'm looking forward to my orzo salad.
I love that. And if you need it to heat up, you just put it down onto the battery system.
Exactly.
That's so smart. Who knew? All right, so while we wait, so this event is brought to you by, that's right, Transformers 1. Calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battles continue in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th. I am so excited for this matchup. And speaking of Megatron, we have Megatron in the arena right now.
It's crazy. He's got a movie premiere next week, and he's in the cage now fighting.
So ridiculous. So ridiculous.
I wonder what this tension, this pre-fight tension is doing to both J-Mo and Tom Brewster. If it works for them, if it's bugging them out a little bit.
They're just waiting. They're just waiting to hang out. So Hurricane is a scaled down version of Tom's heavyweight robot, Monsoon. So you can see the name kind of conventions there, Monsoon down to a Hurricane. The cool part about Hurricane is that it is a pivoting weapon system. In other words, there is no real up or down to this robot. That weapon can pivot in its bracket, and when it is inverted, oh, there you go, there's the fire suppression system working. When it is inverted, the blade changes directions and will spin the other way.
Just automatically.
Automatically. So it is cool. A really fascinating design, something that Tom's been really perfecting over the past few years.
Kyle, why is it important that the blade changes direction?
Well, if you're spinning downwards, that force is now launching you away from the opponent and into the air. If you're spinning upwards, then you're basically using the ground to your advantage, pitching yourself onto the ground and throwing your opponent across the arena. A lot of the damage doesn't necessarily come from the hit itself. It comes from the after effects, getting knocked across the arena into the wall, into the house bot, into the ceiling sometimes. That's where so much of the impact damage from these hits comes from. So if you're just kind of pinning yourself to the ground and throwing your opponent, not only is it visually stunning, it is an incredibly effective attack.
And being able to knock your opponent into the air is crucial. That's how you get those follow-up hits. That's how you really end it. A lot of robots
control the fight.
Can survive a hit, But if you're getting swamped by them, if they're staying right to you, if they're juggling you in the air, you're in trouble.
So Sam, what's the mindset right now? What's happening with these two in their heads at this moment? I mean, obviously, they're happy to see each other. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
But what's the thought process going into a fight this big, and it's your first fight of the day?
I'm sure because they've known this matchup was going to happen for a while now, that they have strategies going in. I think the difficult part is going to be maintaining the strategy once the fight starts. So Megatron obviously is going to be trying to scoop up Hurricane and just drop that hammer saw. Hurricane's going to be doing his best to get to the broadsides of Megatron and try and disable those drive belts in some way. But it's a tough task. Megatron can turn on a dime. He's fast to face you. And vertical spinners, even with pivoting drive pods, struggle to turn in place.
Now, I will say this is a brand new Megatron chassis. So much has been changed and upgraded in this. It's not at 100% yet, according to Jameson. He told me he's got some stuff that's still barely functional, just kind of working. He's running it anyway because it's working well enough that he totally trusts that it can fight. But I got to tell you, this thing looks incredible.
I wonder how barely functioning to J-Mode translates to a normal person.
Yeah, no, keep in mind, we're grading on a scale here, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. But yeah, he's worried about it. I mean, it's a lot of new change. He runs these Megatron chassis until they fall apart. This is the first time I have ever seen him build a new one before the old one was completely destroyed, which is an interesting move for JMO, but also the other one got pretty wrecked before the end of the season. It doesn't normally do that. Normally, if you see JMO at the championships with Megatron, it is like pit welded together in a couple of places. It is barely holding together. He's not normally the kind of guy that believes in bringing multiple copies of a bot to an event. So it is very interesting to see him update that strategy.
Now, why do you think that is?
He's old school. In other events, it's not allowed to bring multiple copies of a bot. You bring what you bring, and it's a fight of attrition. And he likes that. He likes that, like, okay, what do I need to do to keep this body functioning the entire event? He really enjoys that process. So he rarely brings multiple copies of a bot.
That makes it harder.
So much harder. But JMO likes to play on hard mode.
I guess the wins are worth more in your heart that way?
I think he just enjoys the challenge. It's like less for him to think about, you know what I mean?
I suppose. And he's
all right,
an apex predator in the fighting robot scene.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is Megatron versus Hurricane. Your first 30-pound fight of the day. Nice shot and pin there from JMO. That weapon is getting up to speed, and a nice shot under the side drive pod of Hurricane. Hurricane is stuck in the corner. They are doing the thing. Will they be able to get out?
Just some twitches, but that's flames coming from Megatron.
Yeah, I don't know what was on fire inside of the bot, but Megatron does not have a flamethrower. That is unintentional flame. Floop is trying to help, but having a hard time getting around. Floop, change your prescription on those glasses, mate. That ain't working for you.
All right, there they are on the kick plate. One of the deadliest spaces in the 30-pound arena. Hurricane is spinning their wheels, spinning their weapons, trying to get out.
Ow, okay. That looked horrible for Floop's face.
Megatron still able to swing their arm, drive their drive.
Oh no, they're still stuck after many self-right attempts. This fight could be over before it even starts. Jameson is doing the dance already, the victory dance of Megatron. That flame we saw inside of the chassis, we don't know what it was, but it's not affecting this fight. That is a Megatron win. Jameson Go brings it home, baby. I love that. Tom Brewster, welcome to NHRL. This is what it's like to face Megatron in its prime.
Oof. Well, there was a couple of good exchanges in that one, but that was a tough fight to watch. Getting stuck in that corner has got to be so hard when you've flown here all the way from the UK.
Tom's going to have more opportunities today. He does have multiple copies of this robot, but yeah, that is a tough way to end it. Just landing in a position where you can't self-right, and all of the help from the house bot in the world, and you couldn't get it going. Look at that look on Tom's face. He is so disappointed. Understandably so. He was hoping for a knockdown, drag-out matchup, and just wasn't able to get that going.
I was hoping for that as well.
Same, but you know what? If Jameson's strategy gets executed, that's the kind of fight it's going to be. It's going to be a scoop, a smack, and you're done. And that's exactly what JMO did. And good thing his bot caught on fire.
Yeah, part of me wanted him to, you know, I don't know, maybe knock a Hurricane out of the corner, but it was the right move.
It was the right choice, yeah. It was the right choice.
He was not in an optimal condition.
No.
I believe that flame was related to the spinning aspect of his weapon.
Yeah,
more so than
we
the
didn't see it
swinging.
spin back up again after that. So we don't know what happened, but it seemed to be that was the issue. All right, so we are going to go to Cage 2 for another matchup right now while we contemplate whatever that is that just happened. And, oh, I'm very excited about this matchup. This is Vapor Trail versus
5,
Power Surge 3. Two teammates going at it with each other.
Fight, robots.
All right,
fight.
so Power Surge rocking green, Vapor Trail in the orange.
Vapor Trail is the rare vertical offering from Johnny Soompas. Normally Johnny is here with Spartan, a very powerful horizontal spinner. Wow! I will tell you that,
Whoa.
No, that is not good. I will tell you this, Chris Caps has upgraded everything on Power Surge 3. It is a 6S system. It is more powerful.
6S?
Yeah, it is more powerful. It hits harder. He's had to upgrade every single connection point of that weapon because he kept melting them.
Kyle, he's fighting like he's hungry.
Yes, this is Chris Caps at his deadliest today. But
All
do
right.
not count out Johnny Soompas. He is tactical. His weapon hits hard. But man, losing that weapon and drive side right at the beginning of the matchup is going to change the entire game.
Both robots still spinning. I think that 6S might be putting Power Surge spinning a little faster because he seems to be getting the better of the weapon-on-weapon
Yeah, look at that
engagements.
hit. Yeah, Chris was explaining to me all of the different things he had to change because they kept melting. He had to go with a smooth belt and smooth pulley system for this one because he just kept melting the pulley off of the bearings.
He was using a timing belt, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he was, and he just kept melting
A
everything.
little too much friction, but
Oh, no, that's a
no!
wheel. That is a wheel off of Power Surge 3.
All right, so we have a quarter off of the drivetrain of Vapor Trail, half off the drivetrain on Power Surge.
And we still almost got half a fight left. This is insane. These two are destroying each other. What are friends for, though, right?
Exactly.
Nice shot there from
Wow.
Vapor Trail.
I'm seeing some slowdown now on Power Surge's weapon. And that was a roof shot.
Wow, nice.
Oh, I think I see a loose belt on the weapon for Vapor Trail. It might be a redundant belt. Power Surge is really slowing down. Looks like pieces of armor are ripping off right and left. Weapon struggling to spin up now. Debris is getting caught in that weapon. Ooh. And Vapor Trail still being able to take Power Surge across the arena into the wall. And Kyle, this is just about over, but this is a great fight.
Yeah, just everything you want to see. Knockdown, drag out, excellent driving. Really, really thoughtful performances from both these competitors.
The mess in that cage, this is awesome.
Yeah, they're both going to be so happy about this afterwards. I mean, one thing to point out, these two are good friends. They talk about combat robotics all day long. They spend like 4 hours a day working on their bots together. Look at that hug right off the bat. It is so cool to see this happy team.
That was great. Oh.
Johnny Soompas, I am so proud of you, buddy. By the way, look at Johnny's cool shirt. What nice swag he's rolling in with today.
The VT, the Vapor Trail jersey.
Johnny Bahama, he is where it's at in the combat robotics world, I'll tell you what.
Dang, I do like that shirt. It's like a goalkeeper's jersey.
Right? Styling and profiling. Man, so Chris, all the upgrades on Power Surge 3 worked beautifully in this matchup. Just wasn't able to keep the wheels on literally in this fight.
Yeah, he really brought the heat at the beginning.
Those shots were insane at the beginning.
I think if he was fighting many other robots, they might not have been able to take those hits like Vapor Trail was able to.
No, that was impressive. Really, really well done by Chris Caps in there. Both these competitors, absolutely amazing. And keep in mind, they're kids. They're like recent high school graduates. You know what I mean? They're literally like 18 years old.
That fight was amazing.
And they're veterans now in so many ways. You know what I mean? That was an incredible fight. Absolutely love to see it. Love to see friends fighting. Love to see the young kids out there just tearing it up. And they were just so happy for each other at the end. By the way, it would have gone the same way if Chris had won. They would have been jumping and celebrating. Like, that was amazing.
Because they both won a good fight.
Yeah.
And that's what they got.
That's what they got, and that's what they gave us. I think that both of those guys think very differently about their robots, very differently about their designs. You know, Johnny's really trying to focus on armor packages right now. That entire front armor package is flexible TPU. He's wanting to absorb impacts. He's wanting to avoid his components getting damaged. And that's really what won him the fight eventually, because he kept taking those hits. And guess what? Everything kept working. Even when he lost that wheel, he still had the back wheel of drive on that robot. He's got contingencies built in. He's got redundancies built in. He said something to me last night that I thought was really interesting. He said, you can't get rid of failure points. You can just move them.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? And how old are you? Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, you move the failure point into something that's non-crucial, and that's where it fails.
And that's a great lesson that you can pick up from fighting robots that you can apply to other things in life.
Yes, absolutely.
And he's got it already. That's impressive. They're both impressive. I'm stoked.
Yeah, that was just a cool fight
sport.
all the way around. Like, so happy to see that. I'm just glad that was a nice little joyful part of our morning. Okay, speaking of joyful parts of our morning.
3, 2,
we're heading to cage
1.
5.
Fight, robots, fight.
Where we've got, let's see, is that?
Yeah, that was Goose. Yeah, so that's Swan 2, Metalsome Swan versus Frostbite. And Frostbite just ended that fight real quick.
Just a quick little one-hit KO.
So that's Frostbite. It's an overhead attack bot, overhead spinner, and that was
hello again.
That was Swan. That was Swan.
Yep. I hope folks at home weren't blinking at the time.
It was a Metalsome Swan, and now it's gone. So, whoops.
It happens. Sometimes you have drag-out fights that go back and forth the whole 3 minutes, and sometimes you have one-hit KO in a moment.
All right, let's head over to cage 2. All right, so we are loading into this cage.
Ooh, baby. We've got Shreddit Bro and Impact Lab, and I see a big old butane tank sticking out the back of that robot there. And that's why we're in cage 2. It's specifically made to handle robots with flames.
By the way, Shreddit Bro had their first fight back in a very, very long time, actually, earlier today, and immediately ripped the battery out of their opponent and caused a fire. So the fact that they're just in here with an open and exposed butane tank this time makes me smile. This is going to be fantastic.
Yes. Yeah, no worries at all about this. Everyone's excited to see what Shreddit Bro can do to an exposed butane tank. And his first fight, he was back in fighting form. I was impressed. I know Evan just kind of strolled in here this morning.
Well, I asked him, what have you changed on the robot? And he said, oh, nothing. This is what I always run. It works.
He didn't change the robot. He didn't change his style. He didn't change anything. He just came back and won.
Yeah. And by the way, like he was like, you know, everybody's moving to those repeat motors. No, man, I can beat them in a pushing match. I don't care. Like he's totally dialed in on what he's been doing. He's been doing it for years at this point. Shreddit Bro, when Shreddit Bro is at its best, is the deadliest bot in the game. I mean, it is just stupidly well driven, and it is incredibly hard hitting. And just reliable. You know, he doubles up on everything. He doubles up on the belts. He doubles up on the drive system.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So let's see how Impact Lab holds up to the onslaught of Evan. Oh, nice. Flames coming out. Yeah, there we go. A nice infrared camera. You can see the heat really cooking that entire side of the box. Nice shot there from Impact Lab.
And so I missed the last fight with Impact Lab, but I heard that the tank popped. We had a bit of an explosion in the tank.
It was beautiful, actually. Yeah, the flames kind of sprayed out from it towards the door. It was really impressive. The box worked beautifully, keeping everybody nice and safe. It was really good.
I'm glad to hear it.
Nice shot there. And this is where you see Shreddit Bro winning. These aren't giant hits, right? It is just a slow, grinding destruction of the opponent where you'll see pieces just kind of fly off, parts just kind of melt away from the robot as Evan just continuously comes in for these juggling hits.
And now Impact Lab, the main bot is pretty wide, which you'd imagine would be stable, but going up against the vertical spinner and getting inverted, the stability isn't really helping it out much. It's got to flop back on its feet after every flip. So I'm hoping Evan can get Shreddit Bro in there and take advantage of Impact Lab while it's inverted. Kind of like that.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Oh. I also kind of want him to hit the butane tank.
I mean, everybody wants that.
Yeah.
That's why it's there. Let's be honest. Why else would you design your butane tank like that unless you want somebody to hit it? It's like asking for it.
Sometimes, Kyle, you care about one thing on your robot, the weapon. And so, no matter what it needs to happen, you make that weapon happen. Sometimes that means drilling 1,000 holes in your robot to make weight. Sometimes that means exposing your butane tank off the back of the bot.
Come on, you cannot tell me that that was not just there to explode. Like the only reason you would have that out like that is for explosions. This just goes to show you that Impact Lab appreciates a good explosion.
It's quiet in there.
It is very quiet in there.
I'm not seeing any movement from Shreddit Bro.
No, we got 20 seconds left. And Brad getting pinned by Impact Lab. What is going on, Impact Lab? What are you doing, buddy? Brad doesn't need this nonsense.
A good attempt, but that's it. No time left on this fight. No movement out of Shreddit Bro at the end. This one's going to the judges. Looks like some Twitch tests for the judges. And so judges will be judging this fight based on 3 different categories: damage, control, and aggression.
Who do you think won the damage?
Oh, so there's a lot of visible damage on both the bots of Impact Lab, but Shreddit Bro stopped moving. And like aesthetic damage, cosmetic damage is not weighed as heavily as drivetrain or weapon damage. So I think it might go to Impact Lab on that one. Control and aggression is tough. It was a pretty chaotic fight. So maybe, I don't know, aggression. I'm not a judge. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. But a vibe check, I'd have to say Impact Lab.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Yeah, got a lot of control there at the end. No explosion, though. I was really hoping for it. We got such a beautiful one earlier today. But yeah, you know what they say? You dress for the job you want, right? Clearly, Impact Lab Minibot is dressing for the job of being blown up.
What job do you want?
I want to be on the beach, obviously, sipping a Mai Tai, watching Hello Kitty. Like, what else would I want to do? How is that not obvious by the way that I'm dressed? You want to go surfing, clearly.
I do.
That's all. You know, we're all having end of summer vibes right now. I feel it. We're missing it already. It's September. I get it. But yeah, this is that was a really fun fight. It's so good to see Evan Arias back. And Evan has been a part of NHRL forever. He's been like a staple of the sport. He's been at the peak of this sport where he just seemed unbeatable. He's been building up this team of just amazing competitors that have been like here forever.
And spreading themselves as well.
Yes, absolutely. And you like so many people that we think of as stalwarts in this sport now came from Evan Arias, taking them under his wing, teaching them, helping them, and fostering their kind of creativity and their skills. It's so cool to see him back doing incredibly well with that bot. But man, I gotta tell you, when I saw Evan walk in, come up to the pits, he just immediately came up and gave me a hug this morning, and I was like, it's so good to have this guy back. It's like, he's got good Papa Bear vibes, you know what I mean?
It's
like
infectious passion,
yes,
you know?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And that's special. To be passionate about what you do is important, and it's almost crucial here at NHRL.
Yes.
But to take that to the next level, to be so passionate about something that you just want to share it and spread it as much as you can is top tier, and I appreciate him for that.
What I love about Evan too is not only will he talk about his best fights, he will also talk about his favorite losses, like the losses where he just got completely bodied by an opponent or somebody did something so clever that he wasn't expecting, and he like gets so into talking about just those special moments and how they pop into this event for him. It's, you know, just one of the people that makes this sport, and specifically this event, such a good family is Evan Arias, so I'm so happy to have him around. He's been here, he's been helping, right? He's been working the desks, and he's been like helping to teach people about combat robotics and stuff, but it's cool to see him back in the saddle, competing, doing what he loves, and doing what he's so good at.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did some stuff. What is this? Is this Cage 8?
Oh my goodness, guys. This is an event that's coming later on today. We have seen this before here. It is King of the Hill. It is going to be amazing. Right now, I believe you can practice on this. This is one of the things we have kind of open for people to practice on and see what it's like to drive a combat robot, see what it's like to actually operate one of these machines. But eventually later on today, we are going to see a King of the Hill style matchup where the bot standing at the top of that hill is going to be the winner at the end of the matchup. We had the champion Little Purple guy last time we did this event. It was just a mini bot, but he dominated the top of that hill throughout the entire thing. So I'm really excited to see this matchup for today. I love these little special events that we pop in there, especially towards the end.
And this one, no weight rules. Anything goes.
Anything goes. There's literally be the king of the hill. That's the rule. It doesn't matter. Like any weight class can get involved.
That hill is not huge. I'd imagine some of our 30s might struggle.
Well, that was part of what was so cool about Little Purple Guy is he was able to really control the top of the hill just because he was able to maneuver on top of the hill. A lot of the other robots would get up there and be like, oh my gosh, I can't do anything without falling off. He would just knock them off and stay up there forever for the entire matchup. It was fantastic. So I'm really excited to see that back. It's my favorite like mini game that we have here, little side quest games that we have here. And those are becoming more and more, like, people are preparing for them before the events. You know, we announced them a little bit before, so people are like, oh, I got to get something together for that. That's going to be awesome.
And it's nice. I've prepared for many a little Havoc challenge or mini game or something like that, and it's cool that now the community's taking part in it as well. And I'm not as stressed out about it personally.
Sam, you've built a lot of weird things for this job. I'll just go ahead and say it.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to load into Cage 1 now for some big bot action. Let's see what we've got.
Ooh, all right. Ooh, man. Okay, so we've got Red Storm from Kevin Milcheski out of Washington State and Hyper-Polarized from Zach O'Donnell out of somewhere in PA. I've been fighting with and alongside Zach pretty much my entire fighting robot career. He's a 20-plus year veteran, a staple on the Northeast Robotics Club scene here in the Northeast. He's won many NERC events, He's been building shell spinners from the get-go. Like, since 2004, he's been building shell spinners and optimizing them, and he's got an insane win rate with them, but he hasn't fought at NHRL before with them, and his opponent is fast, they're tough, they can invert you in a moment, and Hyper-Polarized is not invertible.
5,
This is going to be a
4,
tough fight for
3,
them.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Spin up is crucial for Hyper-Polarized. He uses a friction wheel setup. And it's not spinning up too fast. That first box rush from Red Storm, I saw some smoke coming out of the robot.
Yeah, that's not good. Hyper-Polarized really seems to be struggling getting up to any kind of speed. And, you know, obviously Kevin not giving him any room either. Kevin's picking up the most dangerous cheeseburger you've ever seen with that grappler. Nice!
Ooh,
Yes!
the full
suplex. Love it when that happens. And that is a horrible place to be when you are a shell spinner. There is no method of self-righting on Hyper-Polarized. That is a tap out. Kevin Malcheski, and you can see that help on the bottom of Hyper-Polarized, because that's it. When it's flipped over, that's the end of the game. They've got to be spinning to avoid that, and they were not able to get that bot up to speed.
Red Storm conveniently placing Hyper-Polarized right at the door. Making it easy to load out of the box.
Man, that was intense. So Kevin Malcheski, absolutely one of the best control bot drivers we've ever seen in this game. Here today with both weight classes, his 30-pound and his 12-pound offerings, and he is here to win fights, win dumpsters, and turn off house bots.
Yeah, I'm so glad he wasn't flipping Floop in this one. You know.
All right, so we are going to go to Cage 2 for something a little different, something a little strange. This is Spitfire. Spitfire, you'll notice, has no wheels, has no feet, has no tracks. No, Spitfire is a drone. It is a flying robot. It pivots, or it floats above the arena and has, get this, an air gun today.
They're rocking the air gun for this one. Incredible.
Which they are so happy they were able to get up and working. Now, normally Spitfire is a flamethrower. They wanted some more options for it. So the air gun option is something totally unique. We've barely ever seen that before in this competition. I'm so excited to see how this works. Now you can see this is the strategy to possibly take them down. Put a stick way up in the air that you can get inside the rotors.
Did you see Spitfire's first fight today?
No.
Dude, Kyle, Spitfire won a shoving match twice. They inverted their opponent via the stick twice.
Wow, so the stick was a disadvantage at that point. That's a magnet. That's a magnet.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, it's one of those retractable magnets.
Yeah, like you drop a bolt in your car, you have to go down and get it. That's what that is.
So there's some Spitfires, a lot of carbon fiber, but I mean, the brushless motors that drive the propellers, those are
that
loaded with magnets.
That roller bearing thing on the front there, that's obviously metal. Like, there's plenty of metal to grab onto.
But I was just so impressed with the pushing power of a drone.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a custom-built, big, powerful drone. This thing is absolutely insane.
Wow. So Spitfire, I believe they also brought their flamethrower configuration, so hopefully we'll get to see that at some point today as well.
Yeah. Got to get safety on both things.
All right. Refs are shouting it out. Both robots are in their corners. It's drone in time.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, you can hear the props on Spitfire. Just whining. Oh, BBs are going everywhere. Look at that. I can't tell where they're shooting out of Spitfire, though. Is it coming out the top?
Oh.
Because Timber is struggling to get out of the corner.
It's shooting down.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that's just like the hopper up top where you load all the BBs into. Okay, okay.
Interesting. All right, so it looks like Timber really struggled to get out of their corner. Their blade is still currently spinning, but one of those drive sides was just not doing it.
Yeah, so that was a legit tap out I'm hearing from Control. It was just not working. The drive system was not working, so she tapped out.
I can't imagine the stick that they added to fight Spitfire would have that much of a difference.
By the way, I love this girl. She's like, I'm going to build a really cool robot with a saw on it and a giant wedge, and I'm wearing a tiara to my fight. I love everything about her. She is so funny.
A particular energy that you can bring to the fight.
Yeah, and it also has the Shiny Heiny. That's right, the armored package on the back is called the Shiny Heiny. She's so funny. And the magnet's an effective idea. Like, obviously, you know, maybe don't make it so, telescoping. Because it got too short. But it's a cool idea.
I don't know if I would have predicted 2-0 for Spitfire right off the bat. Although,
no, they did really well at their last tournament, though.
They did start off 2-0 last time.
Anytime you could bring something that no one knows how to fight, you're going to do well. You know what I mean? It takes a while to, like, figure that out. And now, where the flamethrower was a real problem because they had to be directly over top of you to do the damage.
Good point,
so
Kyle.
that stick was incredibly effective at that point, right? But now, they're shooting at an angle out front. They don't have to. They can just stay away from you. They can pivot around you. They can strafe around you and shoot you. I mean, that's the thing about the drone. There's no front back. You just move any direction you want.
That drone is so strong. I wonder if they had like forks, if they could lift their opponent.
I would love to see that. All right, let's take a look over at the pits right now. We'll see what's going on up there. This might be a pretty stressful part of the morning. Yeah, you can see everybody's heads down.
The pits are popping.
It is just time to keep things going, time to keep things moving. It is a stress ball time of the day because you're either one loss away from being disqualified or you are about to make it into the main tournament. So yeah, it's not the best time. All right, and by the way, speaking of robots, calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th. Transformers 1, I am so excited. I cannot wait to take my kids.
Nice. You got a favorite Transformer?
Me? Yes. Yeah. Ironside. I love Ironside personally, but there are many. My son's a big Bumblebee fan. My daughter really likes Starscream.
Okay. That's a bad guy, yeah?
Yeah, definitely a bad guy, which is on character for my daughter.
Okay. Interesting.
She roots for the villains.
Me too.
You know, she's like, the Empire's pretty cool when we watch Star Wars, and I was like,
I mean, they were organized.
Yeah. They have the cool-looking ships, you know. I get it. Yeah, they got good style and aesthetics. Like, I get it, but... All right, so let's go to Cage 1. We've loaded in some large bots. Let's see what's happening over there.
I see Kazah. Who else do I see in there? Oh, that's Corey Nason. And Synthesis 30, and man, that disc is huge. Oh, my goodness. Synthesis 30, he's been at a few tournaments now and hasn't quite found his footing. And I'm really hoping that today, all the kinks have been worked out. Maybe we see some roof shots in the 30-pound cage. Maybe some butane tanks pop on flamethrowers. I'm longing for some catastrophic destruction, quite frankly.
And by the way, Kazah is, you know, a Josh Reinhardt invention. It's now fighting in like every weight class. We have a Kazah for all ages, all sizes. I'm so excited to see that. I think it's so funny.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, get up to speed, Synthesis. Flames are shooting. Oh,
Oh, baby, nothing beats a 30-pound flame. Like, that is absolutely insane. Synthesis really having a hard time getting... Ow!
Oh, our Sweet Baby kick plate.
So, Kazah makes a really great ramp for Synthesis at this point.
Yeah, absolutely no forks on Synthesis.
They didn't run them. Maybe they wanted to run a bigger weapon. Who knows? But the geometry's not working out well for the front of Kazah. And look at that chunk they took out of the side of Kazah. I hate it.
Kazah is getting ground down by its own hack.
Wow, Kazah's not really moving so much over there. And now you can see Synthesis 30 just taking chunks out of that side armor. And that back plate getting ripped to pieces.
I think that last one did it.
Yeah, I see no movement on Kazah Light. You were right. There is nothing happening.
Synthesis knows it as well. Kazah getting counted down. All right. That was a better showing, certainly, for Synthesis 30.
Yeah, the weapon worked the entire time. Took a little while for Corey to find a place to actually get some engagement and purchase on Kazah, but once he kind of found those side and back plates, he just ripped into it, sending all that force into the internals.
I did get a touch nervous when his blade was spinning at Lexan height right by the wall. But it all worked out.
All right, so it does sound like our next matchup is going to be a crucial one for Jamison Go and Silent Spring. He needs to win this matchup in order to qualify for the main tournament. They were not able to win their first matchup. Big upset earlier in the day, so this is a do-or-die moment for Jamison Go
4,
in Cage 3.
Is he
2,
fighting? Is that
1.
Bloody Mary, I believe?
Yeah, that is
Robots
Bloody
fight.
Mary. That is absolutely correct. No pushover.
Bloody Mary looks like a Jolt kit.
Yeah, Bloody Mary by Mary Beth Carr. It's a Plainfield, New Jersey, Eel Monkey bot.
Uh-oh. It's smoking right off the bat. So not only does JMO need this win to qualify for the rest of the tournament, for the bracket side of the tournament, but I do not believe Silent Spring has qualified for the championships in December yet either. So it is possible that he might not. But I mean, the way this fight's going, you'd have to lose elsewhere.
Yeah, that is a lot of smoke coming out of Bloody Mary. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that tap out was downright necessary. Woo, okay, okay. So Jamison needed a decisive win there, and he got it. There you can see Mary Beth and Tony Clifton, international superstar.
What's he doing here?
I mean, Mr. Roper's here. There tends to be a Tony Clifton when Mr. Roper is around. Yes, Bloody Mary and Mary Beth Carr are also part of Team Eel Monkey, the team that is fielding Mr. Roper. So this is a more conventional offering from this team, you know what I mean?
Certainly, yeah.
Not just a toolbox with flailing wrenches on it.
So a couple quick wins now for JMO. Megatron over Hurricane, Silent Spring over Bloody Mary.
This is, as JMO likes to put it, the final version of Silent Spring. This is just a completely optimized shuffler pod. Look at those cleats on that shuffler. Look how cool that is.
Are they look like they're threaded in almost, kind of like
they indeed are.
golf cleats or
Yep.
track and field cleats.
And then he's got the full Dragon Blade on Silent Spring now as well. It is tight to the ground. It is heavy, and it hits like a ton of bricks. I mean, this is an amazing version of this legendary robot. Excited to see how it does today. They had a tough loss earlier in the day, but definitely made up for it in that second matchup. hopefully is still able to qualify for the main tournament with that decisive win.
Sounds like the extinguisher is still squirting on Mary Elizabeth and Bloody Mary.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be on fire for a little bit there. That looked like it might have been lipo. I'm not sure. Could have been speed controller, but yeah, that was
heavy and thick.
Yeah, and continuous. When it's continuous like that, it's like, oh, yeah.
It's got to be coming from somewhere.
Yeah, that battery's not happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun fact, so much of your life is going to have lithium polymer batteries. So this gives you a good example of what happens when those get, you know, decimated. They catch on fire. It's a good time. So that's why we have to have such robust safety mechanisms in place here and standards in place here and methodologies. You'll see it's the exact same thing every single time. Cool that down, get it into a rolling bucket of sand immediately, and then get it outside to let it burn out. That's pretty much all you can do once these things catch on fire. You just let them go until they're done, and then you can roll it back in and start working on it after the fact. But we have to make it cool, make it safe before we move that into the box and get it out the door.
All right. We've got some bots loading into cage 1, it looks like. I see Emperor.
Indeed.
And Tempest. These are some big spinners, Kyle.
Emperor is brought to us by Jillian Doolittle. It is the biggest weapon in this weight class, maybe the biggest weapon here, period, the end. It's stupid large. This thing is a shuffler walking robot, so it does get a weight bonus.
And I believe they've signed up for more tournaments than they have fights.
That is correct, yes. They do have a problem getting the bot functioning, typically speaking. But when it works, it's scary. And one of the things that I was talking to Jillian about earlier today was that their team is really kind of settling on a theme. They've got this kind of gold and red and gold and purple theming that's kind of like permeated the rest of their designs. I kind of love it.
Okay, yeah, some like ancient Rome sort of motif.
Very, very imperial, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
And Ironside. Is that a shuffler, or is it just additional armor? No, I see wheels. Okay,
Yeah,
so it
yeah,
looks like
I
they've
think
added
that-
some side armor to the bot. What do you think, Kyle?
So that's Tempest.
Oh,
Tempest is it is an interesting bot. Okay, so I spoke to him earlier today as well. Tempest is from Astro Labs, true rookie, first bot. This is the second time they brought it to a competition, but this is a University of Illinois bot. And he's competing with his high school age brother. So it's competed once at their 30-pound competition in Illinois, but it has never competed here before. He told me, yeah, this will be great. Vertical spinner versus a big horizontal. And I said, you're a big vertical spinner, yeah, but have you seen this thing? It's not just like, oh, it's a big horizontal. Like, it's a big horizontal.
It's the biggest horizontal. Oh my goodness.
So kind of an intimidating way to start your career here.
And it looks like Emperor is running alongside of Prince, their cam lifter.
Yeah, check it out. See the theming kind of between those cam lifters and then the side rails on Emperor. It's cool. Emperor, by the way, also is going to start running cleated versions of their shuffler pods as well, similarly with those threaded in cleats.
4,
Seems like JMO figured something out.
2,
That tends to be a thing, right? JMO figures something out and then everybody else is like, hey.
All right, Emperor's up to speed. I don't know if I've ever seen it work so well.
Yeah, it's fast.
And
too.
it's
Wow.
moving with the weapon spinning.
Already, stellar Emperor performance.
Yeah, Prince with the tee up.
Nice impact there. Oh no,
Is it
Tempest
doing
is
the
doing the
thing?
thing. Stuck on the weapon. Weapon is off kilter. That is an askew weapon. That is not sitting straight at all.
Okay, they called for an unstick.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need more than that after they get that thing unstuck. And look, oh, isn't that nice? Emperor came in to help.
All right, inverted. It looks like wheels are still spinning, but none of them are touching the ground. I think that weapon being off kilter might have changed their inverted geometry.
Tap out.
Wow. Yeah, okay. So we've been saying forever that if Emperor works, it's terrifying. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Emperor working. That was so impressive. Holy cow.
I'm pretty proud of him.
I mean, that weapon is completely busted off of its bracket in Tempest.
Yeah.
Listen, congratulations to G-Ven. He made it out here. He had the bot like through safety, ready to go. But wow, what a first thing to have to fight. Look at that side armor, how it's ripped askew off of there too.
Yep, and Prince didn't come out unscathed either.
Yeah,
One of the
a little
cam
bent.
lifters all bent
A little
up.
bent on. The cam lifters are basically ablative anyway. It's fine.
Wow.
You gotta love the big C square for the safety mechanism, by the way. That is, I appreciate that as a store-bought safety mechanism right there, because that is a chunk of steel.
Is that a bicycle fork for Emperor's weapon lock?
Yeah, it is. I think you're right. I'd like to imagine it as a tuning fork for a piano, though, because that would be funnier.
Yeah.
But yeah.
A bident.
Yes, exactly. So that was impressive. So, by the way, the 30-pound division is much scarier now because guess what? Emperor works.
Yeah.
That kind of changes things.
Hopefully nothing catastrophic happens in the pits for them, and they continue to work throughout the rest of the tournament because I'm excited for some massive hits.
You said that in a shady way. Did you plan something up in the pits for them? Is there like a booby trap over top of their pit table?
No,
or something?
not at all. I'm just referencing the past.
Ah,
not
gotcha.
so much the future.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I thought you just like, you know, set like a foam trap above them and they were just going to have a little foam party over there.
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
Never.
But yeah, that changes the 30-pound division. Like, I think that changes a lot of people's brackets. When you're looking at the predictions and you see Emperor on there, you're like, okay, well, they might win a fight, but like, that's it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you're not, they're like a one-win kind of team, and you just saw that performance, and it's like, okay, well, that might be something, actually. It moved well. The weapon worked extremely well. They got something pretty special there. That's pretty cool. All right, let's head over into cage 6. We got somebody loading in, it looks like.
Oh. I see Frank.
Frank is here for lunch.
Yeah, he's going up against Knuckle Sandwich.
I'm so excited to see Frank back. This new version of Frank with the lifter and the like pit to go into, I love it. It's so cute.
And he did great in his first fight. Against, I believe, Singularity. He was able to stop the weapon on Singularity,
4,
and
3,
he held up.
1.
Fight,
And
robots,
now
fight.
we're off to a roaring start. Frank with the box rush. Looks like your sweet mouse. Getting knocked up by Knuckle Sandwich. Knuckle Sandwich seems to be focusing on Mouse, Frank's little helper, as Frank tries to do some dumpster action.
Frank has never looked more mobile, Sam. This is a weird, it reminds me of like doing the body worm.
Yeah,
you know?
I was gonna say, it's kind of an inchy squinchy drivetrain.
And you can see it coming, it's slow, but you can't get out of its way because you can't stop staring at it.
Inchy squinchy.
Oh. All right, no, Frank off that corner there. Taking some hits to the undercarriage, but that never stopped it before.
No, and I love this perspective. Oh, I thought I saw flames, but it was just Frank's hazard light.
When those hazard lights go off, you know that there is danger of ruin. Frank in a precarious position here, but inching along nonetheless.
Seems like Knuckle Sandwich has gotten bored with Mouse as he's inverted over there in the pink corner and focused his attention on poor sweet Frank.
Oh no, it's like when a bug is flipped over and it is just fighting for its life.
Oh.
Frank, I believe in you. Just flip over. You got this.
I like that it has a hole in the bottom
Yeah.
for parts to leak out of. Oh no, seeing some leg damage on the right-hand side of Frank. Luckily, both googly eyes are still intact.
And that hazard light is literally hanging on by a thread.
a shift to the geometry and legs walking mechanism, but it's still inching along.
Frank persevering despite all of the circumstances. There is a lot of fight in this weird construction worker man bot.
Yes, construction worker man bot, I believe, is the archetype.
You know, some robots are spinners, some are flippers, and some are...
Knockout.
Construction worker man bots.
That is a knockout for the construction worker man bot, Frank, who, valiant effort, I have to say.
Yeah, he definitely did some stuff in that fight. Some stuff.
He did something. He wiggled a lot. He inched. Oh, Sam, look at that. I don't even know where that flipper is connected anymore. No, it's there. It's just
there.
blocking his eyesight. See, that's the problem. He couldn't see what was going on in the fight because of the... It's like when you grow out bangs
That
and they
makes
get a
so
little
much
too
sense.
long.
And Lindsay, hello, by the way.
Oh, hi, Sam.
So nice to have you up here.
So nice to share the
We
desk
don't
with
get
you.
to sit next to each other at this desk very frequently, do we?
I have to say, I like sitting next to you.
Yeah, it's nice. It's
It's
nice.
good. It's good.
So what's up next, you think? What do we got going on?
Ooh,
A bunch more 3-pounder fights?
If I had to guess, we're going to see some 3-pounders. We're going to see some 12-pounders.
Yeah.
And then at some point, we're going to see some 30-pounders.
That's so
If I had to,
awesome.
like,
I love those
guess.
things.
Yeah.
But for now, let's head to cage 2, where we've got Mako and Rado.
Sam, it is no secret that I love hammer saws. I love overhead attack weapons, and Mako makes my heart sing. I love what Julian has been doing with Mako. I feel like it's getting better every time.
4, 3,
And
2,
I'm intrigued by Rado. It looks like they're not running a belt
Robots
for their
fight.
weapon system, but a gear.
Oh, that's interesting.
And it looks like a printed gear. Right in with Mako's saw. You can see that slit. Right in again.
Oh, Sam!
So deep.
That has to have, I mean, suddenly that robot is quiet. I see that going, whoa!
Right at the gear system.
Not afraid!
it.
Damn!
Mako.
If 2023 was the year of the horizontals, can we be so bold as to say 2024 could be the year of the hammer saw?
Could this tournament be the year of the overhead? Like, there's so many in this one. Mako is brutal, though.
Those cuts were so clean, and I think sometimes the issue we see with robots like that is they can make the initial cut, but then they can't get their blade out. But it was like butter.
And it's not like slowly sawing in, it's
Yeah.
just instantly in.
Wow.
And so deep. Like, those cuts can cut wires, they can cut into motor cans. They do damage.
I would love to see kind of under the hood what damage happened with that hit, because it seemed like as soon as that happened and he got that clean cut in the side, the weapon went down. I don't know if it affected drive, but like something happened there, and that opened the door for Julian to get that really nice like weapon on weapon hit. That was
beautiful.
remarkable.
Textbook.
Yeah, you couldn't hope for a better match if you're a hammer saw.
I really like that weapon lock for Mako as well, the whole saw cover.
Yeah,
Cool stuff.
that was exciting.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen like a proper Mako fight in a minute, and I'm impressed. I'm stoked.
Yeah.
I like that robot.
I just love seeing people take a design that is like has been tried, has been tested, but maybe not the most popular.
Yeah.
And picking it up and taking it and running with it and showing like, hey, you know what? This could be the meta.
And the overhead saw in particular really got overshadowed by the hammer saw.
Right.
And Mako is really the only one bringing it back, and it's super effective for them.
I loved it.
Pretty
I
cool.
loved it. That was really cool.
And plus, I like sharks, so you know.
Yeah. Just don't tell that to Chris because he's deathly afraid.
Of sharks?
of sharks.
But they live in the ocean.
But you never know when they jump out. I don't know. Don't ask me.
Okay, I can peek into cage 1 where I see Chicken and I see Warhard XL.
Sam, this is a big one.
Okay, but for this one, we're going to toss it to our new play-by-play booth where we have Adam and Luke ready to call this fight.
Take it away, guys.
All right, now I want to give you a little bit of context for this highly anticipated 30-pound fight. These are both combat robotics veterans in Hal Rucker and Chicken here in white. You can see that kind of Chicken's cowl like on the top, and Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL. Now, these are both two brand new robots. This is their first time in real combat. You saw this larger Warhard in competition earlier this year. However, Jonathan had some challenges with his motors and he had to forfeit both fights. This is a robot that's entered with an 0-2 record, technically, but I think that this is a dark horse to watch to go very deep in the competition here today. Now, over in the pink corner, we've got Hal Rucker with this very interesting overhead bar spinner. It's got a lot of reach. It's a thin blade, and it is sitting pretty high on the robot. And most interestingly, there's a suction system that's going to keep the robot sucked to the floor. So Adam, your thoughts?
It's super cool. I mean, who hasn't wanted to see a fan bot in combat robotics and just suck itself to the floor? It's, you know, the old school F1 you know, fan car type thing, and so that's going to be really exciting to see. I've also just been so hyped for Warhard XXL. I really wanted to see them in that last event, so to see it seemingly working in the lead up here is going to be great. An interesting thing here is the mini bots are both below the level of the blade, so we'll see how that plays out.
Robots fight.
Now, last night, Jonathan told me he's going to sit back and wait for Chicken to fully spin up and then slowly approach his opponent and try and catch. There he goes, tacoing that weapon blade. Chicken's weapon blade is askew, Adam.
I don't think the suction was working well enough to hold it to the ground on that flip. You can actually see the entire mechanism here, though. Really cool to see how that would have worked, but what a hit from Warhard.
Now, yeah, like the thinness of this weapon blade may have been its downfall. I know that Jonathan Juarez was telling me he just wants to catch like a corner of that, the furthest edge of that, and really stay away from the body. And you can see Hal Rucker and Chicken here just desperately trying to get back onto its feet.
Yeah, I imagine that Hal was hoping the blade might bend.
Here we go. Chicken's back on its feet.
And come back, you know, a little flex, but it didn't come back.
Warhard XXL tries to taco the other end of this weapon blade. Wow, and it's still spinning, Adam!
Oh!
Wow, this trademark Hal Rucker toughness in this robot.
The durability is unmatched.
Wow.
They didn't need that wheel anyway.
The really tough thing about like a overhead bar spinner like this is it needs to be symmetrical.
Oh, they're down to one wheel now on Chicken. Warhard is trying to get every one of them.
Wow, 90 seconds left here in this fight. There's way too much time. I think your winner here is Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL.
There was a tremendous moment there where Chicken hit Warhard's mini-bot into Warhard's drum. And I thought for a second Hal was coming back, but Warhard's going to take this.
Now, Hal Rucker has a second robot up there, fully built, fully ready to go. This one, I don't know if it can be saved.
You know, I think most of the robot's still good. You know, you lost some wheels, you lost a blade, but it was operating at the end, and I think you put a new blade on there, you put some new wheels on there, and that'll be right back in the arena. It doesn't look, the chassis doesn't look tacoed, and that's the important part.
Now, we have a duck, a 250-pound duck here in the Bot Museum, and duck is really famous as being like a billet, like cut out body. This is billet UHMW. So literally like cutting the pockets in this whole thing and sending it out to get cut overseas, coming back, and it just looks gorgeous. There is a spot for every single component inside of Chicken.
Hal is one of those builders who does all the things that people talk about.
Yeah.
You know, billet, UHMW frame, suction.
Yeah.
You know, he just takes it and runs with it, and they're so well made. You know, it's one of those things that the closer you look at his robots, the more impressed you are. Interesting that he's using billet UHMW because Warhard XXL is also using UHMW frame rails.
Yeah.
So it's you know, an evolution of plastic here, no longer just being used, you know, as armor. Oh, hey, there we are.
There we go. Yeah. This play-by-play booth is gorgeous. Oh, wow, look, it's party mode. I think that this is like for a fire or like an explosion, you know?
Well,
we go to party mode, you know?
I think they have like a discotheque kind of like opera-ski rave vibe going here on non-fight weekends.
Play-by-play booth is gorgeous, and yeah, it is amazing to see all of these camera angles here, and we are going to go back to the desk.
Yeah, Adam's right. We definitely do secret raves here. You can check them out on Resident Advisor. But that fight.
That was really something else. I know that Hal going into this match was really nervous. He was confident in his design, but he said he had never hit anything before, and he didn't know how that was going to work out. I don't know that he was as concerned for his suction process, and I don't know. I'd love to learn a little bit more about how that did or didn't pan out the way he expected.
I mean, when you run a overhead horizontal like that, vertical spinners are a nightmare.
Yeah.
For just that reason. You saw the bent bar.
Yeah.
I don't think suction would matter with Warhard. You heard it rev up.
I felt it in my very soul.
It's gonna be so brutal today. I am excited to see how deep it goes into this tournament, and I want to see some really gnarly hits from that thing because it sounds brutal. That beater bar on that thing is massive. I'm excited for it.
I think if he has worked out all of the previous gremlins from previous matches, like, he could be unstoppable today.
All right, let's head to Cage 2. Who do we have in Cage 2? Not Sure versus Silver Wind. So it looks like a touch of a mirror match, a couple of black and white robots with beater bars.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, but some swerve drive
I love to see swerve drive.
on Silver Wind.
Not Sure, really bringing it to them, not afraid of that unconventional movement. And the elusive getting around to the back of the robot.
But there you get a close-up view of the swerve drive.
Wow.
So each wheel can independently rotate around radially and axially.
How sweet of them to flip their robot over so we can take a better look at the drive.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
unfortunate that they got KO'd there because it'd be nice to actually see it spinning around, but tough. Swerve drive is tough in fighting robots. It's added complexity, and the benefits versus the complexity, I think the balance isn't quite there yet.
Yeah.
But, Lindsay, like, it used to be that way with shufflers, and
yeah.
a lot of designs just take time, and we're seeing more and more swerve.
And we've seen with shufflers, people are almost like, oh, it's OP at this point. Like, you do shuffle drive, like, you get an unfair advantage, like, but what you said is, like, it wasn't always like that, and it actually takes a lot of skill to get it done correctly, and it took a lot of iterations to get there, and I can see the same happening for swerve drive.
Potentially.
Maybe.
The incentive is definitely there for
Yeah.
shuffle drive because it gets you that non-traditional locomotion bonus for weight. Swerve drive doesn't do that, so the benefits you're getting from swerve drive is the mobility. But how, I don't know. I just don't think it's there.
I'd love to see people keep iterating on it, though. Maybe it can get there. Did you catch the Arya Bravo match earlier?
I did.
Another robot with swerve drive?
And it didn't really convince me about swerve drive just yet. And neither have Aaron Hill's swerve drive robots like Sweep. I'm low on swerve drive, unfortunately.
Ooh. All right. Not a hot take, but You're still going on record. We have you now on camera saying that. So.
Yeah. So when one wins in December, we can play this clip, I guess.
we were talking to Jay Lee, the builder of Arya Bravo, about their build, about why go with Swerve Drive, why go with like a mecha style robot, and they were really saying like there are so many problems that wheels solve.
Yeah.
By just simply having wheels, it eliminates a whole host of problems.
And so,
and it makes sense why
yeah,
people
and
do
when
it.
you eliminate all those problems by adding wheels, you have to add in new problems by doing Swerve Drive.
Right. I mean, I appreciate people wanting that extra challenge and that extra layer of difficulty. That's what makes this sport really fun to watch.
Yeah.
But I can understand why people would choose wheels.
Me too. All right, Lindsay, let's head over to cage 5 and see what we got going on over there. Ooh, is that Repeater in the pinks? Oh, it definitely is. I see Peter Garnache sitting down. So Repeater is the pink corner. That's the multi-bot. Up against, in the blue corner, we have
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
This is the multi-bot here in red and blue, facing off against purple and black Bagheera. Bagheera is a true rookie. This is their first competition, first robot, first build. They're having a pretty educational first fight.
I gotta say, I am extremely impressed with Bagheera's durability in this fight for a true rookie first fight ever. Wild that they're still moving after these hits from Repeater.
Now, Ryan Liu, the builder of Repeater, qualified for the championship all the way back in January. So he is here from Texas trying to get some driving practice in.
He is not letting up. I think Bagheera may now be dead.
Stop, he's already dead. Wow. Bagheera is shredded.
Tap out.
Wow. Like sometimes you can get tunnel vision and you forget the tap out button exists, you know?
Well, you think maybe it'll come back to life. Maybe this hit will knock whatever was loose back together, but I still think that was impressive durability for our first fight ever to come out and last that long against those types of hits from a top tier bot that's already qualified for the championships. Quite a performance by Bagheera, and I think we'll see a lot more to come from that builder. That was impressive.
Bagheera here run today by Jenny Hoos from Richland Town, Pennsylvania, and Crafty Cat Combat. And yeah, very cool custom build for your first time out.
And Repeater, I think, might have a chance to take the overall victory after a performance like that, coming out unscathed. Pretty impressive, and I think we're going to toss it back to the desk.
Well, Lindsay, over here at the desk, I don't know if they even needed both Repeaters for that fight.
I think one would have sufficed, which is not something you can say about most multi-bots. I was talking to Ryan in the pits last night, and I was like, you were here already this year. You've qualified. Did you change anything, or are you just, what have you done? And he said, oh, yeah, this is a completely new robot. He took a look at the design and said, where can I shed weight wherever possible?
Yeah.
So that was, their goal was how to get it down as much as possible. And it turns out he actually had extra weight left over through all of that and said, I see some overhead cutters in my bracket.
Yep.
He ordered some top plate armor, came in time, and now he's just good to go for whatever comes his way.
Good to go. All right, let's head over to cage 1, where we have looks like we have questionable choices in the pink corner and Downpour in the blue corner. That's Ariel from Team Pandemonium on Downpour in the blue corner.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right off the bat, upside down for questionable choices.
It's always really exciting to see the designs that Ariel brings. Wow, that was a flight across the arena.
And it looks like that deadly kick plate is high-centered Downpour. Questionable choices doing their best to knock them off via blade.
Ooh, that is not a position you want to be in. Just hoping and praying at this point the house bot can unstick you, but there's only so much they can do.
The best Floop has done it at unstick today.
Oh,
look at that.
There we go.
All right, Downpour back and spinning. I see a belt on the ground. I'm not quite sure where that came from yet, but these weapons are a touch quieter.
Yeah, and I don't see that weapon spun up on questionable choices, so that is possible where that belt came from. And the mini-bot on Downpour really putting in some work right there.
Doing what mini-bots do. Downpour has questionable choices teed up. Let's see a bigger hit.
Yeah. Punted that across the
right
arena.
into the thing. They've already gotten unstick.
I'm already seeing Team
Oh,
Pandemonium celebrate on the sideline. All right, now both bots have received.
Okay, there we go. Yo!
Both bots have now received their unstick.
Tap out.
Wow. That bot is not wanting to move off of
Yeah,
Floop's
Floop just
head.
bring it back to the door.
Discarded from the top of that house bot. So we've got a win, another win for Team Pandemonium and this new robot from Ariel. Very exciting.
And this match was pretty good for NHRL Bingo.
Oh.
We had a double unstick.
Yeah.
We had a hat. I think we had the thing for a brief moment.
We did have yeah, this is like gonna get you a lot of check marks on that bingo card. And do you think like floppy, long-fingered mini bots are on the bingo card?
Yeah,
It's
that's
like
the free square in the middle.
yeah. Good point. I like that. We're seeing a lot of them in this competition.
Yeah. For now, let's head over to Cage 6, where we've got a couple of 3-pounders in the mix. And we are hopping there now.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
I know William Marchese is back with Sea Dragon's Roar, and he really wants to show the world what this robot is capable of.
He's going up against Short Fuse, which looks like a very classic beater bar bot.
Yeah, it's a new robot all the way from Nashua, New Hampshire, driven by Hayter Iqbal. So, way to go. Exciting to see new people in the sport, and got a great hit there on Sea Dragon's Roar.
Very cool. That revealed the pivot for the weapon pod in Sea Dragon's Roar. An interesting feature that they have. Allows the weapon to work whether the robot is upside down or right side up. In a manner similar to Hurricane.
Yeah. It is quite effective in most cases. Oh, I was afraid that maybe one of Sea Dragon Roar's forks got caught there, but he was able to free himself. And for the first ever competition for Short Fuse, who was a true rookie, really hanging in there with a well-regarded robot.
Yeah, dishing out a hit or two, taking a hit or two. We know it can be one and done, so surviving this long, a great showing for a rookie.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen more than a couple one-hit KOs so far today, so being able to avoid that is a win in and of itself, and I think that Short Fuse might have a claim to win this match if it keeps up this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Ricky. No, Sam.
It's
Now
okay.
I'm, like,
It's
double.
okay. I know that you're so upset about your announcer curse, just destroying poor sweet Short Fuse that.
Damn, what have I done?
Oh no.
Short Fuse was looking really neck and neck with Sea Dragon's Roar.
It has to be some sort of electrical issue, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're twitching. Maybe they're just out of battery.
Oh boy. Sea Dragon's Roar, still mobile, looks to have some issues of their own, but getting the KO there. I'm sorry I called you Ricky. I was just
I
so
don't mind.
shocked.
Ricky's cool. He has a nice shirt on every once in a while. Cool job.
Worse
you know.
people to be confused with, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a tough one for Short Fuse. They were doing really well, holding it together at the beginning. I wonder what it was.
Hopefully an easy issue to diagnose once they get that back in the pits. And if it was just a simple battery issue, it seems like something that they could easily take care of for the next match. And I'm excited to see where they go because that was a good showing.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good showing for them for their first go of it. What's all this?
Did you pack your lunch? Are you hungry?
Oh, I did not pack my lunch. I just have a thermos full of coffee. But that's lunch, you know. We've got some of our Transformers
take a
1
look
gear here, which is being given out on site.
Really?
Yeah, we've got a booth set up over there, and
now it appears that this is advertising a very exciting movie, now in theaters and coming out, I think, more around the country, Transformers 1.
yeah. But speaking of one,
Oh,
let's go to Cage
Oh,
1.
let's go to
where we've
Cage
got
1.
some fighting robots.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Okay, Yamnal and Avalanche, and right off the bat.
okay, things are flying here at incredible speed. Can't keep track of it all.
All right, so Yamnal currently upside down, and now back right side up, hitting every robot in the cage.
Wow. Huge flight across a very large arena.
Yamnal so stable on those hits.
Chris Rummel has fought so many times here at NHRL. His experience is really showing. He took a big hit in the beginning and now just keeps dishing them out.
That one sent parts flying. Yamnal still spinning. I can't quite tell if Avalanche's drum is going, but I believe it is. Yes, with that gyro, they're definitely spinning.
Wow. Avalanche here, driven by Micah Ferris, who has competed in 5 events at NHRL. This is its last event before he goes to a complete redesign of the robot. I mean, it's holding its own here. Oh, Sam!
I think he's wobbling out of there. He's getting out on his own.
Will Avalanche give him the opportunity? There we go. This is a brawl.
Uh-oh, I'm seeing some right side drive issues out of Yamnal. And Avalanche is still going strong, with the exception of just gyroing upside down on any little turn, it seems like. But at least it can drive straight.
Avalanche just really not afraid to hit Yamnal's face with his face over and over and over, even if he doesn't get the better of the exchange each time. That seems like it is more or less his strategy.
Well, he's surviving, he's tanking those hits, no problem. So Yamnal isn't. That's a good strategy.
Trying to get around to the back, but protecting that rear.
Yamnal reduced to crab walking now with one drive side down.
I see 2 wheels scattered across the arena. I love seeing wheels fly.
Looks like they still have some gear motors attached to them.
Oh! And that's the match. That is going to the judges.
Oh, I wouldn't want to be a judge. That's tough.
Some days the judges have an easy job, and some days they really have to work for their money. And there have been a number of matches today where I would not want to be sitting in their place.
So damage from this match, I would have to give it to Avalanche.
I would, yeah.
With that drive side going down on Yabnol.
Yeah, it was really Yabnol's game for a while until those wheels went. And it was then hard, I think, to get that control.
Yeah, with the twitchiness, with the gyroscopic dancing from Avalanche, I think it might be hard for them to get control points.
True.
Because that was happening consistently throughout the match, where Yabnol's issue was exposed later on.
Right. If it was me, I would rather, I think I'd want to be Yabnol in this situation to be able to demonstrate that, you know, the robot was working better for a longer duration.
Yeah.
But
there's like a lasting impression element to it as well, though.
You don't want to end the match twitching and you know, being sent across the arena by your opponent, which is basically what we saw there.
But that's definitely a tough one to call.
Yeah.
I do not envy the judges.
No. But you know who I envy? Us, because we have this really cool swag from the Transformers 1 movie. Oh boy. All right, Sam, do you need a pencil case?
Yes, actually I do. To hold pencils.
That's a nice pencil case, I have to say. Are there other things that you could hold in here in case you only need a couple pencils?
Yeah, I bet Yabnol could hold a drive motor with a wheel still attached to it. Let's see. I'm sure some people could put some like side panels in there.
A screwdriver?
Maybe a slitted out top plate from a Mako fight.
And you know what? For anything sharper, you leave that to the metal lunchbox, because that's not going to poke through. It's going to be very safe and secure in here, and no one's going to touch it because it's got transformers on the front, and that's going to scare them off.
Yeah, who knows what it could turn into. This
is a lunchbox here right now. Watch it transform. I can't guarantee that we're all going to be safe.
I think I could transform this into like a bowl of spaghetti.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, I just need some spaghetti to put in it and then
I'm pretty hungry. That
roll
sounds
out.
Good. That sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that, Sam. And yeah, I know you love your coffee.
I do.
Look at this. Look at this. Let's take a good look here. It's some people like Stanley mugs, Stanley cups. I prefer Transformer 1.
Because you can also put spaghetti in this.
Yeah. Or sometimes you have spaghetti and not enough sauce. You got to keep the sauce hot. You put it in here.
Sauce in there.
Yeah.
Pasta in here.
Yep.
Extra
cheese.
Spaghetti. Okay, cheese. All right, do we have any robot fights? How's it going? Let's go to cage 2. We've got some 3-pounders. I see Smee and their opponent, who is Horizontal Spinner.
It is so refreshing, so exciting, invigorating even to see Joe Fabiani back at NHRL with a robot that has fought for many, many, many years here in Smee.
And his shirt seems pretty refreshing as well.
It has great movement to it.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous.
He is a style icon.
Okay, so who do we have here in the blue corner? I do not recognize this bot. All right, it's too hot to bot, but you're going to hear about this fight from the fellers in the play-by-play booth.
We are back in the booth. And I've got a new partner here.
5, 4.
You might know me as
3,
Chris.
2.
But you might also know me as Adam's assistant.
Fight.
Whoa! Wow, Smee out of the gate fast. This new version of Smee is very, very fast. And it might be too hot to handle for Too Hot to Bot, but...
Joe Fabiani not playing around right now.
No, I think Joe's a little annoyed coming out of that loss earlier today, and he wants to show he's still got it.
In a match of rock, paper, scissors, this is actually one that benefits his really wide and low profile, because you have kind of this mid-cutter that looks like it's seated right at, kind of the top of his bot.
Yeah, it seems like he's just going right under that blade, and Too Hot to Bot can't really do anything about it.
Too Hot to Bot does look like it may be clipped off of one of Smee's wheels. I can't tell which side it's off of.
It does seem like the back right tread has come off of one of the wheels. Yeah, you can see it rolling there. Or maybe well, it looks like two actually. Front left and back right are both missing treads. So
yeah.
It does seem like the wheels are just tall enough to be caught by that blade when the blade goes off kilter a little bit. You can see as Smee pushes him, the blade isn't parallel. So
clever design where, you kind of have that redundancy built into the wheel itself. You lose part of it, but it still has enough purchase to still move you around the box. And Smee still looks very, very agile.
Very dominant here. I mean, it doesn't seem to be having any effect on the function of the robot like you're saying. So that'll be damage, but not a lot. And Too Hot to Bot has to do more. Of course, when you are a control bot facing off against a big spinner, it only takes one hit to completely change the fight.
Now, I hear in Smee that kind of mosquito coil clicking. That's his igniter, right?
Yeah, Smee was having problems igniting earlier today as well. It seems like he's almost reliant on sparks in the arena at this point, and that's always the trick with these flamethrowers. You'll see him spitting gas out, but can you get it to reliably ignite? That's the difference between a really great flamethrower and an okay flamethrower. Smee doesn't seem to have had that dialed in yet, but great control even without the flames. Oh, you could see it for a second.
Impressive, the long, wide fork configuration is able to get Too Hot to Bot up off the floor without even necessarily pinning it against the wall, just kind of having it hover there mid-air.
Yeah, the prawns today in this fight working much better than earlier. This is a really great fight for Smee. This is the matchup that Joe wants to come out and have, and he's really nailing it with this with the control he's showing. I think he would have preferred also having the flames, but I think this is his fight right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because we see more damage on Smee than we do on Too Hot to Bot. Oh, look, we see a working weapon. There we go.
Look at that speed.
Joe showing off a little maneuverability there at the end to maybe impress the judges.
Hey, you could just turn this into a melty.
I just don't know if Too Hot to Bot really racked up enough control or aggression to really influence the outcome of this. We'll have to just kind of stay tuned to see what the judges think.
Yeah. Good fight overall. I mean, both bots made it to the bell, but Joe just demonstrating fabulous control and aggression there, not giving anything to Too Hot to Bot and Larry Carmen, and they just couldn't do anything with their blade being just a little bit too high to get much purchase. You can see the function checks at the end there. Too Hot to Bot showing it can still spin up. It is having some drive issues. So I actually think that might mean Smee gets the damage points as well.
That's interesting.
On function, so.
Yeah, it looks like that left side drive might be even a little bit of askew, but that could be from just, torque on itself. Who knows?
Sometimes things are always a little askew.
Yeah, well, all my bots are askew. Cool.
And we're gonna toss it back to the desk.
Lindsay, did Smee fling off all of its wheels with that spin at the end?
That spin was so fast that I think just the force threw everything outward. I was getting serious 2019 flashbacks from that match, just seeing Smee being able to get up under its opponent, drive under it, the opponent flies over. That was its bread and butter in 2019 when it was so dominant.
Yeah.
And we saw it here again.
I think it did better that match than it did in its first one, so
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. Let's go to Cage 1 in the meantime. I'm excited for this one, Lindsay. We've got Timber Viper and Nightcrawler.
This is going to be an incredible match from a very kinetic robot and a very grabby robot.
4,
Pete Covert and Nightcrawler
1.
have been doing the drum thing for a very long time. Timber Viper with Kevin Milcheski, just one of the best control bot guys, so this is going to be good.
There's not, Nightcrawler is so small, there's not a whole lot for Timber Viper to be able to grab onto, so it's going to be interesting what his strategy is.
Does Timber Viper gyro like a vert when it's turning at speed?
I would love to see that again. Oh, huge hit there. Wood chunks flying.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler doing a good job of keeping the spinny end pointed at Timber Viper. A deadly kick blade in the 30-pound cage.
Nightcrawler really not afraid of the really strong control capabilities that we're accustomed to seeing here from Timber Viper.
And armor panels are starting to come off the side of Timber Viper. Let's see how that affects the drive on the right-hand side there.
Oh, Sam.
Oh,
Wow.
Lindsay, whenever they rev up, I want it so bad.
Impressive showing there from Pete Covert and Nightcrawler against one of the most fearsome robots in this weight class.
Oh, that was a well-timed tap out.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun for Kevin to bring that back into the pits and repair it. I think he can do it. He has Alex
Absolutely.
there on his team, who is no stranger to, quick work in the pits. But man,
Gentlemen all around.
and we see here Chad New, giant pumpkin farmer.
Oh, I've been following that progress. It's a cool. There's a lot of technique involved. It's pretty much just like fighting robots, but with gourds.
I think at the end of the season, when you weigh in the pumpkin, it has its final weight. What do you do with it after that? I think that you should just dismantle it via robot.
Yeah, they've got enough robots over there to do it, but let's see some robots dismantle stuff in Cage 2.
Let's do it.
All right, we are heading over to the play-by-play booth for this one. What's up, guys?
Hey. All right, load here in Cage 2. Half-Life. And was
Try harder.
and Try Harder. Oh, that's right.
It's a funky looking shape here.
Oh, interesting. Do those roll? Wow. Okay, so it has it's a two-wheel drive, but there are like tumbler wheels that come out of the side armor package
Are
that
those-
allow it to strafe.
Are those wheels or are those?
Yeah, look how they move.
Are they moving?
I would
5,
I'd bet the
4,
farm on it, Adam.
3,
Oh.
2,
The giant pumpkin farm?
1.
Fight,
wish I had.
robots, fight.
See, you see how they kind of I don't know if they just articulate or if they're rolling.
Well, they're trying real hard
Trying
to do something,
right, yeah.
and Half-Life is not letting them.
No. Yeah.
Half-Life here, using the lifter, just controlling this fight so far. Try harder with a vert that's having a hard time getting any bites. It's funny to look at the physics of this Try Harder robot are very interesting. The way it skitters about with that disc spun up to speed.
It is one of the weirder bots I've seen today, and that speaks volumes considering what I've seen in the pits. And then, of course, Half-Life is kind of a tried and true design, but
Yeah, classic lifter bot here, just getting under and controlling this fight. And, similar to the fight with Smee being lower than the horizontal, Try Harder here, they're Blade is having a real hard time getting a bite on Half-Life due to some of the geometry at play here.
Oh,
And
I see
there's
a belt. Oh, but maybe, does it have 2 belts? Well, it did. It did.
Is
At
there
one
another
point.
belt?
It did at
There's
one
a belt on the floor, and there's a belt hanging off.
There's a chance
still
that
attached.
Tryharder has 3 belts, and that's where it comes from, instead of all of the triangles that actually make up the composition of the bot.
I'm gonna start like taping belts onto the bottom of my robot that can just fall off during the fight, just to distract the announcers.
There you go. That'd be brilliant.
There's a belt. Oh, everything's still working. In this case, it doesn't seem like everything's still working.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
We're
the match
paused.
has been paused.
Ah, I wonder what has happened. Has something perhaps been entangled or ensnared that would require...
Oh, are they saying that that belt is ensnared?
Oh, the house bot is not turned on, and someone just called for an unstick. And so there is no house bot that is able to come in and do its little shove.
I thought we used to just say, "Oops," and then then the fight would end. But I guess we're
maybe we're
being nicer now.
We've integrated a new oops rule into the house bots.
Well, it's good that someone might get it. Well, I guess they're not. No one even needs the unstick, but now they can get one if they need it.
Production has confirmed that there is 1 mulligan per house bot. Oh, I kind of dig the blade on Tryharder too. It is 3 different triangles of different. It looks like
it's
like an RGB.
It's definitely a shape that I haven't seen before, and I always like when people come with these new shapes, and it's like similar to a lot of things, but you look at it and you're like, that's a little bit different.
It is reminiscent of like a really old school combat robotics design, like
atomic wedgie
right?
kind of vibe.
Yeah.
But with some changes, it's a little wider at the front, narrower at the back. It's got these curves on the side. It's like a little more dynamic. Fortunately, it's now, oh, there you go. You're going to get that understick.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it would have done the thing if it had had the weapon going, but now we've got a shoving match, and when you have no spinner and the other team has a little lifter at the front.
Okay, I see now how that works, Adam. In Tryharder, so those round like roll bars on the side, they're not powered, but they do roll.
Really?
So when the 2 wheels go in opposite directions or just 1 wheel, it actually rolls on that free wheel.
Weird. Well,
only on one side, though. You see? Do you see a move?
I don't know. I'm not seeing it, but I believe you.
Maybe I'm seeing things.
I trust you.
Maybe I'm trying too hard.
It looks cool. I don't know. I wanted it to work better, but
Well, I think that this is one of those kind of designs that you have to try and try again.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a good fight if you like control bots, because they came out and they did what they needed to do. They took out the weapon.
Yeah.
They got the pins. They pulled back. They went in. They executed. And that's what you're looking to do. You build a lifter, that's what you're looking to do. And they went out and...
I mean, your goal is to get to a 3-minute match, because in most cases, you get to that 3 minutes, you've shown the judges that not only you held up that entire match, it's very likely that you've also racked up those pins. You were still maneuverable, because if you're just a lifter and at any point you are no longer mobile, you are like a supreme sitting duck. You can't even sit behind a weapon at that point. You know?
And so Half-Life has to feel good coming out of that. Not much damage, showing off the control, feeling good coming into the next fight. You just get to relax and wait for it to come up. On the other hand, Tryharder has some work to do, not only to repair it, but is there any way they can they can fix what happened there. I mean, why are they losing belts in this fight? That's something they're going to need to fix if they want to start winning fights.
You gotta admit though, that bot, that triangle bot is a cute. It's a cute one. I think we should throw it back to the desk before I start going on.
You're just being
Punderdome.
obtuse. Yeah.
Ah, yes, thank you.
Well, Scalene.
Right.
Yo, that one makes way more sense. That's pretty cool, like a passive off-axis drive system, kind
Who
of.
even thinks of that?
Our amazing builders.
I'm impressed. I'd love to see it again. Like they said, I'd love to see it work a little better next time. But, I mean, this stuff takes iteration. It takes time. And I'm excited to see what they come up with next.
Yeah, it's kind of cool when people have these concepts that aren't necessarily super competitive,
Yeah.
but then they try really hard and they iterate again and again and get them just to the edge of competitiveness. That's the sweet spot.
I mean, for the longest time, I think flamethrowers were considered, weapon in name only. They were just there for show.
Yeah.
They didn't really do anything. And we have proven that to be completely wrong now because people iterated so many times and figured out how to make the flame hotter, how to make the flame reach farther.
Yeah.
And now I think it's some of the most fearsome robots we have. So.
Absolutely. All right. Cage 2. Cookie Crumbler and Cheese Grater. We got a food theme going in here.
I love Kate Oyster and Cookie Crumbler. She has been competing at so many competitions and it's kind of flown under the radar, but she has been competing in robot combat for years and years and years at this point alongside her family. And I really think her robots are very exciting. Cookie Crumbler is a lot of fun to watch.
And I like the holes on the top of Cheese Grater.
Yep.
That's definitely for aesthetics and matching their theme and not because they were a touch overweight.
They're speed holes.
Yeah. It's a Doryllium sort of style.
Now, Cheese Grater is driven by June Choi, and he's a true rookie. So love
We love
to
our
see
true
it.
rookies.
Fight, robots, fight.
Took his first hit well. Still spinning.
Whoa!
Touch of a dodge there.
Punting that around, I think part of
Kate just stone face.
that is not how that bot entered this match.
They called for an unstick, so Brad's just
Oh.
sauntering in.
Tap out.
I've never seen a top
Yeah.
plate end up like that. It's like someone threw like a ninja star into it and it just stuck on top.
I bet it sheared the heads off of just about every bolt, but maybe one, and that bolt bent. I don't know. That's wild
Wow.
style.
There's so much power in Cookie Crumbler. Don't be fooled by the cookie aesthetic.
Yeah. Kind of a beast.
Yeah.
I wonder if they could have still fought. I saw them driving a little bit after the tap out, but
I mean, it's not like Cookie Crumbler would. They'd have a hard time getting to the internals, I think. So they could have maybe kept it going, but I understand, like, this is your first competition. You're a true rookie. You might not want to take your bot in a million pieces
Oh,
up into
yeah,
the
no.
pits.
Definitely
And,
not.
Yeah, just salvage what you can. Even if you end up taking the loss, it might help you in the long run.
absolutely. It'll at least save you some money. Cool robot, though. I like that they named it Cheese Grater, and I hope that it had a different name until they were overweight, and then they drilled a bunch of holes in the top and then renamed it. So that's my vision for this one.
Now, my vision for Cheese Grater,
Yeah?
or any cheese-themed robot, get the fans involved a little bit.
Okay.
You know, some people hand out, little flags that you can wave.
Mm-hmm.
Some people hand out banners. How about hand out some cheese?
Yeah, just toss out some baby
Toss out that
bells, some
cheese.
string cheese, shake some Parmesan everywhere.
Yeah. Wouldn't you not be the immediate fan favorite if you supplied cheese to the audience?
You'd be an immediate Sam favorite, if nothing else.
And, you know, for our lactose intolerant and vegan friends, maybe bring some Daya?
Some cookie crumbles,
Yeah,
perhaps?
yeah. I love it.
All right, I think we've got some bigger bots loading up into Cage 1 that we're going to see in just a moment. It looks like I see Pandemonium jerseys. All right, there's Donald Sung and I believe Torrent. And is that Creature?
Ooh, look at those eyes. Exciting to see Donald Sung back with Torrent. Torrent had a great year last year.
This one's going to be good.
Yeah.
I'm excited. But guys in the booth, what do you have to say?
So we'll see if they can take home a victory here today. It's going up against Creature. Creature is a lifter from Matt Nolan. 12-pound fight. Drum versus lifter. What do you think?
Well, that is. Oh, I see. I love that kind of lifter design. You know, it kind of reminds me of. I think there's a 3-pounder that kind of has that Dracula kind of shape to it. It's like a kind of like a wedge collar. It can like not only lift and control, but it also corrals, which is kind of neat. I don't know how that is going to really benefit them a lot with a very powerful drum in their face.
Yeah.
So I think it's really going to be,
Fight.
are they able to
Robots
get the
fight.
ground game
Yeah.
in their favor early on?
Well, I think also what they have in their favor is they're on theme today because the eyes on the front remind me of B-Scores a little bit.
Ah,
But it does seem right off the bat they're taking a pounding here. I haven't seen any drive since the start, and I think this is going to go Torrent's way.
wow. That was a tap out at the same moment.
Yeah, no,
as Impact.
You can't expect anyone to react that
Yeah,
quickly.
no, it's the lights change, but like if you're already thumbs on the sticks,
Yeah.
going full send, you really can't. You can't back that off in time.
Yeah.
But wow, that was a huge hit on the back of Creature.
Yeah.
Smart.
Torrent came out and just it was their fight from the beginning. Creature had no answer to Torrent's weapon. Creature comes out. They have a lot of different armor configurations, and
Yeah.
I don't know if they picked the wrong one. I don't know if they had something better, but it didn't work.
It seemed like they came out and they gave it one shot. Like,
Yeah.
we're going to see if we can scoop them in the front. They went head to head. It did not work out. And so it's just like, you know what? We're playing rock, paper, scissors right now, but I'm going to throw forks and you're going to throw a rock every time. Like, let's just call this off.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll live to fight another day.
You can see a side panel sitting down there in
Yeah.
the pink corner that's come off. It was just brutal. I mean, every impact was basically a full force fight from the drum of Torrent against the armor of Creature, and just no defense. It doesn't seem to me like, I mean, it is, I don't know. It's hard to tell how much repair work they'll have. They'll have to get it up and see what they can do. Maybe they have another chassis upstairs, but that was not the fight Creature wanted to have. I often say it only takes one spinner hit to flip it for a control bot, and there was a lot more than one right off the bat.
Cool. All right. That was some awesome stuff in Cage 1. I guess we'll throw it back to the desk.
Tough one for Creature.
Tough. I'm looking at the profile here of Creature, who's built by Matt Nolan, who has now competed at one event. This is his second. And he says that he's built this robot for speed and durability. And maybe the speed is there, but that hit shows how even when you build for durability, even when that is one of your core tenets, it is really hard to make sure it is durable in the face of something like that.
Absolutely. I don't know if you can build a bot that can tank every hit that another robot can dish out. Like, it's just not enough. Armor's is not there. You can't make weight with the armor you need. You still need a weapon. It's tough. You have to be good at driving. You have to be able to dodge. You have to be able to avoid and maneuver, because there's no such thing as enough armor.
No, not when the speed of the weapon, the power that fits in weight much better than armor does.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at what's going over on cage 5. I hear something special is a brewing. Oh, here we go. We've got Gemini versus Karumba. Karumba is this incredible circle, I believe, melty brain?
Oh, yeah.
Very exposed in the middle.
Yeah, it's kind of got that greatest challenge, greatest danger sort of ring style melty, with some big old knockers on the end.
What?
I guess the pause made it worse. But Gemini, dual weapon system on this one for a rookie bot, pretty cool. It's got the beater bar and the actuated wedge in the front.
I feel like there has been a huge uptick in melties this year. I don't know if the numbers check that out. It just feels like we've seen more, and I'm really excited. I think Project Liftoff kind of paved the way and inspired a lot of people. Then we saw the Greatest Challenge, and it showed people that this is possible. You can have fun with it. You can do it, and I just want to see more.
I do too. I'm excited to see the next evolution in melties. Kind of similar to like Verticalizer changing the Phagomizer style. I'm curious if there's something that can. Team Panic. Ben.
Yeah,
He already did it and brought it here. Okay, we've done it. We've seen the next evolution in melties.
Case closed.
Case closed.
No one iterate any further.
Moving
it's
on.
done.
New weapon system now. Let's go. Pretty cool to see dual weapon systems out of rookies too, though. Yeah, I was trying to think of a new weapon system, but it didn't work out.
Sam, I'm being told that somebody forgot their transmitter.
Yeah, I'm counting, and I see 3 robots, 2 transmitters.
Yeah, and I think it might be Karumba.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
We got a little peek.
It's not up there.
Look at this audience who are sticking with us for all of these incredible matches.
They're hanging out at the Fight Club, Lindsay. So this is like cage 5 to 6, 7, and 8.
Now, are they allowed to fight each other in the Fight Club?
I'm pretty sure that there's no rules, so you can do whatever you want in the Fight Club.
All right, you heard it.
They like that.
Yeah. Oh, I have seen a 3rd transmitter appear.
We've done it, folks.
Someone, some unnamed hero, I'm sure made a very quick run up to the pits upstairs, and I'm sure are out of breath now. Go Bloodfish!
Yeah.
Woo!
All right. Stoked over there.
And go Yankees. Saw that Yankee cap.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. As exciting as this is, watching these robots load up, we are moving to cage 1 to watch different robots load up. We've got Battle Tots and I'm so sorry, Buzzkill. Beautiful. Okay, so Battle Tots is the multi-bot, 2-part equal weights. You can see, oh, beautiful. Thank you for pointing that out. Buzzkill, classic name. Seen it in a bunch of different robots.
Buzzkill being driven and captained here today by Liam King. Liam King, whose parents are here for the first time cheering him on. Oh. Very exciting. Love to see that. And Liam is just always grinding and has done an incredible job with Team Buzz, with Honeycracked.
The Honeycracked team has been so great this year, and they just keep getting better and bringing more and more robots. It's really awesome.
However, there is an update to Liam King. He has now moved to Team Leatherback, so he has put in his time with Honeycrack. This is big breaking news here. And he's going to bring his leadership and a lot of that experience that he's had to the Leatherbacks. And that's really exciting for them.
That is awesome. Quite frankly, I like both those teams equally.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's an exciting move for him, and just great all around for Maryland Combat Robotics.
And so far, you know, Battle Tots is here. They're competing under the Team Pandemonium banner, who has had a really fantastic day so far. We've seen a win now from Torrent. We've seen a win with Ariel's robot, Downpour. So I know that Battle Tots is hoping that they can continue on the good luck.
Absolutely, and we will see in just a moment.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, the first exchange, Buzzkill wins against one half of the Battle Tots, but it's not over. They're not phased. That mini bot for Buzzkill, despite being probably the largest bot in the arena right now, is putting in some work. We see one half of the Battle Tots on their head, still mobile, hoping that they can self-right themselves by ramming into the side there, or maybe getting help from a teammate. There we go. And as quick as they're self-righted, they land back on their head again. Buzzkill just taking its time, picking and choosing its hits, letting its mini-bot do a lot of, you know, the heavy lifting for it. Really trying to hone that technique where your mini-bot, which is a control bot, pins you, and then you come in for the kill. All right, half of Battle Tots appears to have a dead drive. That weapon is powering down. We are now, it's 2 against 1. With Buzzkill fully functional and just one half of the Battle Tots trying to bring it on home for Team Pandemonium here.
Tap out.
And there we go, we have a tap out. Buzzkill lives to see another match. Congrats to Liam King. This is its 5th event. So Buzzkill is, I would say, a veteran robot at this point. And has gone 11-8 in its first 5 events. So certainly no slouch. And the Battle Tots, this is their 3rd event.
Third, you say?
Yeah, Rick, where did you come from, Ricky?
Sam evaporated and I materialized. That's how this works.
Now, I don't know if you saw, but there was a moment, a very pivotal moment in one of the matches where I was so flabbergasted, I started calling Sam Ricky.
Oh.
And now you've appeared.
Yeah,
so.
You manifested me.
Yeah.
So
how are you?
I'm good. It has been a long day. There has been a lot of fire. There's been a lot of explosions. There have been a lot of ridiculous robots that haven't even made their way down into the arenas yet, and we've been working really hard to make sure that they get down here because, honestly, it's some of the robots I'm most excited about this entire year.
Wow.
Yeah, the sights and the sounds, we'll see if they're competitive or not, but just the way they look in the test boxes upstairs has me so excited. So, it's an exhausting day, but the excitement of coming to the desk keeps me going and makes it all worth it.
And I think also just the energy radiating off of your shirt.
Yeah, it's electric. It's, I felt some, I don't know, I looked at this, I felt kind of spark just between me and the shirt.
There's a special connection there.
Yeah, I was feeling very negative, and then I was very positive.
I really love all of these puns,
Ricky. Yeah, plus fashion-wise, I try to stay
Oh,
very
yeah.
current, you know? And I thought there's such
5,
great potential
4,
captured.
3, 2.
Ricky, we're going to go on over to cage
Fight.
6, which will give you
Robots
some time to think
fight.
of more puns.
Give me time to think of choices.
We see here Yes Chef and Chest Pop. Now, Yes Chef is back again and has been here for several years, driven by Alex Pezza. You can see a lot of that wear and tear. Alex is like, yep, this is the same robot I've been fighting with. It's worked before, it's gonna work again. And Chest Pop is here from Kyle Tam. And this is a new showing for him. It's a newer version of a bot that actually fought in 2022, but he redesigned it, and he has a custom steel beam bar. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love seeing the details that go into this type of robot because on the face of it, they have some of the same parts. They're the same, general design, so it all comes down to the little things in the robot that make a big difference. You can see here, let's see. I like in the picture for Chest Pop that they are wearing their minibot as a hat.
Yeah.
It's an important move. But Chest Pop does something really interesting. You can see those white uprights on the front of the
Yeah.
robot. Those are made of UHMW and are a little more prominent than like Yes Chef has some. You can see there's metal on either sides. It changes the dynamics of how these hits happen. And it means these two robots, despite looking very similar, are going to react in very different ways.
That is
And all
really
that-
interesting.
Yeah, all that comes down to driving and preferences and what works for you as a builder. You can see so much of the builder reflected in these little customizations.
And even just in Alex's robot, Yes Chef, letting all of that wear and tear and like vintage look, that it is like seen some,
Little vintage distressed. I think
distressed.
is
Yeah. I mean,
fashion.
to me, I would be intimidated seeing a bot that has been through so much and is now here to take me down. Yes,
This-
Chef.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it seems like Yes Chef is getting the better of a lot of these exchanges, and now I see that weapon on Chest Pop completely
It's popped. It has.
not in the way it was hoping for.
Thankfully, it is still going. It has every chance in the world to make this fight work if enough driving talent is put on display. But with only less than 30 seconds left, going on 20 seconds left, it's not a lot of time. However, look at this. This is a great pin. This is showing immense control.
That is definitely, something that you want to end the match on and let the judges see that you were still in control. You had that ability to pin.
Yeah, it does seem, obviously Alex is a very experienced driver, and that is coming out very much on display. So, considering a lost weapon, it's a pretty good showing, all things considered.
Yeah. So it looks like we'll be going to the judges, but I do think that was a pretty dominant performance.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Certainly, the control aspect probably went in Yes Chef's favor. It just probably wasn't enough to overcome the fact that he lost such a large part of his room.
Yeah.
So-
All right, now let's throw it on over to cage 1, and the lovely boys in the booth will take it on over from there.
Thank you. We've got Rebound versus Paradox here. Paradox is a 12-pounder from Ashley Kissel, Hollywood, Maryland, and Team Honeycracked. Rebound is
5,
from Tom
4,
Gwynn, Boston, Massachusetts,
3,
and MIT.
2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Rebound is the 12-pound precursor to the 250-pound robot Uppercut. You can see the similarity in design here. As Paradox gets around the side, throws him off kilter.
Love this design on Rebound. You have those two wheels seated way in the back, and there is a lot of gyro in the front.
You can just see the power. Now, Paradox's main robot is still stuck in the starting box. It's sort of a gyro walking vert that is doing some gyro, but not doing a lot of walking.
It looks like it needs to see a chiropractor.
It looks like Oh, it almost took out its own mini there. The mini doing all the work, well, the other half of the multi, rather, doing all the work for Paradox. Rebound, I think Rebound should just go for the main bot here. Just take it out. You know, you're going to have to knock out 50% of the mass to win the fight.
I mean, yeah, if they can't demonstrate controlled motion out of the main bot on Paradox just because.
It's like enough. You see, they're moving enough. They're not, you know, there you go.
There you go.
Now it seems like Rebound's weapon, did they slow it down on purpose?
Maybe. Oh boy.
Well,
now you gotta be.
Now you gotta be careful.
Now you gotta be careful, MIT.
This is some good work from the, you know, the smaller of the two robots on Paradox coming out and winning the control match so far. They did get tossed once, but I don't think they're gonna win the fight if they can't get something out of their main bot here, unless they manage to get a knockout.
Oh, nice roofing there. Behind the house bot.
It's still moving. It's still going. It's pretty incredible durability here by that little wedge robot. Half of Paradox able to keep going after multiple big hits from the full force of Rebound's weapon.
Oh,
and Rebound's been dialed in over 6 years now at MIT. You know, been upgraded over time, and to see a smaller robot the size of that Paradox wedge take these hits is impressive. Unfortunately, their main robot, the majority of the weight, is not helping.
It looks like Rebound's weapon now somehow is a little bit off. Like the weight distribution.
Yeah,
it lost one of its handlebars.
It lost part of the handlebar, but it is.
You see, like the wobble of death, kind of when as it's spinning up. It's causing that whole robot to shake. I wonder what's going on there.
That wedge is just still going strong, trying to help out its main robot. That's it. And again, an impressive durability shown in this fight. Just being able to get tossed around like that. I don't think it's going to be enough for Paradox to take that win, but I have to say, you know, if you're sitting there and you're Tom Wen of Rebound, you got to be disappointed in yourself after that.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on there, and you know, props to Paradox for over the course of 3 minutes crossing cage one from one side to the other, despite the fact that there was clearly some kind of mobility issue there in that articulating neck.
It's an interesting fight because I don't quite know how the judges are going to score it. You know, I don't know how you rate the fact that the majority of the weight didn't really do much for Paradox, but when it came out, you had a piece of Rebound sitting on the floor that had broken off. And the maneuverability of Paradox was equal to when it started, and there were no pieces of it on the floor.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the multi-bot was roofed a bunch of times, but it was one of the only bots that could make it to the door by itself. So
this is it's an interesting one. It felt like Rebound took it, but they never took advantage of the opportunity they were given. They're fighting a robot half their size. They've got a slowly moving target, prime for a hit, unable to get a hit on the main part of Paradox, which would have just ended the fight immediately, and all their hits against the smaller half were ineffective. So quite an interesting fight, quite a missed opportunity for Rebound. Even if they come away with the win, they've got to go back to the pits and rethink their strategy and get their head in the game, because they're not going to get far in the tournament if they make it with fights like that. But
we'll see what the judges say, and I'm sure that the desk will give us all a heads up what the result of that was sometime soon. Let's throw it back over to them.
Thanks, guys, so much. Really enjoying the play-by-play desk.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say.
It looks sleek.
It does. It looks really good.
Yeah.
It's very, very slick. I'm excited to get a chance at it later today. Such an upgrade. That's just me talking about enjoying my job. So apologies, folks.
Lucky you, Ricky.
Let's go back to that match. I love Paradox.
Yes.
And I think what I like most is that I get this like Jurassic Park Velociraptor vibe after. Like just this is like head turn kind of
It's unnerving.
like weird raptor noises need to be coming out of that robot.
That's an idea for them.
Yeah, if they can brand that, just a big claw, or raptor, like it's a bird of prey. You could go that direction too. I could see that.
I like that.
But it just has that creepy head tilt, and I really like that.
Yeah, and I don't know if it will win them any points in the judge's decision, but it
We
was.
should fix that. It should be in the rules.
Yeah, you have some influence there, Ricky. I feel
I'll
like.
put my thumb on the thing and say the more unnervingly like an extinct creature your robot is, the farther you're going to go. And maybe that will increases, the chances of Paradox moving on. In the meantime, we're going to go over to Cage 2. We got a great 3-pound fight for you. This is Iceblade.
Oh, wow.
Going up against Silent Spring. Jameson Go is here today. He's trying to get some wins under his belt, but he lost his first match.
I think he entered that match not full firing on all cylinders, and
it seems like that may be the case again. That left side drive on Silent Spring barely moving. Very unlike Jameson to come in on the back foot to a match like this, especially against an opponent like Iceblade. Iceblade no slouch, but frankly, Silent Spring can usually take that robot apart.
yeah, I mean, Silent Spring has been competing for years and years and years. It is a tried and true robot that has been iterated on obsessively to get to the peak performance. So, something weird is going on. I know that Jameson will figure it out, but right now, Iceblade is not really able to capitalize on the opportunity he has.
Jameson was telling me in preparation for this event, he's really glad that his company provides free unlimited coffee now. So I think there may have been a time crunch aspect, and that explains the fact that this isn't the Jameson you usually see, where it's just so dialed in, which is okay. I mean, these events, sometimes that's the way it goes when you're trying new things, and obviously a builder like Jameson has many other things on his plate, as many of us do.
And if Silent Spring is not able to take the win here, it will be eliminated from the rest of this competition. And for October, he actually has quite a high waitlist number.
Right.
So this might be its only opportunity to qualify in 2024.
It's very possible that this is his last shot.
I will say, though, despite the issues that Silent Spring is having, I would say it's about even here with Iceblade.
I would give a little more control to Iceblade at this point. That robot is at least moving clearly where it is intended to move. That said, neither robot has lost a lot of functionality. We're coming down in we're in the last minute of the competition. Neither robot, there it is!
Ricky! That is all Silent Spring needed, was to land one devastating blow.
Lindsay, the weapon on Silent Spring is so hefty, and the entire robot has such weight behind it. One good bit of bite is all it takes, and suddenly you're eviscerated. The Viscera, look, there's the Viscerator.
Viscera is right there.
Yeah, it's right there.
Wow, I feel like both drivers during this match must have been on pins and needles, because for either of them, but I feel like more so for Silent Spring, one massive hit was going to be the deciding factor, and it was a matter of, will that hit happen or will it not? And
yeah,
wow, very devastatingly so.
Well, take a look at Iceblade. There's a good shot here. You can see that little blue vertical piece that's on the spinner. That's the business end of their spinner. It's actually a fairly small, fairly thin piece of metal. So it needs to hit a lot in order to be able to take pieces out of the opponent. It's not one of these hits that is usually going to send your opponent flying.
Yeah.
So it needs to be controlled. It needs to be able to consistently deliver an attack. It got lots of small hits on Silent Spring.
Yeah.
It's just a small hit was never going to, be a KO. On the other hand, it only takes, look at the blade. You get a great overhead view of Jameson's blade. You see how that big piece is jutting off the side, it's painted green. That's the impact. That's the part that gets great bite and smacks into someone and digs deep and just blows them to pieces if it connects, and that's what we saw at the end of this fight.
Just really, really massive there. I mean, I appreciate the approach of having a weapon that will slice you with 1,000 cuts until you die. But you have to be maneuverable. You have to really be in control.
Yeah, and you have to be a talented driver.
Yeah.
Speaking of talented drivers, we have a whole new set for you. We're going to move over to Cage 1, and the boys in the booth will walk you through this fight.
Oh,
I see Jake Hoffman and Maximizer over in the pink corner.
It's always an interesting fight when you've got Maximizer. In the other corner, we've got Blue Marlin.
Wow. All right. This is a match.
Right out the gate. Blue
There
Marlin
goes one wheel off of Blue Marlin.
struggling with the gyro now, a wheel down. That's going to mess up the balance of the robot. That's what Maximizer does best. It just catches you in the side.
These bots are literally the polar opposite of one another. You have a super wide vert and a super long horizontal.
I think you can see a lot of tape residue left on Maximizer from its earlier fight with a flamethrowing robot where it was covered in gold foil tape. No more tape. I think there's a little bit of residue stuck on there.
Oh!
What a hit.
Oh, something doesn't sound right coming out of Blue Marlin now.
Blue Marlin struggling to turn, but it's still mostly maintaining a front pointed toward Maximizer. Maximizer waiting for the opportunity, just missing. Trying to catch that wheel. Blue Marlin almost gyro dodging the disc here.
I think Jake wants to kind of slow that vert down on that large armor package on the front of Maximizer before swinging in for the hit because, you know, with a powerful vert like you have on Blue Marlin.
There's a belt.
Oh, I see a belt.
Whose belt?
That's a good question. Something's spinning down. I'm seeing...
Oh, this is the
I'm
vert
seeing
on
both
Blue
weapons
Marlin.
spin down. Both weapons are spinning down.
No.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
There's one belt and two weapons not working.
Maybe they were sharing a belt.
Oh,
no,
there it goes.
that's okay. Here we go.
Maximizer maybe just toying with Blue Marlin or maybe having reliability issues. But this is Maximizer's fight at this point with a minute left to go. Their robot fully operational. Blue Marlin down a wheel and down a weapon. Trying to stay in this, and it doesn't look good for them. Now Maximizer just hitting at will.
Now, Jake, he's got to, you know, obviously you are poised to win this by knockout, but sometimes it's good in a situation to also take things a little easy because when you have so much energy stored up in your own weapon, you can just as easily destroy yourself.
Yeah.
So win by death of 1,000 cuts at this point gets you further into the tournament.
Now Blue Marlin has qualified for the
there's
championships.
we got some magic smoke coming out of Blue Marlin.
But Maximizer is not. So this is a big fight for Maximizer. You know, oh no!
Oh boy!
What a way to end the fight.
Yeah. I mean, that, if anything, if there was any confusion at all, I think that seals the deal.
When your robot lights on fire, the weapon falls off, and you get fire extinguished by Floop at the end. I'm not sure we really need to go to the... We'll go to the judges for the formality, but I think we know what's going to happen. But
I wonder if Jake will get to hold on to that vert as his trophy fish from this fight with Blue Marlin.
Yeah, long storied robot tradition is if you do knock a piece off a robot, it is sometimes awarded to you as a trophy after the fight. Not always if the team still needs it as a spare, but
perhaps not like a Hard Ox weapon or something that just came out of a Tormach machine, but maybe we'll see.
If it's bent enough and you don't need it, it's like you know, here you go. But on their back tail right out of the gates, and unable to come back and pull through, just getting dismantled throughout the fight.
Awesome. Awesome fight. We'll throw it back to the desk so we can see our next one.
Well, thanks so much, guys. That was a pretty cool fight.
I have to say that, you know, with a lot of the reliability issues that Maximizer has been having this year, where it looks strong and then its weapon falls off after a major hit, every late in the match hit that he was having kind of made me hold my breath a little bit. Like, could this be the one that would make that issue come up again? And it turns out that no, Blue Marlin had the weapon that fell off.
With all these robots, it's such a balance, right?
Yeah.
Because the more you pull out of your own structure, the more weight you can put in your own offense. You know, it's a balance between offense and durability, or offense and defense, or both, whichever, you know, it's a pick-two situation.
Yeah.
And Jake is an aggressive driver. He wants to hit hard. He wants his robot to hit hard. And making, you know, an eighth-inch smaller bolt on something that could have it break off could make the difference for a win, but it incrementally increases and exponentially eventually increases your chances of failure, like you're describing.
Yeah.
And I love it because I never know when it's going to happen.
Right,
The robots that sit there and reliably be a brick that doesn't do very much, they have their place. But it's really fun to see Maximizer sit there and either blow apart or blow someone else apart.
I agree completely, Ricky. Let's now throw it on over to Cage 2, where we have Jump Shot and Strike Lab.
Impact Lab.
Impact Lab!
Impact Lab, one of my favorite robots of the day. This is a multi-bot with a lovely overhead hammer saw attachment and a very potent flamethrower.
It looks like it's straight out of Mad Max.
Robots, fight.
Yeah, I love the color scheme. You don't see it very often. Interesting that there it is.
Whoa! Ooh,
That's
got some
a good
dance
amount
in the
of torch.
fire.
Yeah. Woo! There's a big hit there in the corner. Impact Lab really lacking some control on the flamethrower aspect of their robot, but they make up for it because the larger hammer saw portion is a great control bot. Really able to corral its opponent, and if they could only get this flamethrower over to the right area, they could really barbecue.
Yeah, it looks like they have the flames down pat. Now if they can get the maneuverability, they would have a really... They would just be tough to beat, but their iPhone lenses are still no match for their flame there.
Seems the flames may have flickered out on Impact Lab. That's a little bit early. They should have about 2.5 minutes of flame in that tank, so something has gone wrong.
And no longer looks mobile as well, so this...
That was... So it wasn't out of fuel, it simply wasn't spraying the fuel. Oh, that was a large piece off of Impact Lab.
Stuck on the Lexan there.
Yeah, it's got some protective, heat-resistant tape to protect it from its own fire. And that is getting torn off gradually by Jump Shot.
The debris flying off of these robots in this match, the smoke, the fog of war, it really is something.
I really like Jump Shot. They can really reliably stay spun up. They have this so far incredibly resilient weapon, but they lose control so quickly fighting this big, broad wedge on the front of Impact Lab. And they're just unable to get enough control to get around the sides, hit any of the juicy underbelly, the tires. They're not able to make the most of attacking their opponent. That said, they've completely destroyed a third of the robot, so maybe they don't have to. You know, they've already shown off a great deal of damage here. As long as they're controlled and measured the rest of the match, they've got pretty good odds.
And we're only down to about 24 seconds here. It does look like that weapon on Impact Lab is down. That hammer saw, overhead attack saw. jump shot. The weapon appears to be struggling. But that is the match. That will be going to the judges. What a bizarre fight. What a fun fight.
I mean, I'm never going to complain when you get a flamethrower and a big cloud of fuel in the air.
Yeah.
It didn't ignite. That was a little bit of a bummer, but
we're always hoping that it does, but it rarely happens that way.
look at that. That corner cam right there clearly took a lot of fire damage in a short period of time. I don't know if that is the protective lens on the front or if that's actual melting iPhone.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the other one here. It's not doing that much better.
That's a different kind of damage.
Yeah, lens clear as ever.
Yeah, I gotta say that is a great macro shot.
Yeah.
Bravo to the folks over at Apple.
That's a piece of artwork if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I'd hang that on the wall.
Yeah.
We should
That
do that.
belongs in,
Someone
like,
screen cap that and
Home
send us.
Goods.
Can we get a sponsorship from? You ever seen Displate?
Yes.
Yes, let's do that.
That's exactly where it belongs. Oh wow, look at that. I can't even really make sense of what it is that I'm seeing, but it's a lot of carnage.
all in one small, very small area.
I love this.
You can see them safetying their robots. We've had an interesting day of so many new designs have come through. And sometimes when you have a new design, you can't just do the same safety lock and other mechanisms that everybody else does. So we've had a lot of creative solutions, and it's taken a lot of one-on-one work to make sure everything is up to snuff. But the competitors really rose up today, have been putting in the effort, and so far, we've had very few forfeits. Almost everyone's been able to, despite a lot of new robots, almost everyone's been able to make it down here.
That's fantastic. I would love to get some of your thoughts on the many flamethrowers that we have in the competition today.
Yes. So they've decided to, make our life a little more onerous. Maybe not unpleasant. I think we all love the flamethrowers.
Just keep you on your toes a little bit more.
There's a wonderful aspect of the rules that builders are only now starting to exploit, which is the fact that flamethrower robots are weighed dry. So when you show up with a flamethrower robot, especially in the 3-pound class, where you're allowed to carry almost half a pound of fuel,
wow,
you can enter the arena weighing almost half a pound extra.
So that has to give you some amount of weight advantage.
It gives you a weight advantage, and it also removes the disadvantage from that weapon type. So if you've got a vertical spinner, you got to say, well, I'm putting however much weight of my weight budget into the vertical spinner. If you've got a flamethrower, you can say, well, the flamethrower is mostly free. The can weighs a little bit and the mechanism weighs a little bit, but most of the weight is in the fuel. And we waive that for a lot of reasons, partially just because we love fire, but also for safety reasons. Upstairs, we don't want fuel in the pits, that sort of thing.
Fair.
But as a result, people are saying, hey, this is viable in ways that we hadn't considered before, and they're responding, and they're building new robots, and we're seeing this wonderful cycle of kind of forced evolution within the sport.
I love that.
And what's wonderful about it, we've seen things today that we have never seen here at NHRL. We have that robot, excuse me, that robot that just fought, Impact Lab, has 3D printed nozzles on the front of its flamethrower setup, and it has this screw actuation measure system so it can adjust the strength of the flame, which we've seen approached in other ways, but they're taking it in a completely new direction. These are completely new things, and there's clearly a lot of room for growth.
Question though, I mean, typically a 3D printer prints plastic. I would imagine that a 3D printed plastic nozzle with flame shooting out of it might cause problems.
This is where it gets really cool. When you start shooting liquid fuel that vaporizes as soon as it hits the atmosphere, it gets very, very cold.
Interesting.
So that whole assembly gets freezing cold to the touch, even though it's on fire. And the cooling from the evaporating fuel and the heating from the fire get in this push-pull match. And it works out where you pull it out of the arena and you temperature test it, and it's just almost ambient. It's almost perfectly balanced.
Ricky, you're a plethora of knowledge.
Credit to the competitors. They're the ones who thought to try this and gambled on it working.
I love it.
I only noticed it. They built it.
All right, we're going to toss it on over to cage 1 and see our friends over in the booth.
Cool. So this is an interesting fight coming up here. We've got Hyper-Polarized versus Tempest, a 30-pound fight. Hyper-Polarized coming to us from OG NHRL judge Zach O'Donnell. This design dates back to 2004. It's a shell spinner, really low to the ground, 2.25 inches tall. It's running on a friction drive inside. That means there's a little wheel pushing against the shell to spin it with 5 kilowatts of power behind it. So this design, again, 2004, 20 years old, been evolving to its form today. Going up against Tempest, a brand new first robot, first competition, true rookie from Jeevan Navudu, coming out here from Sunnyvale, California. This robot has a vertical drum, but again, brand new design. So you've got a brand new design going up, a 20-year veteran.
It's kind of like the it's like the Cybertruck versus your uncle's 1973 F-250 that's rusted out on the bottom. And I think that is a really interesting story.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here. You know, back in 2004, shell spinners were kind of the meta. You know, that was the design to beat. And these days, you know, maybe is a 4-wheel drive, you know, little drum beater bar the meta in some weight classes, certainly. In 30-pound, I don't know. But this is going to be really interesting to see, kind of new versus old, you know, vet versus rookie. I like these qualifying rounds because we get to see a lot of these true rookies that you don't often see at prime time. Right. I think of it a lot like watching college football or something, or even high school football versus watching the NFL. This is sort of like if an NFL player came out of retirement and then went up against a high school player.
It does. It equals the playing field again.
And so it'll be really interesting to see what happens here. You know, I'm excited. I think both these robots, if I'm remembering right, didn't have the greatest opening fight earlier today. So I think they're both going to be looking for some redemption. And we'll see who can achieve it. Maybe having some issues here powering up. The lights are on, but it doesn't seem like it's responding or twitching.
The lights are on, but it seems like maybe nobody's home.
Yeah, the red light on the transmitter, not good, usually.
It's the AI model that currently operates the bot is
oh,
is
no. Well, you don't take it out when it's on without the lock-in. Well, you know, true rookie.
Hey. Yeah, well.
Well, it doesn't seem like we're going to get to see this, and that's disappointing.
You know, you're not just here at a competition battling other bots. You're battling gremlins. You're battling attrition. You're battling the clock. It's coming at you from all sides.
They're still closing the door here. I don't...
Oh, maybe it engaged stealth mode.
Maybe they just want to spin it up, test it. I don't know if there's another half of... I don't know if Tempest was a multi and we've got a small half in there that's going to do battle, or they're just going to spin up, or...
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe
test it out.
They had to do a quick spin-up test on this bot, so they took the other one out because these have a tendency to ping-pong around?
It might have just been that they wanted to show that this robot worked to award it,
yeah.
to make sure it was a forfeit and not like some sort of mutual thing.
I understand.
That could be it. Disappointing not to see that. You know, when you're a rookie coming in, you don't know all the things about how your robot does or doesn't work. Sometimes you just forget to plug a wire in, or something comes loose, or you didn't zip tie it, and you know, you build up these processes as you go. We're going to toss it back to the desk, and hopefully the next fight happens.
Well, we can only hope. I think we'll get there. I sense at least one more robot fight today.
I am hearing now it's official. Tempest has forfeited that match. So I don't know if it was radio issues or what might have happened there, but not how you want to see it go down if you're
No,
Tempest.
it really isn't. But I'm sure their opponent isn't going to mind taking the win there.
Yeah, you get to exit that match unscathed. Pretty much best case scenario. And you get to spin up and show the judges, you know, if they're watching, that, hey, I was working. Don't blame me.
While we're waiting for the next match, I've got confirmation that there is at least one more fight today. We're going to head over to Cage 4. We have a 3-pound match in progress.
Oh!
I'm sorry, 30-pound match in progress. Emperor going up against Red Storm. Emperor is pinned into a corner right now. Emperor is the absolutely immense horizontal shuffle walking spinner monstrosity going up against Kevin Milcheski and his incredible Red Storm. Oh, the weapon is still functional on Emperor.
Now, earlier, Emperor looked extremely dominant in their fight. Extremely scary. A lot of the gremlins looked like they had been solved. And Red Storm was actually, well, I'm thinking of Timber Viper, but Kevin Milcheski, you know, is back with this design that he has in multiple weight classes. And he is just not afraid.
No, but it's interesting. Talking to Kevin, you gotta wonder how long he's gonna stick with this archetype.
Yeah.
I know he wants to try other things. I know he's a dedicated non-vert. You know, he's...
Oh, leave the mini-bot alone.
I think they might be trying to feed that mini-bot into
Oh, that's sinister.
a certain weapon system.
Kevin. Now, Ricky, I noticed Flo was extremely closely backed into the corner there.
Yes.
Not exposing any bit of that off button.
It takes a lot to make Flo hesitant to approach you.
Yeah.
And it's something else. Red Storm, in fact, all of Kevin's robots are some of the most reliable house robot switching machines we have.
He's known for it. He's infamous.
Right. And so, yeah, I can see why Flo would be a little nervous there.
Now, I've heard that the off button on our house bots has been redesigned in light of the menace that Kevin has become.
Well, yes, to an extent. It's still a big rotary switch. You turn these robots off. That big red switch is actually the power switch for the robot. The previous switch, you kind of push it, you push it, you push it, and then it clicks over to off. And the same way for on, for that matter. Yeah. This is much more, you have to remain putting pressure on it the entire way to get it to go. So you can't just like lucky boop. You really need to have some dexterity and consistency in your aim to get that to switch off. So it is a bit harder. It is very much still a possibility for Kevin to do this.
I asked Kevin if he has a plan, and he seemed confident that he could do it still. Still a priority for him, but he didn't have like an updated plan on how to attack this newly designed button.
Lindsay,
so
if someone wants to take $1,000 away from you, do you expect them to explain to you how they're going to do it?
That's a very good point.
To be fair, when I go to the bank, I do explain to them that I would like some money. I don't just
I would hope so.
take it and leave.
Because, yeah, that would cause problems down the line.
Right.
Almost immediately.
Tax implications alone.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Maybe he's keeping his secrets closely guarded.
I would.
Okay.
Word gets
I would
around.
love to see it.
The internet talks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We're going to take a look at the pits, see what's going on, see who's talking about what up there. You know, pretty packed day. It's a new pit layout for this event. I don't know if we've covered that yet, but we've spaced out the pit tables a little bit more, and yet somehow it still looks even more packed than usual. Everyone very busy, still early in the day. Almost everyone is still in it to win it. And so everyone who's there looking very focused, at least till dinner time. A little later, at least. I'm trying to see if we have any really good call-outs. Oh, Hal Rucker there, middle to top of the left side, working hard. He's one of those people, just you can tell the focus. No matter what he's doing, you can tell, okay, he is focused on something. I don't exactly know what it is. It's not that necessarily he's rude to you when you're talking to him, but he has something that his mind is fixated on. And right now, it looks like that is repairing his spinner on his lovely entry. I believe Goose is what he's named it this time around.
Chicken.
Chicken. I knew it was poultry.
Yeah. Got a couple of avian robots here in the competition.
I was speaking
of robots.
Yeah.
Ricky.
Tell me about some robots.
September NHRL is brought to you by Transformers 1. Calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th.
That is pretty exciting.
Now, Ricky, like,
Yes.
I don't mean to prejudge, but I just look at you and I assume Transformers fan.
I envied the fact that you could have a toy that was at least 2 toys.
Yeah, there you go.
I really liked the concept.
Yeah,
I did not have any of those toys.
yeah,
The toys were expensive. I would love the toys.
yeah.
I think the toys have come down in cost now.
There's
They're-
still time. You're now a very wealthy man, Richard. Okay?
Just reeling in the robot money, and I could turn it back into robots.
There you go.
My life is extracting money from robots, and I could just put it back into robots.
Ricky, I can see in cage 1, Mr. Roper and Tony Clifton.
Oh, baby.
Fantastic.
Speaking of Tony Clifton,
Yeah?
are you a fan?
I am a massive fan of Tony Clifton.
I have all of Tony Clifton's albums.
Yeah. If you're interested in buying Tony Clifton's album, it is here for sale in the merch store at NHRL. We were upstairs in the pits on a VIP tour. There was a kid there who asked specifically, literally skipped Hal Rucker, skipped Jameson Go, and asked, is Tony Clifton here in the building today? Okay? And I will tell you, Tony Clifton did not give a free album to that fan, okay? Made him pay full price, Ricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I expect Tony Clifton to suggest to a child who cannot pay for an album that
Yeah.
he go dig ditches
Yeah.
at a nickel an hour
Yeah, exactly.
to pay for the album,
Yeah, exactly.
so that he can have a case of Pabst paid for.
There's no
later in the day.
free CDs in Tony Clifton's world.
No,
All
not,
right.
not a one.
Here in the blue corner, you've got Mr. Roper facing off against, dear God, is that Megatron?
Yes, it is. I talked to Jameson yesterday, and we
Dear
went back
God,
and
is
forth.
that Megatron?
Yes, it is. Dear God, it is Megatron.
Oh my God, Ricky. That's Megatron against Mr. Roper.
I know, poor Megatron.
Now, Megatron is in a fight for its life, okay?
Megatron really has no chance to stand up to the evil glowing eyes of Mr. Roper.
Mr. Roper,
5,
a indestructible
4,
control
3,
robot.
2, 1.
Mr. Roper's mini-bot, I don't know if you've noticed it, long, short chain with a big hook at the end.
All right, Jameson Go, wasting no time at all, hammering away at the top, but Mr. Roper is too tall, Ricky.
No, Mr. Roper is far too angry to take that sitting down.
Mr. Roper very agile in the box, and he wants your attention. He's banging
demands
on
your
the table.
attention.
Oh my God, tangling here in the center of the box. This is the kind of builder and robot that Jameson does not like to fight. Jameson likes to pin his opponent, but this huge mechanized, weaponized toolbox is proving difficult to pin.
There is almost no chance of a traditional attack on Mr. Roper for Megatron. It's just not gonna happen. And what's worse is you have to look at his face while you do it.
It's true. You can see the back of this Craftsman toolbox getting caved in on Mr. Roper. But you know what? This robot refuses to die.
Yeah, Mr. Roper's 0% less effective, which, you know, wasn't a high percentage to start with, but 0% less.
Wow.
The control on display from Megatron, great, but somehow less than what it would normally be against most robots.
90 seconds left here in this fight. Jameson Go would really love to score a knockout, but Mr. Roper has never been knocked out.
Mr. Roper now struggling on the left drive side. Oh, the left drive side. Come on back, buddy.
Wow.
You can do it.
These golden wrenches here, just trying desperately to self-right. Will Jameson Go self-right his opponent?
The absolutely wonderful thing about Mr. Roper is both of those wheels can stop working entirely, and that robot is still going to attack you with pure anger.
Mr. Roper believes in fairness and is banging the desk at the DMV, Ricky, all right?
JMO has been a little maybe withdrawn in his aggression today. He's trying to go for, I shouldn't say his aggression, his attack. You know, he's spinning that weapon up only intermittently.
It's very demure, Ricky.
Oh, so demure. You've derailed me.
Please tell me that I'm the first announcer to make a demure reference.
I think you may be.
Okay, thank God.
Probably. We're going to come down. This will be going to a judge's decision. But you know what? A judge's decision for Mr. Roper at this point in the game is still amazing.
I'm telling you, he's never been knocked out, and he won't be knocked out today.
Lethal robots in the competition in all of Combat Robots.
Incredible.
And Mr. Roper just shakes its fist.
Mr. Roper takes it the full 3 minutes. Tony Clifton very happy about his performance.
I would write a song about that.
I don't think it's going to be enough to take the win here. I think that Jameson Go will take the judge's decision, but it's not a full blowout. Like, I think Mr. Roper picked up some points in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, if the judges hadn't slept enough and, you know, got a little bit confused, it could still go to Mr. Roper. And just saying that is an accomplishment.
Yeah, you can see Tony Clifton there in pink. He looks fabulous. And I will tell you, he is going to be selling a ton of albums here in the House of Havoc before the end of today.
That's actually Tony Clifton's skin. I don't know if you know that. That's just what he looks like.
Oh.
All the time.
Oh, I see. His body is shaped like a 70s lounge singer's suit here.
Right,
Okay.
which is funny because when he was born, this was before the style caught on. He grew into it and then grew out of it over time.
Yeah, I hear that he actually can't shave any of that facial hair because it's just permanent.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's grafted on.
Yeah.
It's
Some people
alopecia.
get theirs lasered off. He got his lasered on,
Right.
Ricky.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're adhered with little lasers.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Wow.
The same technology used in Mr. Roper's eyes.
I have to kind of, I'm not fully up on the Tony Clifton lore. I assume like a Atlantic City kind of lounge singer from the 70s.
That's
kind of having a second career here in combat robotics. I might be assigning, you know, some lore that doesn't necessarily exist, but fantastic fight.
I have to assume. I got to say, too, the jump from talking about this upcoming Transformers movie into that.
To seeing real robots
To
fighting.
seeing real Megatron fight real robot that has transformed from a toolbox into a fighting machine.
Yeah, I can see it.
It's an experience that if you told me I could watch that as a child, I would say, oh, that's absolutely never happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if there's ever been a toolbox Transformer. I know they come in many forms.
There must have been.
Yeah.
Right? If not, what are you doing? You know what? Is it Mattel?
Hasbro.
Hasbro. Thank you. Sorry.
Dear God, Ricky.
I don't know these things.
Oh, my God.
Well, you know what? No, I'm going to leave it there. Let's not get into giving tips and tricks to our wonderful sponsors. I'm pretty impressed, though. If we can get a toolbox to fight a Decepticon, it's a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like the blacked out Megatron, especially for the Transformer sponsorship.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, it
really
works.
just kind of embracing the evil era of that robot. Jameson Go is running a brand new Megatron. So, like, he's got a counter gyro flywheel inside of that version of the robot. It is a brand new, from the ground up version of Megatron. You can see it. It looks really different than kind of your classic OG Megatron. It's got these beautiful treads. It's got this flywheel, and just it looks like a spaceship. It is really very cool.
And inside and out is
Yeah.
the thing. You
Yeah.
dig into this robot, and all of Jameson's builds are pretty reasonably well thought out. But that robot has bulkheads between areas and anodized aluminum reinforcement plates. It does look space age on the inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm so glad he got it running. That was not a guarantee.
Yeah.
Yesterday evening, even this morning, there was some question. He was working on the old Megatron just in case new Megatron didn't make it into the box.
And in his fight against Hurricane earlier today, we saw a little bit of fire cage side from Megatron, which is concerning. But with this probable judge's decision win, we haven't gotten official word yet. I think he's going to take it. That does mean that Megatron advances into the bracket.
Right. And that's exactly where Jameson wants to be. Frankly, I don't know that anybody has a good ability to fight someone like Mr. Roper and come out straight-minded. But once you get into the competitive bracket, it is everyone understands the assignment, and it's very straightforward. But speaking of competitive events and everything else, we've got another fight lined up. Let's go to it. We're going to go to Cage 2, I believe, and we're going to kick it over to our friends in the announcer's box.
Yo, what's up? It's Lindsay and I in the play-by-play booth. It's our first time in here.
This is cool. Time and space does not exist.
Yeah, we're in some weird void. It's definitely spaceship-esque.
I love it, and I am really excited to call this fight with you here, Sam. It seems like we're prepared for fire. Squeegee itself is a robot, and the wall is ready. Or Rado is ready for that flame.
Yep, so that's that Capcom tape, good for acting as a heat shield, good for trapping the heat inside your robot as well, so there's a balance that has to be struck when you're donning that additional armor.
It bottles in the heat, Jerry. Seinfeld thing.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
old.
I know, I'm so sorry. I missed the reference. And I didn't mean to say I know in response to you saying I'm old.
I'm just ready. I'm excited to see some
5,
long,
4,
hot flame.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, a spurt of butane from the get-go, but no ignition going on from Rado.
Let's see it happen. That weapon on Rado is sounding up to speed. A little screechy, though.
Yeah, the disc on Squeegee there.
Oh!
Oh my goodness. A top plate, a belt, a wheel. That was a hit.
I don't know if it is coming back from that one.
The back is starting to peel away.
Oh, wheels everywhere.
That was a quick one.
Squeegee has
Wiped up the competition. No. Oh, jeez. I thought Rado was the flamethrower, so it's rated better days.
Oh.
And Squeegee just wiped the opponent up. Wiped him.
Wow, a lot of entrails. A lot of exposed robot that is meant to stay inside, indoors. Oh, it's getting a suntan out in the open exposed air here.
I wonder if the flamethrower would have even made much of a difference in that one. Looks like Squeegee had no problem peeling away Raid Zero's armor. Didn't need their additional flame shielding or anything. Kind of a quick and easy win for them.
Yeah, that was graphic and quick. And, you know, if you are the robot that came out on top, I think you'd feel pretty good about that performance there. And for the other guy, I'm going to have to take that back to the pits and figure out how you go up from there. And also just figure out, you know, why the flame wasn't coming out. Because we could see that butane, that was triggering, but there was no flame.
Igniters are the tough part,
Yeah.
certainly. All right, back to y'all at the desk.
Thank you so much.
Now, Ricky, we started the day with 136 robots, and by prime time, we'll have eliminated most of them. You know, we are seeing these kind of desperate moments, and we are really kind of separating robots and beginning to eliminate robots very soon.
Yeah, this is a Wheat from Chaff moment, and we're going to go to one more Wheat and Chaff moment in Cage 1 right now.
Oh my God, is this Warhard XXL? I think it is. It had a fantastic fight earlier in the day with Chicken. Facing off against Chad Newman.
What an incredible hit! So much force in that. That robot was absolutely yeeted into the wall. I can feel that in my bones, Luke. And again, huge pieces being shot across the arena.
Ripping off the back of Yahoo here, and you can see a light down in the arena.
Yeah, that I can tell put a pretty big old hole in the inner layer of our ceiling of the arena.
Jonathan Juarez here is celebrating. Is the save coming for Yahoo? There is no save coming. That is a knockout here. Warhard is your winner.
Knockout.
Massive, massive win here. This was Warhard's biggest test yet today, and that robot is looking great. Now, Warhard XXL came to a competition earlier in the year, but had to forfeit both of its matches. It has now 2 wins, and it will advance to the bracket, beating Chicken and Yahoo in convincing manner. I think that Warhard XXL is a dark horse to watch today. Absolutely to qualify, potentially even challenging robots at the top of the seeding for the Golden Dumpster. Jonathan Juarez flying in here from Texas, and he is a Golden Dumpster winner earlier this year, winning a Golden Dumpster with his 3-pound version of Warhard here at NHRL. And this thing looks like a perfect scale up of his beetle weight, and it is getting the same kind of performance that we see from Warhard the Beetle.
I really do enjoy pretty much everything that Jonathan brings here. We're going to go to a replay really quick, take a look at some of the big hits from that fight, some of the things. Yes, that right there, that moment when a fully functional, fully spun up robot gets slammed into the arena wall at full speed.
I'm waiting for that roofing that brought down the light.
Well, there you go. There it is.
There. See, he ripped off the back panel, and that brought down the light. Wow, there is so much power. This is a 10-pound egg beater, so a third of the weapon, a third of the weight for that robot is going into the weapon, which is right at the edge of physics.
And yeah, well, there's an interesting rule of thumb, right, where usually you don't want to put more than about a third of anything into any one system. So think of it as chassis, drive, weapon. A balanced robot tries not to exceed 1/3 in any one place.
Right.
Well, they've got a third not in the weapon system, which is batteries and motor and belts and pulleys and the disc. They've got 10 pounds just in the spinning thing.
Correct.
That robot is like 50% weapon.
Yeah,
and yet it's still durable.
Yeah.
It can still take hits.
Yeah.
Despite it all. So they've got a balance that is really enviable and something that people try to achieve and rarely do.
Yeah, it's got some carbon fiber, so that's kind of saving a little bit of weight at the cost of a very expensive kind of build.
Yes, yep.
And what he was telling me was if he could have, he would have run a titanium blade, but he just can't afford it.
Titanium, especially in that sort of form factor, very expensive.
Yeah, yeah. But that's where his thinking process is. He wants to make it even bigger.
I don't want to cut to the chase here. I don't know if he knows this or not.
Yeah.
But carbon fiber is a really interesting material because you can fight with it and it works great.
Right.
It works great.
Yep.
And you get these little cracks. Like steel will bend and bend back and nothing
Yeah.
bad happens. When carbon fiber bends and bends back, it gets little cracks and then more little cracks. And eventually it just explodes.
Yeah.
And you don't know when you're about to hit that level unless you're constantly replacing the parts.
Right.
So what I want to know is, when is that robot going to explode? And do we get to see it?
Not today.
You don't know
I'm
that.
going to call it.
You're
All
going to
right.
call it? Okay.
We're going to go over to cage 2 here. We've got Cheese Grater in the pink corner facing off against Arya Bravo, our very interesting flame-throwing swerve drive robot from Jay Lee here in the blue corner. Now, Jay brought us mecha
5,
robots
4,
earlier in the
3,
season,
2,
and she's
1.
really
Fight,
interested in
robots,
pushing the
fight.
envelope in design. Wow, that swerve drive's working great. I
The
can
flame
see
is trying, Luke. It really wants to light up.
I can see the fumes, but I'm not seeing the weapon on Cheese Grater.
No, it does not seem to be spinning yet. Neither robot.
Now, one of the challenges with Swerve Drive is that it's not totally conventional. It looks like the top, oh, nope, spinning away that Swerve Drive. And
the
Cheese
wheel
Grater's
has
down
come
the wheel.
off.
Somehow, Jay staying alive here and, wow, knocking off that wheel.
Yeah, kudos. That said, it is very stuck right now. Arya Bravo is gently nuzzling the floor and not quite able to self-right right now. We're going to get a little house bot action. We're going to see if that does the trick. But unless it can get back on its feet.
Oh, no! Brett,
no! That's so sad.
Come on,
I
Brett.
don't know how they're going to call that. I don't know that it ever showed control motion, so perhaps it's entitled to a continued self-right attempt or a housebot writing attempt.
Wow.
No, the countdown has started. That is going to be
It could be a double count out because Cheese Grater is not moving.
That right there is enough, Luke. It's barely enough, but I think they're going to call it as enough.
There are matches that are destructive, and that's just due to build quality.
Here
we go.
It's up now, and it's moving now. Oh.
Okay, escaping the count out, it looks like.
No, that is. Oh, I'm getting word now. It is in fact a double knockout.
Okay. So in the case of a double knockout, we send it to the judges, and the judges are going to have to judge this based on damage, regression, and control from just the first 20 seconds, I think, here. Cheese Grater losing a wheel and also down a weapon. Arya Bravo not able to show its flamethrower, but able to successfully knock off that wheel.
Yeah, this is one of those times where a very exacting reading of the rules is going to be important. And it's an unenviable spot for the judges. At the same time, I don't think either of the builders is going to be particularly torn up if they walk away without having lost this fight. I think both of them are understanding. It's like, if I really wanted to win this, this is not the condition that I should have brought my robot in with.
Jay is like really interested in kind of the edges of design, really interested in bringing something brand new. There are builders where that really tickles that kind of part of their motivations, where they really want to win with something that you haven't seen before.
Right.
And there's just a lot of testing that's happening. One of the amazing things about NHRL is that we have a lot of opportunities for you to test. So, if you like Swerve Drive, build 6 versions of a Swerve Drive robot, bring it to an entire season, and try it out. If you want to build a flamethrower, there's many different ways to do that, and this is a great way to test and to compete.
And what I really appreciate there, too, is it's a very much combination form function kind of thing. Like, there's a very, almost a Ghost in the Shell kind of aesthetic that follows those robots, and I love it when builders bring that with not just an aesthetic, but a vibe that accompanies their robot. Even though this is a very different robot than I can't recall the previous.
Game On or Game Over? Or
yes, something along those lines.
Yeah.
They had a wonderful walker robot previously, clearly very different
Yeah.
At the same time, I could immediately look at both of them and say, yeah, I bet that's from the same builder.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that tickles something in my brain.
Yeah. Now, I believe that Jay lost her first match. She may be winning this second match. But, yeah, very much standing on the edge of getting into the bracket. Potentially eliminated here in the second round.
We'll find out. I
Qualifiers.
think this is really a coin flip. This could go in either direction. It's very close. I would love to see it move on. Even if I know that a Viking funeral is a desired outcome here.
Yeah.
You know, so even if it only makes it in the next fight long enough for that butane canister to get obliterated in a giant blaze of glory.
Okay.
I think that's
Butane, giant blaze of glory. Let's go to cage 5. Maybe we're going to see that.
Fingers crossed.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, Summit going up against Anubis. Summit getting a big hit right off the bat.
These weapons sound great. The sound is very symmetrical, and they are running really, really fast. Summit, though, just got a little bit faster in that exchange, and Anubis spending its time on its head.
Yeah, it is kind of amazing how this can work out. Obviously, these robots have a lot of visual similarities, a lot of design similarities, but so far, Summit's front forks are so much more effective at getting under Anubis than the other way around.
Oh my God, Brett's hat is gone. Does this mean that Brett goes full ham mode now? What? Summit here, built by Griffin Chant from Forest Hills, New York. Wow, there's the hat. Wow. Now, Griffin is a true rookie. Griffin is a First Robotics high schooler, so he builds robots with his classmates in high school.
Luke, not to interrupt, but there is not a lot of movement from Summit. This could be the end.
Summit's high-centered on something. All right, those wheels are going just fine.
Sure, except that Brett has already jumped in with the one unstick. So this could very well be it if Anubis doesn't decide to come in and free up its opponent.
And look at that, Anubis driving itself to the door. I got to meet Griffin and his parents last night. Really just lovely family and true rookies here. First robot, first competition, first fight. And yeah, you can see Griffin there in white and congratulating his opponent. That was a really, really good fight. Anubis, though, is your winner here in Cage 5. All right. Wow, I love to see true rookies. There's a lot of them in the competition.
Today is a lot. It is a lot on many levels, and I think you can feel it pretty much through the whole building. I don't know if it's a tenseness, but it's certainly a focus and a nervousness. And thankfully, it's turning into pretty good fights. But everyone is pushing. Everyone's trying hard, and it's showing up. I mean, even we looked earlier at Jameson Go, right? Normally we see calm, cool, collected, put together and prepared. Today we see running on the edges.
Yeah.
So we are going to toss to the booth now. We got little more Cage 4 action they'll be announcing for you. Here we go.
Wow. This looks like Kilojoule in the blue corner here. David Dreyer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Love to see Kilojoule back in this competition. David Dreyer has been fighting with it for a lot of competitions now, iterating always, and it's looking really strong here in its first outing against Creature.
And Creature being smart with their lifter, trying to keep it out of harm's way, but it looks like it's got a touch of a kink to it already from that horizontal spinner of Kilojoule.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a smart move to keep it above or if it's stuck in that position and they can't lower it. Who knows? Time will tell. Kilojoule now inverted, and it actually is giving it a better reach if he can figure out how to drive it to get at that lifter arm. But he's back on his head, so probably where he wants to be.
Still no movement out of that lifter arm. I think maybe you're right, Lindsay.
Now, if David can just get around to the back like they always want to do, he could have a really nice shot at that lifting arm.
But Creature just trying to do its best to smother Killajoule, stay on him, and get as many pins as possible.
Yeah, while Killajoule can be driven upside down, I think he would much prefer to be on his feet. Helps for maneuverability, which Creature is clearly having the advantage on right now.
Nice little slam there from Creature. Killajoule takes it in stride, still spinning, even after a big hit on the house bot. And another.
Seeing some good reliability here from Killajoule, which I think has been...
Oh, look at that!
Oh, no!
Getting the full count of that pin.
Yep. I think Creature is going to need every point it can muster here, so...
And look at that.
Now, Killajoule appears to be stuck, but does that count as an unstick if it's just the house bot moves?
I don't know. It looks like it had the potential to be stuck in the kick plate there. Tough call.
Yeah. Those huge noises of Killajoule's weapon hitting that wedge really just sends like a shock through you.
All right, and it looks like Killajoule's weapon is no longer spinning. We've still got lifting happening from Creature.
Now that that weapon is down, we see that Creature's lifting arm is moving up and down. So I think you were right, Sam. That was strategic.
And it paid off, because
yeah.
now they're using it. They kept it safe while it was in danger.
And with 3 seconds left, I think that strategy may have saved them this match. And I would like my chances if I was going forward, if I was Creature.
Yeah, absolutely. They are taking this one to the judges, but I think they're sitting in a good position to take the victory.
I will say, though, Killajoule was looking really, really effective for a lot of that match. I wonder what would have happened if they had kept that lifter arm down originally.
Yeah.
It could have been a completely different outcome.
Certainly. But let's check out Cage 2 and with the folks at the desk.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Wow, Ricky, look at this.
Oh my goodness. I love a good full body, melty brain experience.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what we are going to have here today.
Facing off against an industrial strength sledgehammer here in Yippee over in the pink corner. Yippee, originally built by Chad New. You can see his logo there on the top of the robot. And this is like, yeah, a pretty awesome, pretty ambitious build in the blue corner facing off against just
pure death.
Pure death from that spinner. Wow.
You know, we spoke earlier about robots that really throw a high percentage of their weight into the weapon system.
Yeah.
And just look at the size and heft.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, girth of that spinning drum.
Yeah.
That looks intimidating. Even if you don't know what this robot is, even if you don't know what it does or how it does it, that doesn't look like something you want to be on the business end of.
No, I don't. No. I'm expecting a massive box rush here.
Yep. This is a lovely thing to look at. So, Luke, I don't know if you notice that the weights on the outside of this spinning disc are stacks of washers on bolts.
Okay.
And so what's going to happen on a good hit?
Yeah.
Well, what's going to happen is one of these bolts is going to get sheared in half, and those washers are going to
straight
a
around.
Cascade.
It's like dropping your quarters at the laundromat.
It's like dropping your quarters into a lawnmower.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. There you go.
It's interesting. We have some robots today, projectile robots, not something we see very often. This, I think, is
walking legs on the back
yes,
of Yippee?
it's a full shuffler.
What is happening?
Yippee has a really interesting modular drive system where they can switch between wheels and shuffler pods.
What did he put the extra weight into? The weapon?
Interestingly enough, these shuffler pods not actually particularly heavier than the wheels. They've done a very good job with this.
5,
Yeah, who knows? I
4,
assume they put the extra weight
3,
into the weapon,
2,
or maybe they're just not running
1.
some of the extra
Fight.
configurations.
Robots fight.
We'll find
All
out.
right, we've got a stompy little box rush here.
Karumba not moving at all. Its wheels are spinning. It's trying, but it is
Wow.
high-centered from moment one.
Karumba is not moving at all.
Yippee is, I think, being very polite right now
Yeah.
by not attacking its opponent until the opponent is on.
I had such high hopes for this fight, Ricky.
Yeah, Karumba is almost certainly high-centered. Yes,
This is good sportsmanship here.
It-
You know,
it is.
Yippee is doesn't need to totally shred. Landing a good pin, showing aggression and control.
yeah, that's the most cuddly attack I've seen in a long time. You know,
Karumba
I will
is being
say,
counted out.
Yippee looks like it gives really good hugs. Deep, warm embraces.
Knockout.
Well, there you are. Probably not the win that Yippee expected today. I really want to see Karumba work. Obviously, if they're in the ring, it means they were able to get through safety testing earlier. We do make sure these robots function before they're allowed to come down here. So something has gone wrong. Hopefully, they're able to get this together and fix it and bring it back into the arena. But I don't know, Luke. I don't think they have another shot at it today, do they?
Karumba here, built by Zenith Parsec. It's the first time I've seen them in the box. Perhaps they have a second fight in the qualifying rounds that maybe we just missed. Zenith comes here today from Reston, Virginia. This is a true rookie. So building a multi-brain on your first outing, very ambitious build.
Very ambitious build, and hopefully they're of the right mindset about it, right?
Yeah,
Is-
exactly.
If you go about an ambitious build for something that fancies a passion in you, strikes a passion in you, great. Whether or not you succeed in the ring the first time, that can kind of be beside the point. It's harder when your ambition is also matched with your unmatched with your expectations, right?
Now, Ricky, I've just heard from production that with this loss, officially, Karumba is out of the competition. They failed to qualify.
Unfortunate. What I would recommend to Karumba, and of course any of the robots here that wants a little more practice, we have a wonderful thing called freestyle.
Yeah.
We've got arenas here that are sitting idle in between matches in our main cages. You can go in there, you can do grudge matches, you can do a mini tournament amongst friends.
Right.
You can get this box time that, frankly, you cannot buy.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing that advances you can do all of the work you want at home, but unless you're fighting another robot, it can only get you so far. We offer that as something that you can do here in between fights, after fights, before fights, whatever.
What is that
Please make
sound,
use of it.
Ricky?
Oh, I am so delighted, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait.
In
I
Arena
hear-
1, my favorite
What?
robot of the day.
Oh my God.
Two-stroke. Two-stroke.
Is it a gas-powered engine?
It is a gas-powered engine.
Oh my God,
Look at
Ricky.
Look at it. Open headers.
Wow.
Wait till it spins up. That's idle, Luke. Wait till that goes full power.
It looks like a modified chainsaw, Ricky.
It is a modified chainsaw, so much so that they didn't even use a real chain to connect the spinner to the engine. They used a chainsaw blade.
What? It's
Also-
unhinged, Ricky.
Until they got it here, they didn't realize that the chainsaw nominally spins the wrong direction. So that blade is going to spin down the whole time and
Flip
launch
it
itself
over.
into the arena.
There's still time.
4,
Wow.
3, 2, 1.
And away we go.
Robots fight.
Oh my God,
I'm
it's
so
working,
happy,
Ricky.
Luke.
Wow. Corey Nason at Synthesis
Look at
30.
it shooting sparks for no reason.
Wow. It sounds like they're doing. Oh my God.
The chain has come off.
It sounds like they're doing tree trimming like on a suburban Saturday
Wow.
You need to get better arborists, Luke. That's what it sounds like to you. But my God, was that fun. You can see there's a big chunk taken out of the pull start on two-stroke.
Love it. I love it.
Knockout.
You know, it got one good hit in there, and that is all I wanted from my day.
Joy and delight. This sparks joy, Ricky.
So much joy, Luke. I have been waiting. We've had gas engine robots in the past. It's been a while.
In the past. In the past, Ricky.
But right now,
Yes. I hope that this comes back. I love it. I love it.
Luke, I'm going to be honest with you. If need be, I'm going to leave this desk, and I'm going to go upstairs, and I'm going to take off.
Yeah.
Not my safety hat. I can't take that off.
You've got to help
but
them get back in the box, Ricky.
anything is worth it. If there are people out there, if you're watching now, and you can show, if you are a small engine mechanic in the greater Norwalk, Connecticut area,
Oh, Ricky.
now's your shining moment.
You have experience.
Oh, yeah, I spent years as a child as a small engine mechanic.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
sad.
as a 12 and 13-year-olds, is that right? Is my timeline correct?
There was multiple stints, but that was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've worked on chainsaws before.
Of course.
Wow.
I'm big on the Echo brand.
Okay.
But
have you ever had
this
a
is
customer?
Remington, I believe.
Yeah, it's a high quality.
Yeah, this is
It's
a
a high
real
quality
tool.
machine. You know. Have you ever had a customer bring it in and say, you know what, I was in a chainsaw fight, and you know the opponents they really like kind of ripped off the motor housing here. Can you help me out?
You know, it was mostly spark plugs and bad air filters, but
Yeah.
every once in
It's
a while.
not rated for that.
No. I did have a customer bring in a lawnmower, that had run over a number of hockey pucks at the same time.
As one
that had
does.
attached to themselves
As one
to the
does.
blade permanently.
Okay. Yeah.
And they would start it up, and the whole thing would just dance away
Do you
from
think
them.
that it was like intentional?
I don't know.
Okay.
I hope not.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you turn it over, like there are hockey pucks there.
Right.
You have to know that's
no,
not
just
normal.
buy a new lawnmower.
Yeah, just go.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
I feel like you know when you go to Home Depot and you're walking past the chainsaw section, and you see them getting bigger
I can
and
never
bigger
walk
and
past
bigger.
the chainsaw.
You know, and you're like, can I put wheels on that? Can I do that? That's what that was.
We're going to
That
come
was
back
awesome.
to this because, yes, and that is my dream. That said, we are going to go to a fight right now. We've got Cage 4. Hooligan is going to be up against, let's see, Honeyfied. Yeah, Honeyfied and Hooligan.
Wow,
This is
this is a
exciting.
really big 12-pound fight. These are two robots that are sitting pretty close to the top of the 12-pound seating here. Honeyfied has already qualified for the 2024 championships. It went 6-0 in its June event. It is a Golden Dumpster winner. Facing off against Hooligan from Jack Sapotnik, recent transplant to Fort Worth, Texas. He recently graduated from college as an engineer down in Florida, and now he is working for Lockheed Martin.
That is an impressive growth story.
Yeah.
Speaking of impressive growth stories, we have an incredibly impressive, newly grown play-by-play room. And
Oh,
we're going to cut
good.
to them right now.
Hello.
What a send-off, Ricky.
Yeah, geez, thanks.
I appreciate those words, I think.
Yes, we are coming to you live from the bottom of a submarine here in the play-by-play booth. Excited for this match as just the last few crucial bolts get added to this robot.
Sam, the light in here suddenly turned red, and I didn't know if that meant something scary for us.
I think we got a bio reading on the sonar, and it's massive.
They sensed my my anxiety for this builder here using power. Hey.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, don't mind this spot up here.
Yeah.
Just submarine things, you know.
Uh-oh.
Creature alert.
I feel like almost this room is a bit of a social experiment, and I don't know what the experiment is, but I just I like it, and I'm also I'm figuring it out.
Yeah, I turned around once and there was new screens over my shoulder. When did those get here? They weren't here when I came in.
Sometimes I don't even know that there are other people in this room, and then they like come out from under the desk.
What? Where is this hatch?
I love it, and I'm really, I hope that we get to call this fight here. It looks like they just need another second.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you wouldn't necessarily bring the robot down without it having the top plate attached. It's a weird thing to add at the end there. We currently don't necessarily have like a switch rule, so you can just plug your battery in to turn your robot on, but would you leave the tools in the locked cage and a bunch of bolts on the ground? And the weapon lock in? Oh, they closed the door for a Twitch test.
Oh, okay, smart.
Yep, makes sense. Okay, so
I saw it Twitch.
There's still a big pile of bolts on the side there. And referee Alex getting in the mix here.
Now, we don't prefer forfeiting bots.
No.
But there is also like a reasonable amount of time to get your bot working in the match that you're supposed to be ready for.
Yeah, and generally inside the box is not the time nor the place.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, earlier today we did see somebody forget their transmitter.
Yeah, crucial element to remote control robot fighting.
That might have been Karumba.
I think it was.
They've been having a tough day.
Well, they're brand new.
Yeah.
And they got 3 fights, kind of.
And they had an ambitious build.
Certainly. Hooligan. Looks weapon lock coming out. Okay. Transmitter's out the cage. Let's get this door closed.
Definitely progress, the type of movement you want to see.
I would like to see some real movement. Okay.
Oh, ask and ye shall receive, Sam.
Half movement is something. It's more than nothing. The weapon works.
No, don't get greedy. You didn't ask to see every wheel move.
Yeah, I just said movement.
Yeah.
All right. Getting very excited for this. We see some thumbs up from the Honeycrack team. That means that Honeyfied's probably ready. And how about undefeated for this robot?
Yeah.
5,
that is a story
4,
that needs to
3,
be brought to the center of attention.
1.
Let's see if they can keep it up.
Robots fight.
Oh my God, that sound! Oh.
Hooligan struggling to leave that corner with only half drive and their weapon going. It makes their crab walking a bit difficult.
Ramming your head into the wall is hooligan behavior. But Honeyfied is so loud and scary. They are hoping to take advantage of this. What?
He went so far.
Excuse
my God. Hooligan with that hit, sending Honeyfied the long way across the arena, right back into his starting square. I don't know if there's anything Flo can do.
That is true chaotic neutral energy coming from Hooligan. Like, what? I don't know if Honeyfied survived that.
No way. I couldn't tell if it was the top or the bottom plate, but it was loose. That side panel's ungone. They were flying so far.
It is up to that mini bot now for Honeyfied, which has Hooligan high centered, but
Knockout.
wow.
I don't know. Is that blade bent on Honeyfied as well? It looks a little kicked up there.
I need to see that hit again because it happened so fast. My brain could not process what I saw.
Yeah, and is Hooligan moving after that? I was so focused on Honeyfied, but
could this be a double KO? What?
We eavesdrop on the refs? We aren't going to find out in this moment because we have to go to cage 1 where we've got a couple of bots loaded up for you. Back to you at the desk.
Thank you, Sam. We are back here in Cage 1.
5,
We've got
In the pink corner, I
3,
can see questionable
2,
choices facing off against
Fight.
Budget Bot
Robots
here.
fight.
Budget Boy.
Budget Boy.
boy.
All right, here's the problem. When I type bot in my autocorrect, it always autocorrects to boy. So I just assume.
I had a great autocorrect earlier, Luke. It tried to correct the address of one of our buildings here, 50 Day Street, and it corrected them to 500 milliamp hours. It's the most
That's
robot
good.
thing I've had happen to me in a long time.
Now, Questionable Choices has this punishing vertical spinner here in purple, facing off against Budget Boy, which is a brand new robot from Team MIT. Budget Boy is really designed to be as inexpensive as possible to get into the 12-pound weight class, and it is a full-body lifter, so it's able to push against the ground and lift those forks that are mounted on the robot. We haven't seen any lifting action, though, so far in this fight.
No, it takes a good hook, and the way that Questionable Choices front forks are set up, it could very well lock the weapon of Budget Boy. So if you get your lifter as Budget Boy between the forks and the chassis of Questionable Choices, you're trying to push things apart that are bolted together.
Right.
You're not just lifting however many pounds off the ground. You're trying to break bolts that can hold hundreds of pounds together.
Right.
That said, it could also just not be working. We
Yeah.
don't know for sure.
It is a budget builds, Ricky.
Yeah.
Now, Questionable Choices enters this competition in the number 3 seed. It's ranked number 11 overall. Built by Mark Liu, and Mark coming in here today from San Diego. He's already qualified for the finals with this purple robot, taking home the Golden Dumpster in January. So winning our New Bots event with Questionable Choices. And yeah, it looks like these two robots are locked up.
Yeah, that is definitely an entangled situation. We're going to have that could be Gwen. I don't know. We're going to have one of our cage staff work to separate the two of them with calibrated crowbars. Yes, it's clearly just looking at the dexterity on display. That must be Gwen.
Wow, all right, round of applause for Gwen.
We have a lot of fearsome crowbar wielding staff here, but she definitely takes the cake.
Now, here after the separation, we're going to see if these robots fire back up. Will Questionable Choices weapon just come here and shred? Or is Budget Boy going to be dying here? So close to the... Oh no, Budget Boy's moving.
Tentatively, but yes, Budget Boy is moving. Both of these robots are moving. The drive, actually, on the left side of Questionable Choices appears to be not working hardly at all. Maybe not at all at all. Questionable Choices spinning up. All right, the match will begin again. Now, away we go.
All right, that weapon fires right back up. But Questionable Choices is crab walking right now. Budget Boy trying to get around to the side here.
Budget Boy really needs to be able to take this home as a win. As a control bot, this is exactly what they want.
Wow.
Man, that was excellent maneuverability.
Good little trip into the rail there. And Questionable Choice is now on its head. You can see that that weapon is bumping along the floor. That rabbit ear was not enough to keep it off of the plywood.
Luke, I am noticing the right side on Questionable Choices also a little intermittent.
Ooh! Wow, tearing out a huge piece of wood here from the rail.
This is great driving of Budget Boy, being able to control your opponent, put their weapon into the wall.
Wedging the fork on Questionable Choices under that rail. This might be a win for Budget Boy, taking down the January Golden Dumpster winner here. Questionable Choices back on its feet.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The drive is just so hampered right now. Budget Boy can take its opponent and pretty much do what it wants.
Wow. getting around here to the side of the robot again. Oh, this is a good pin.
Coming
As
down
we get to
on
the
the
last 3 seconds here in this fight. This one will go to the judges. Pretty good showing from MIT and Budget Boy.
Yeah, I gotta say, for a robot that never had an active weapon, this is one of the best showings we've had. To me, it's a clear win. We'll have to see what the judges say.
Yeah. Really showing great aggression and control.
And taking
control, mostly control.
Taking
yeah.
full advantage of the situation.
Yeah.
That's the best thing I can say about it is everything about combat robotics is about seeing your opening and exploiting it. And when you're a control robot, that just becomes that much more important. It's exactly what Budget Boy did today.
Yeah, really successfully slamming its opponent into the rail and, you know, scoring damage points just by making questionable choices hurt itself, which is pretty tough.
Yeah, I will say, despite over and over again smacking into the wall of the arena, questionable choices weapon continued to run, so that is a durable system. That's gonna, it would have been almost a sure thing for Budget Boy if they'd been able to break that weapon by slamming it into the wall.
Yeah.
But it's just too tough.
Yeah.
Questionable choices.
I mean, it's a golden dumpster winner for a reason. Like, great reliability on that weapon.
And it needs to, yeah. I mean, if you can't reliably put your weapon into the wall, honestly, you should probably work on a new weapon when you get time.
Yeah. I think there's something really cool about taking a golden dumpster winner from the New Bots event and putting it up against veterans.
Yeah. I mean, that's really the choice that we come, or I shouldn't say the choice comes down, that's the path you come down to when you go for a New Bots event.
Yeah.
It's great. Like, that's a proof of concept.
Yeah.
But the real proof of viability is knowing how it goes up against the meta here. And almost by definition, in the New Bots event, you're not really getting a slice of the meta. You're not getting a slice of the average robot you're going up against.
Right.
So I hate to say that win comes with a caveat, because it's still important.
Yeah.
But you don't know what it's going to do in open competition until it gets in open competition.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, one way or the other, Mark is going to be here in December with questionable choices, and it's really important flying all the way out here from San Diego to try and continue to work on the robot, make sure that it is in tip-top shape for December.
Speaking of robots getting into tip-top shape, we're going to head up to the pits and get a good look. You know, a little more chill than it was an hour ago. I think we're starting to hit that moment that you spoke to earlier, Luke, where robots are very much either in or they are out.
Yeah.
So there are going to be people who are out, who are a little more relaxed, and then you can still see, you know, plenty of builders who are very, very focused. We're going to head
now,
to
Ricky,
a special
before we do that,
here.
I want to tell you that September NHRL is brought to you by Transformers One. Calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th.
Luke, that sounds pretty exciting. That sounds like something...
I want to see it.
You want to see? Do you want to see more right now?
I want to see more right now, Ricky.
Well, you know what? We have more right now. Let's go to the clip. You ready for a clip? Let's go to the clip.
So, how long do you think we'll be here? I'm not talking to you.
You know what? We are so screwed.
Thought you weren't talking to me.
You two, come with me. Report to Waste Management.
Hi there, I'm B127. I'm actually working on some nicknames. The one I'm floating right now is Badassatron, which is actually pronounced Badassatron.
We're gonna call you B.
I know we're just lowly worker bots who can't even transform. Don't you want to see what's out there?
There's a reason no one goes to the surface. It's dangerous.
Why'd you bring jetpacks?
we survive this, I'm gonna kill you!
I accept those terms.
The surface.
It's beautiful.
You have proven yourself worthy. Take these and access your full potential.
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
We can transform now!
On 3, 1.
Ha! It's working! Where's my head? How do we use these things? Oh, okay, wheels! I need wheels!
Guys, that's not good.
We've got these powers for a reason. Let's use them.
We stand here together as one.
Whoa! I got a battle mask! It appeared with this guy. Knife hands? I have knife hands!
I can see that. B, these are not the bad guys.
Why did you cut the door?
What? No, it was already like that. Right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
It was.
Yes.
Yeah, it was already like. Yeah, that's right.
Wow. I see someone else is transformed. Luke, you look a little different.
Well, I got this, cool pair of shades here.
That's all it takes. Really transforms a Luke. Welcome to the desk, Adam Wrigley.
Thank you. Good to be here. Excited for Transformers. Star-studded cast.
Absolutely. I see these trailers and I hear the read-ins that we do, and a lot of times when it says a movie like you've never seen before, or the Transformers in a way that you've never experienced them, I'm very skeptical. That legitimately looks completely different than anything I've ever seen.
It looks good. We're gonna hop over to Cage 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, look at this. Timber Viper going up against Yopnol. Timber Viper.
Everyone's flying around.
Yeah, taking Yopnol for a ride.
I sit down and stuff goes crazy.
That's why we bring you here. That's what we pay you for.
Timber Viper has been looking pretty good today. Fast, speedy as always.
Woo,
but
that is a big old hit there.
Winning the ground game here, and that's surprising.
Well, was winning the ground game. It's lost the last 3 exchanges. This is what we see so often in Kevin's robots. They're great until they're not. Once those forks get a little tweaked, it can really turn the tides. Let's see if Kevin's driving can, whoa, what a hit. No mercy from Yopnol. That is hit after hit after hit.
Yopnol is staying so grounded on every hit. It's just able to come back in again and again and again. You know, early on they were sending themselves flying, but they are planted now.
My good. I've seen more flips out of Timber. Oh, that is a good spot for Timber Viper to take some advantage.
If Timber Viper loses this one, then they will be eliminated. So they gotta hope that Yopnol can not make it to the end, because right now I think they're losing this judge's decision.
Yeah, this is not a winning decision for them right now, but you know, the thing about Kevin's robots is they just keep going and going. And
he's not giving up. I mean, you can see him driving around, getting to the side. Great control there, able to send Yopnol like sky high.
Yeah, and that does a huge amount of damage when you stack these hits after hits after hits.
And he's got to be careful. He can only take so many of these. No robot is infinitely durable, but we've got a minute left. Can Kevin turn it around?
This, you know, as I understand it, this fight, it's not just that Timber Viper would go home. Yopnol would also go home. This is make or break. This is loser goes
So
home.
really, we're in an elimination fight already, pre-bracket elimination fight.
Sometimes that's just the way it works out. I gotta say too, Timber Viper's level of control is just growing. He's got this momentum that's being gained over the course of the fight.
With 35 seconds left, Yobnal doesn't want to end the fight upside down like this. That's
Look
not going to look
at this. That was a great pinch and brief hold from Timber Viper on Yobnal.
This is exactly what Kevin and Timber Viper need here. Get the control game up, get Yobnal, on their back foot, unable to spin up, unable to do anything. Are they broken?
Look at this grab, Adam.
Wow.
It is absolutely manhandling Yobnal. We're in the last 10 seconds.
This is what he's been waiting the whole fight for.
That's the way the robot's designed. Take a bunch of punches to the face
Wow.
and pick up your opponent
Wow.
and shake out their lunch money.
Now, Timber Viper here does end up upside down. Are they able to self-right?
I almost guarantee it, but it's taking a lot longer than usually would be the case.
So they'll do a little function check here for the judges. You can see all Timber Viper's wheels working. Unsure if the lifter is. That wouldn't look too good. The weapon on Yobnal also not seeing a lot of action there. So this will be an interesting one for the judges. Pure domination from Yobnal for a lot of that fight. But Timber Viper coming back real strong in the last 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's exactly the turn of the tide that Kevin wanted in that fight. The trouble is, you don't want it in the last 40 seconds.
Yeah.
It's an amazing difference when that happens at, a minute 30 or 2 minutes into a fight. But is that last, 1/6 of the match enough to make an opinion change in the judges' mind?
Well, let's take a look at some of the replays, see if maybe we can grasp a little more about what happened. You can see right off the bat, both robots come out strong, and Timber Viper just starts getting the worst end of every hit. You are seeing Yobnal like a little unbalanced early on, but they got grounded. Hit after hit after hit in the middle third of that fight were going Yobnal's way. And then toward the end, Timber Viper comes back and gets a lot of control.
Yeah, and at the same time, what's happening to Timber Viper there at the end, they're starting to lose a little bit of functionality, what they want to see out of their opponent. I think throughout the course of the match, Yobnal's driver might have been a little unsettled. You get that far and you're like, okay, when is my opponent going to break? When am I going to win?
Yeah. I think Kevin's robots are so fast, and not just in the top end speed, but in the acceleration. In these wooden floors using those cleated wheels. The robots drive differently than any of your other opponents will.
They do.
And that's hard for anyone to get used to, especially in these higher weight classes. You're just not used to that level of acceleration. That's going to throw you off.
Yeah, it's amazing. These robots can actually accelerate faster than gravity. They're pulling sometimes multiple Gs as they careen across the arena, and that can do damage on its own.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, we have another fight lined up for you. We are going to take you to the play-by-play booth, and they are going to walk you through all the action.
All right, thank you, Ricky. It is Sam here with Kyle in the play-by-play booth.
Hey, Sam.
And we are excited. We've got Crumbler and Hyperdrive here in case 2.
Robots fight.
Two very different styles of robots. Crumbler is this really interesting design, rear horizontal spinner. Going up against Hyperdrive, it's fast, it's furious, and it's got a powerful vertical egg beater style spinner.
Nice. Back wheels on Hyperdrive. Those are cool.
Yeah, Hyperdrive really built for that fast one-shot action. And keeping the Throngler just on their toes and on their side most of this matchup so far.
That's the power of that stable four-wheel drive vert design that Hyperdrive, I believe, is using. It's got a pair of smaller wheels up front.
And they are now stuck in the corner. Throngler coming in and getting another shot on the back plate.
Ooh, I see a loose belt on the weapon of Hyperdrive as well.
Yeah, if that's the only belt, they're in big trouble.
And it looks like their blade, that's just a limp blade on Hyperdrive.
Wow, how quickly this match has turned around. This is looking like it is a really good matchup for Throngler now.
The right side drive is down on Hyperdrive as well. No weapon, one drive side, tough spot.
Yeah, look at how that weapon is hanging off of the bracket. That's not what you want to see.
Throngler giving him the one fork salute.
Yes, indeed. Hyperdrive was winning every engagement for the first 40 seconds of this matchup, but they were not able to hold the bot together. And now you can see Throngler doing a victory dance. No movement at all from Hyperdrive there. Upside down, the weapon is off. One side of the drive is definitely disabled, and it seems like the entire bot is just down. Look, you can see a little twitch on that one back wheel.
Was it that splayed out? The
yeah,
fork?
no, just completely.
It's on its way to Splitsville.
Wow. All right, so the Throngler taking that one. Nice job to them. Just durability winning the day in that matchup. There's a slow Throngler chant starting in the arena. I can hear it.
That's a new one for us here at NHRL. I don't know if I've heard the Throngler chant before.
You know, it does sound, what an aggressive name, though. I would never want to be Throngled.
The threatening strangler, you know? Yeah, beautiful. Here we are.
Really cool machine. I like the Throngler quite a bit. Hyperdrive, you know, they hold it together. They do okay, but that was rough. That was a rough matchup. Yeah, what do you think failed first on them?
Oh, I think it was a frame issue. I think as they started to split, the weapon became loose, the belt came off first, then the whole weapon came disrupted, and that shift, like the internal shifts inside the robot, caused drivetrain issues.
Yeah, it's a struggle. All right, let's go ahead and throw it back over to the desk. How are you guys doing up there?
Oh, we're doing pretty good, Kyle. How about you, Adam?
I'm doing great. I feel like the fights have been nuts since I got back at the desk. So
yeah, you
it's pretty
really
exciting.
brought the thunder with you here.
Yeah.
And we've had pretty good fights the entire time I've been at the desk. I don't know how it was earlier in the morning.
I mean, the fights are always good here at NHRL, but they get better the longer the day goes.
It is kind of cool that way. I mean, sometimes you get a little more destruction up front when those robots that maybe aren't as tested or tuned get tuned. Yeah, I like that. The tested and the tuned. It sounds biblical almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, when those robots get cleaved into small pieces, that's exciting. But when you go through the day and you get the robots built by pros at this point, you can see some really not just heavy-hitting matches, but technical and impressively driven matches.
Yeah, and they're getting dialed in. You know, you're getting rid of those first fight jitters.
Yep.
You're figuring out how everything's working today. Everything's always a little different every day, and it just gets better and better. And then once the eliminations start happening and we start whittling down the field, and yeah, you get the people who are just dialed in even more today than usual.
Yeah, and I think we're getting towards the end of the season, right? There is that spirit in the air that it's turning to do or die time. I mean, people really want to qualify, and I can't blame them. I mean, if you want to get to the championships in December, there's no more guarantees that you're going to be able to get a robot into a competition in order to earn that right. So you got to do it now while you have the chance.
Yeah, these competitions fill up faster and faster now. It's hard to get in, and it's even harder to get top 4. So everyone's trying extra hard as we get closer to those finals at the end of the year.
As they should. We are going to go now to another big bot fight in Cage 1. We have Blue Marlin is going to going to go up against Rebound. You can see they are just starting to enter. They're at the bottom of the arena, or rather than the screen, rather. Rebound, as we have mentioned in the past, very much like the heavyweight robot Uppercut. This is a very fierce robot, very heavy hitting robot, also very frenetic. It is a robot that bounces about and does a lot of damage.
It's got some fun gyro mechanics when it moves with the wheels, drive wheels so far back, the weapon so far forward. Yeah, it's pretty frantic and wild in the arena. It did have a little trouble earlier today. It went up against an opponent, a multi-bot, that's main section was struggling, and couldn't really take advantage of that as much as you would think. You know, it couldn't take out the smaller half of the multi, and it couldn't take out the main half that was having mobility issues. So I think they're going to come out here, and they're going to try and show that they do mean business, and they're going to try and get a big win here is what I think they're going to come out swinging.
They certainly have the firepower to do it. We'll see if they've got the driving acumen and everything else.
Can they
we're going to go
connect?
over to exactly. We're going to go over to cage 2 though, while they set up for that big bot fight. Looks like they might need a little more time over there. They yeah, let's see. Cage 2 has got Raid 0. They are going to go up against Jump Shot. We saw Jump Shot really recently, actually. Had a lot of really good hits, but not a lot of control. But that was against a very different robot type.
Fight,
Raid 0.
robots, fight.
So we'll have to see how it goes.
So Raid 0, they say, is a reduced gyro vert. I wonder if they're using a flywheel here, but you can see they have insane maneuverability for having a vert like that. Jump Shot, another like kind of frantic robot, was very hard for their opponent to pin down earlier today. So we'll see if Raid 0 can get some hits in. Jump Shot is just so bouncy, it's hard to pin down. Looks like they took out a piece of their own mini robot there, knocking off the wheel guard.
Yep, I love the destruction of brother on brother in the arena. You are 100% right, by the way, Adam. Raid 0 has that kind of golden drum showing up. That is a counter gyroscopic force gyroscope, and it makes the robot so much more maneuverable in the arena. It's really cool technology that we're seeing start to come online.
Yeah, for those who aren't aware, when you have a big, large, vertically spinning disc and you try to turn it, it doesn't like to turn. It's going to lift your outer wheel up off the ground.
Ooh, I saw a puff of smoke coming out there from Raid 0.
What was that?
I think it's them trying to spin that motor to self-right, and it just does not
Maybe some
do it.
belt smoke or something?
My guess is that was motor smoke, Adam. I think they put a little too much power in there trying to self-right.
Now, we talk a lot about lipo smoke candles, but I was thinking earlier today, a motor smoke candle, that could be a nice one too,
That, yeah, you get the whole range of things. Or you could go like pumpkin spice, where it's a mixture of the sense of the seasons.
Yeah. You get the controller magic smoke, the motor smoke.
The burning plastic outer shell.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what piece that was.
Raid 0, I think is getting counted out, but in the meantime, Jump Shot taking it out on the mini.
Knockout.
Some big hits in that fight. Raid 0 unable to make it to the bell, but some good stuff.
Build, fight, repeat. We had a similar mantra when I started doing the larger robots a few years ago. It was make, break, repeat.
The repeat is the key here. It's all it's a bit of a science, right? You go out, you experiment, you see what works, what doesn't work, and then you try another hypothesis in the next fight.
I think it's a lot like doctoring. They call it a practice. You need to stay in practice. The sport has evolved so much that we're not at a point anymore where a really talented person can show up and just be an all-star. This is something where a talented person is going to be better suited to growing and learning and gaining that talent. But day one, you are never going to show up and be a phenomenon overnight.
I've been surprised by some of the true rookies we had here today come out against vets and put on a really good performance. They didn't win all those fights, but they would come out and take a big beating, a bigger beating than I would think that a rookie bot could take. So we're seeing people come out and build much more durable robots on a first try. But I completely agree that you can't know everything you need to know. There's so many tricks of the trade, and practice is a good word for it. You have to keep coming. You have to keep evolving. You have to keep doing it. You have to keep up with the latest and greatest.
Let's take another look at some of that talent on display in that previous fight. And Jump Shot, again, a little unbalanced. It had a hard time keeping itself to the ground. In the end, it didn't matter. What we've seen from Jump Shot is they just keep coming.
I think Jump Shot is such an apt name for that robot. It's jumping, it's leaping in the air, just so much.
Yeah, and you know, maybe this is something that they work out in the future, some level of stability. You know, we never talk about it. I don't know if it can be done, but we have verts with stability, active stability management. Maybe that's possible with horizontals. It's a little different physics, but maybe there's something that could be done.
I would normally agree and say that you want stability, you want that control, but for Jump Shot, so far it's working so well for them.
Yeah, why?
It's hard for the opponent to react when they're bouncing all over. If they
Listen,
can hang.
no one can react to your plan if there is no plan. And I think that's the Jump Shot mantra at this point.
You know,
it's
they come in, they bounce all over, and then they react fast enough while their opponent's still confused to get another shot in.
Well, and it's another level of disconnect, right? Like, it takes a moment for you to react to what your robot's doing. It takes another moment for you to react to what your opponent's robot is doing. So they're always going to be one step ahead with that approach.
And it's an interesting counter to the control bot, a bot that just can't be controlled.
Right, because it was never in control to begin with.
Yeah. The wheels, the weapon, something's always in the way that when the control robots try to come up to it, something hits and it bounces all over and then gets a hit on something important eventually.
So I'm going to be really interested to see then, are they going to take that and kind of stick with that vibe and that's their competitive edge? Or are they going to try and work that out? Are they going to try and work on driving skills to stay more stable, change the design, whatever it is? We'll have to find out.
Yeah. And it's not to say it's not driven well. They drive well.
No,
when they're on
that's
the
a
ground.
good point. I didn't mean to say that. Absolutely.
But it's good. It's been fun watching them, and I look forward to seeing how they do.
I think this is a robot with legs on it. I mean, not literally. I would love to see that, though. Jump Shot, if you want to try that. But I think it's a robot with a runway ahead of it where it can continue to grow.
Yeah. It's one of those robots that could take it tonight.
Very possibly. We've seen nothing to indicate that that's out of the realm of possibility. I don't see glaring weaknesses. Yeah. We've seen it be very durable, and that's half the battle.
Yeah.
To be very clear. So we are going to go to Cage 2 now for another battle. We are going to go to the Cage 2 Boys in Booth reporting squad in the play-by-play room. Away you go.
All right, so we are so ready for this matchup. We've got a team from Ecuador here.
Yes.
That is so much fun. I love it when we have other kind of combat robotics communities come to NHRL, show what they've got, bring new things to our ecosystem. This is going to be so much fun.
2, 1.
This Ecuadorian robot, it looks like it was made for NHRL.
It really does, but it is going up against the most dialed-in Power Surge 3 we have ever seen. Look at these hits. It is a 6S drive. It is hitting with so much power. Nice.
And it looks like they're just trading exchanges.
Yeah. I'd say Chris is getting the better of most of these, but now he's stuck up in the corner. Longo Ango just celebrating over there in the center.
What are they doing, though?
Yeah, did their drive just stop?
Are they being...
Or are they just being conservative?
Oh.
They're just being conservative.
Letting the unstick happen.
Yeah, wow, that was really respectful. But now, there's the weapon, okay.
Okay.
Right, yeah, it was like, what? Is it dead? Is it not dead? Okay, so here we go. Power Surge trying to get an angle, and once again stuck up on the corner. But nice little volley of tiny shots there from Power Surge 3, and stuck up in the corner, waiting for them to vibrate themselves off, and then going back in for another end-over-end hit. Beautiful shot, Chris, and Power Surge 3.
Yeah, just a little pops coming from Power Surge 3, but it's enough to disrupt Longo Ango and keep him destabilized.
So they landed on their back and were stuck there for a second. Chris actually knocked them back down.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they have any sort of protuberance to prevent them from being stuck on their butt there.
Protuberance, nice word. All right, so here comes Chris. You can see he's a little bit upside down, so he's keeping the weapon down lower.
I hear unhappy sounds.
Yeah, that motor is grinding. Nice little pin here from Longo Ango.
And I'm pretty sure that's the Power Surge 3 motor.
Yeah, he doesn't like it when it's running upside down. And now we've got some spin back up on Longo. Ango still not seeing any weapon spin up on Power Surge 3, but it is also still upside down. Nice pin by Chris and Power Surge 3. Good pushing power on those big chonky wheels.
Less than a minute left now, and with both weapons starting to really slow down and become sad, those pins might make the difference.
You can hear that motor on Longo Ango's weapon is just squealing. So this will turn into a pushing match, and keep in mind Chris Caps is still upside down with Power Surge 3, which means he is driving a little bit backwards, a little bit upside down. Hard to kind of get your bearings when you're like that. Unless you've just got the right kind of twisty brain that can adapt to it on the fly.
Or you just turn your controller upside down.
Oh, is that how that works? You just drive with the controller upside down? Okay.
It's like drinking from the far side of a glass to cure hiccups.
Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. All right. Chris, very happy with his performance. You can see him over there. Longo Ango team so happy to have them here at NHRL.
And that's a pretty tight match.
Yeah, that's going to the judges.
Sure.
We'll see how that goes. By Arya's team. He's an instructor. Very cool.
Yeah, we did an interview with them yesterday in the pits. It sounded amazing. Unfortunately, my Spanish is lacking, so I didn't fully understand the answers to the questions. But a lot of passion there. And I'm just so excited that we've pulled folks from Ecuador. I had no idea there was even a fighting robot scene there.
No, it's amazing. I mean, we have competitors that come here from China, Japan, Australia, Ecuador, Brazil. It's amazing. All right, let's go to our friends at the desk. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. It's great to see people coming up from Ecuador, from all over the world here to Norwalk, Connecticut to fight robots with us.
I guarantee you then whatever the governing body was that created Norwalk, Connecticut however long ago, if you tried to explain this situation, it wouldn't have been on their radar. I don't think anyone here, a decade ago would have expected Norwalk, Connecticut to be this hub, this robot fighting mecca that people are pilgrimaging to. But that's where we are, and it's pretty neat, the life and vibrancy that it's brought to this interesting corner of the world.
It's cool. It's really cool, and it's really great to see everybody. It's like a little family reunion every time we all come here.
All right, we are going to head over to Cage 5 for another fight with Silent Spring. This time they are going up against Intolerance. Intolerance has an absolutely menacing vertical spinner, kind of a center mount vertical spinner.
This is an interesting fight because Silent Spring has been having an uncharacteristically off day.
Right. It's also a bad matchup for Silent Spring. That is a big front wedge on Intolerance.
The good news is it does look like that left side drive pod is working. And that's the first time it has been all day.
That wedge almost immediately torn to shreds on the front of Intolerance.
This is the Silent Spring that I think we thought was going to come out in the first fight, and we're finally getting to see it here.
Intolerance struggling to move already. When you have a wedge like that torn up, it can impede your movement.
This is going to be
severely
tough. Yeah, that was their ground game against the horizontal, and they are not looking too hot. It's actually maybe better that it's been fully removed than it hanging off.
Yeah, the worst option is for it to be just dangling there as debris. That is a bad spot. The weapon is jammed up on Intolerance. Oh, hell, man. Silent Spring freeing his opponent.
Silent Spring and JMO feeling confident here. They're not going to wait for any sort of unstick. They're going to come and give the unstick themselves and just tear this robot apart.
Yeah, you can see the relatively thin sheet metal is starting to get just rolled up on the edges of Intolerance.
JMO's in an interesting spot here, it being fight 3, and he really hasn't had a chance yet to get used to this robot. He hasn't had much stick time with a functional robot, so I think he's getting a little bit of driving practice in here too, and he's looking good. Intolerance holding up. There was a moment there where it looked like they were dead, and they're still going.
And I mean, both of these robots really want to keep going. This is an elimination fight. Whoever loses here is out. That is the end of their road today. Winner, of course, will continue to move on and make their way to the regular end of the bracket and hopefully ultimate victory later today.
Yeah, we'll hopefully see one of these two in prime time, but we are in 3 pounds officially in the bracket. So this is a bracket fight. Loser goes home.
Oh, the weapon belt is off entirely on Intolerance. That has completely removed the possibility that that weapon will come back online. You can see Silent Spring now inverted, but it works perfectly well in this situation. It would be a little bit less ideal if the weapon was still up on Intolerance, but with the weapon down, this is a perfectly reasonable approach for Silent Spring.
Intolerance is by Ryan Ferdinand out of Merchantville, New Jersey. And, he's putting up a valiant effort here against a full-power Silent Spring. I don't think anyone knew what version of Silent Spring we were going to get coming into this fight with an unreliable drive pod in their earlier fights. But we got the, multiple championship Silent Spring version here tonight, and Intolerance is I don't think gonna make it out. But they put on a valiant effort. A lot of durability shown there throughout the fight to be able to make it that far.
Yeah,
against that weapon is not easy.
No, it's an impressive testament to their talent just to get that far. And we're going to come back, of course, with the official decision here in a little bit. Right now, though, we are going to jump to Cage 2 with another exciting fight that will be taken to you by our lovely folks in the play-by-play booth.
All right, and in this one, we've got Smee in the blue corner and Yes Chef in the pink.
I love that we are going a little bit back in time for this fight. These are two competitors you could have seen here 3 years ago. Both back for this event. So happy to see them.
Fight, robots, fight.
Joe Fabiani with Smee, Alex Pezza with Yes Chef.
Alex and Yes Chef are a bit of a flamethrower killer. They've knocked out both Mixtape and Dutch Oven, some of the hottest bots in the game. Smee's rocking a flamethrower in this one. So let's see if Yes Chef can take advantage.
Hey. 2 flamethrowers. Two flamethrowers.
That remains to be seen. I've only seen one going at a time.
Well, they've both gone, just not at the same time.
Not in the same fight. And as of now, no flames from Smee.
No, it takes a little while for that flame to get going. You don't see it the first, couple of minutes of the fight, but usually by the last minute you'll see some flame action happening. Really saves it for those crucial moments.
Yeah, not a lot of room for a big butane tank in Smee, so perhaps it's just like a matter of he's only got 20 or 30 seconds of flame.
I just imagine that it's 2 of those really heavy duty cigar lighters turned all the way up, and so he just fills up each one before the fight.
I think he just has a servo flicking a Bic in there.
You know what? Yes, absolutely. It's a little bit more flame than a Bic, but not much. Not much. It's concentrated, I should say. Concentrated flame.
Yes, Chef doing his best to do anything to Smee, getting smothered in the process.
Now, Alex Pezza is a sous chef for his job. Yes Chef originally was a collection of discarded cutting boards from work that he put together into a fighting robot. It has obviously evolved since then.
Yeah, it's a few steps above that now, just a bunch of discarded Team Shreddit parts.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like these two bots are stuck together. Brad doing what he can. Interesting match pause.
Yeah, can Smee move at all? I mean, they're really kind of stuck in the corner there.
Point. Not even seeing their... Can sometimes see the cans on the brushless make an attempt.
Yeah. And now they're stuck. All right, there we go. A little bit of movement from Smee. That's what all we need, just a little bit of movement, and then we don't tap out. So this is the match pause. Let's unpause.
Smee sounding kind of screechy.
Yeah, not a happy motor sound coming from Smee.
Ugh.
I love that it makes the robot builder in the room cringe. I don't want that to happen to motors.
Thinking about magnet fragments and outrunners.
Yeah, it's not happy. Nice shot from Yes Chef. That was fantastic.
Yeah, it looks like he removed the orange forks from Smee in that one particular spot, and that is his opening.
Yeah, Smee was kind of the first bot to pioneer these fingerling style forks, these long, very flexible printed material forks. And it's interesting because the game has evolved a lot since those became innovation.
And they have become pretty popular. You see them on a lot of different robots, a lot of smaller robots as well. Pretty cool.
There you see Alex Pezza with his Team Shreddit gear on. And there's the long, tall Joe Fabiani, looking fabulous as always. So happy to be here. It's been a while since we've seen Joe, and I'm so happy he's at the competition today.
Kyle, we were interviewing Joe, and I asked him if there was a rule change that could make it so he could make cooler robots. And he says, I'm not really sure what the rules are these days.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Joe is responsible for quite a large section of our rule book here, actually. Not because he wrote it, no, because he kept pushing them, and then we kept having to write new ones.
Maybe that's why he's so good at pushing the rules.
He just doesn't read them?
Yeah.
I mean, he was so good at lawyer ball early on. He would be like, it's an active weapon, and you're like, that's a flaming penguin in the corner, Joe. Listen, I read the rules, and that's an active weapon. And you'd read the rules, and you'd say, okay, yeah, he's right. The flaming corner and the penguin technically counts as a weapon.
Everyone's shutting down their robots, making them safe, putting those weapon locks on, giving it a quick sniff test. It's important data that you can get with your nose there.
Yeah, what's burning inside of my robot?
Yeah, because you'll open the cage and instantly smell burning robots, and you're not sure if that's coming from your robot, from a fight prior to yours, and that's crucial information.
All right, we are going to stick with you. We're going to head over to Cage 1 for some big robot action.
In Cage 1, it looks like we have Battle Tots in the pink corner, and is that Glow Up? I believe Glow Up from former henchman Rob Sarakin in the blue corner.
So glad to see Rob here competing today. To go from henchman to competitor pipeline, you gotta love that.
And he went straight into Team Pandemonium
5,
and is
4,
now fighting a teammate.
3, 2, 1.
A pair of teammates.
A pair of teammates, exactly. Yeah, Battle Tots is a multi-bot configuration. These are equal weight robots, and they are both extremely hard-hitting vertical spinners.
Glow Up with the 6-wheel drive. The front hinge style flipper.
I was speaking to Rob. He said the 6 wheels was not intentional. He just got the wrong belts in and had to add a center pivot point, so may as well put a wheel on it. I like the look of the 6 wheels, though. I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah. And it just gives you an extra set to get knocked off.
Yeah, ablative wheel armor, essentially.
Looks like Glow Up's in a tough position as the Battle Tots rev up. Come on, just smack him.
Ooh, that's a belt off of one of the drive sides of Glow Up. That's not good.
Technically, he needs 0 belts to be able to drive. One of those wheels is directly attached to the drive motor. And Battle Tots are really just surrounding and pounding. Glow Up calls for their unstick. That's the lighting cue you see there. Floop taking their sweet time to get across the arena.
I love it when the other bots come in to help with the unstick. It's so sportsmanly and helpful.
Air quotes help.
Listen, get your shots where you can. You might not be able to once that other bot is fully functional. I totally get it. Nice shot there. Battle Tots is doing a phenomenal job coordinating.
These bots are some very small. Glow Up is a very small 12-pounder. He looks pretty fitting right next to these 7.5-pounders.
You can see that lifter plow on Glow Up can take a lot of damage. Glow Up is loosely based off of a classic robot called Sewer Snake, with a very similar lifter style on the front. Ow.
Oh.
There goes that center pivot wheel.
Oh, that's the crucial wheel. That's the one wheel he does not want to be losing. Entire left side drive is now down.
Tap out.
Makes sense.
Yep. When you're a control bot and you lose half your drive, that makes it real hard to win a matchup.
Congrats to Team Pandemonium and condolences to Team Pandemonium.
You can see all these brightly colored jerseys here together, giving each other a hug. I love the fractal design on their jersey. It's like the most iconic. There's Donald Sung. They also scooped him up too real quick, didn't they?
Yeah.
They were like, oh, you're real good. We're going to get you on the team fast.
They've been going hard with their acquisitions. Really the fastest growing team in the league right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And bringing on some really good heavy hitters. I mean, when you're starting the team with Ariel and Kevin and Matt, anybody you add is going to just be a nice little asset. Because it's such a strong foundation that they built this team off of. Battle Tots, by the way, one of my favorite bots here, just because it is so well coordinated for a multi-bot. You never see friendly fire from Battle Tots. It's always just well executed strategy. You could tell they were planning on hitting those wheel pods. They were planning on using one person essentially to get into the wedge so the other one could get to the wheel pods. They executed that like 3 different times in that matchup. And the proof is in the pudding. That wheel is gone. And tap out insured.
I wonder if that teamwork comes from communication prior to the fight or during the fight. If they come up with a game plan, they both just know it and they stick to it during the fight, or if they're constantly letting each other know and giving updates. And
it's hard to communicate when you're out there. The noise is massive. You have all the crowd noise, all the motor noise. You have the refs yelling at you. Going in with a pre-planned strategy is definitely the way to go. All right, let's go back to our friends at the desk. We'll get ready for the next fight.
Whew. I enjoyed watching that as much as I was rooting for Rob and a glow up. Battle Tots doing their thing is just fun to me.
Yeah, I really like Battle Tots. I don't know. They're just
Can't
fun.
imagine why. Oh, boy.
They're just a funny theme. Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
speaking of glow up, it's good to see Joe and Smee back.
It is. It is wonderful return. I'm glad that the robot's here. Hopefully he can get a few more kinks worked out. We can see some fun stuff going on, but one step at a time. Speaking, steps at a time, it's important to go through all the steps. And one of the steps we have right now is to review a whole lot of judges' decisions. We've got, we've got a pile of them. So going back quite a bit, we've got Power Surge. They took on Longo Ango and they won. That means Longo Ango is going home for the day. They are eliminated. Power Surge, I believe it's Power Surge 3, right? Yeah, Power Surge 3, moving on. Budget Boy also took out Questionable Choices. That's a little bit of an upset. We didn't really expect that necessarily looking at that fight. We certainly didn't expect it looking at the history. Questionable Choices, Golden Dumpster winner in the relatively recent history, and Budget Boy is a budget kit bot that's still, under development. That's a big deal.
That's why we fight the fights.
It's why we fight the fights. Questionable Choices is going to be going home, but at minimum, we will see them back here at the championships at the end of the year. Creature also defeated Killajoule, which means Killajoule is also going home. So, that's pretty much it. We're waiting on one more big judge's decision. I know we were going back and forth with Yobnol and Timber Viper. That was a big deal. Wait, I'm getting worried. The decision is in.
Oh. I'm on the edge of my seat.
It was a big thing.
It was like
Timber Viper defeated Yobnol, and that's kind of interesting because we got this information coming in,
Yeah.
and it was back and forth. This was something where we didn't even know if that was going to be the official decision. For a little bit, I thought the official decision was in the other direction. So, big deal. Congrats to Kevin. We're going to continue to see him going forward. But Yob Noel is eliminated. They're
Wow.
going home.
I mean, I'm glad I wasn't a judge in that fight because I had no idea how I was going to call it.
No, it's very close. Truly depends on what you saw in that fight. Takes a trained eye. So, thank you to the judges for getting us there. Can't say, though, that I'm disappointed to see Timber Viper fighting more tonight.
Either one of those I wanted to see more of, and it's sad when I had to go home. But what a good fight, and congrats to Timber Viper.
And there can be only one in this case. So, thanks very much. I think we're going to go up to the pits, take a look at what's going up there, see if we can get a little insight onto the mind of the builder.
Let's take a look here. So, it may look calm, but I assure you that the builders at their tables are not calm at this point. We are into the elimination phase of the day. At this point, you're in win or go home mindset. You're freaking out over every detail of your robot, trying to get it just right, dialed in to give you maximum performance. And it's tricky, too, because you need to make sure that if you win, you can still fight the next fight. Some robots, some teams will bring 2 chassis. Do you use your newest chassis for this fight, or do you save it for later? Do you feel bad if you saved your best robot and then lost with the backup one? There's a lot of decisions to be made when you're in the pits. You're walking over to your opponent's table, figuring out the config. But it's a tense moment in the day. It's an exciting moment in the day. And soon, they'll be moving over to the prime time pits once we start getting to the point where we've narrowed down the field enough. But it's fun, it's exciting, and I think everybody's hoping they can take home that golden dumpster.
Time pits, you get a little bit more room, you get a nicer table, you get a little bit more space to breathe. It helps you calm down just before you get to the most stressful part of your day. All right, so it's good to see you, Adam. How you been?
Welcome back to the desk.
It's good to be here.
It's that time of the day where, well, I guess this is always this time of the day, but every fight is getting better and better.
Absolutely, yes. And like you said earlier, it has to. This is do or die moment. Every fight from this point on is single elimination, essentially. You go home if you lose. No one likes that. No one wants to go home. I mean, some people might. It might be a stressful enough day that they're like, I think I'll go to the food trucks and chill out.
If I could just stop winning, I could go home and sleep right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And some people were working on their bots until late in the night last night, so I totally understand that as well.
Oh, I think there's something interesting happening in Cage 1. Let's go see what it is. Who do we got here?
That looks like a little Roper and a little Kazah action.
Oh, Roper is a really fun robot because it's just so hard to kill.
So hard to kill. It's got the best air armor you've ever seen. It does look like it's having a little bit of issue on that right side for their drive.
Yeah, I mean, they say air is the best armor. It's not the best motor.
No, you need more motor than just air, but armor-wise, it is pretty fantastic.
It's great.
And Kazah is, of course, one of the most powerful flamethrowers we've ever seen at this competition. It's just a big old strong wedge with a whole lot of fire coming out the front. What more could you ask for?
I really like Kazah because it's such a simple shape. It's such a simple idea, just a hardened steel box. But it does it. It does it well.
And there you see international superstar Tony Clifton opening up Mr. Roper. Now, not only is Tony Clifton a hit song performer, musical performer, but he is also a talented robot builder and driver.
I wonder if we'll get to hear him perform tonight.
I'm very curious as to myself. He does have some really big hits, especially in the combat robotics community. I have his new album. It's pretty good.
Now, what's that album called?
It's called, I believe, Mr. Roper.
Ah, all right.
But yeah, Tony Clifton. It's on sale actually in our gift shop if you want to go buy it right now.
There's a lot of percussion, I think, in that album.
Yeah, it's a lot of hits. So there you can see Mr. Roper is shut off. The eyes have gone dark. Now we're seeing the innards, the brains of Mr. Roper. Look how much room there is inside of there. Yeah, you could keep all kinds of things in there. You can keep your spare tools in there, your lunch.
I'm reminded of that scene from The Simpsons. They go to a itchy and scratchy land with the robots, and they open the head, and Marge goes, "You see all that stuff in there, Homer? That's why your robots never worked."
Yeah, that'll do it.
It is a lot of stuff in there. It's just... It's getting right on in.
But you could see why this thing lasted so long against Megatron. Megatron was cutting into the top, and there's not a whole lot up there.
Nothing there. Mr. Roper's facial expression here, he seems unfazed from brain surgery.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, as we all know, you can't sedate during brain surgery.
No, but there's also no nerve
conscious.
endings in the brain, ironically, so it's fine. You don't feel that stuff.
No, you don't feel it, but you gotta be awake. Yeah. And Mr. Roper, Trooper, ready to go.
And there you go. The lights are on, Mr. Roper.
The crowd is building. There's an anticipation of this fight.
Well, yeah,
Everyone
you want to see the Roper that doesn't die and all of the fire. Yeah. And that's exactly the other point too. I mean, don't forget, international superstar Tony Clifton is in the building.
Tony Clifton
won.
Is in the building.
And, you know, that is always what it comes down to. Who are they here to see? Are they here to see Mr. Roper, or are they here to see international superstar Tony Clifton?
There's no way to know. There's no way to know.
So let's see if Mr. Roper is able to get that right drive side working. I do like the evolution of Mr. Roper's mustache, a.k.a. their forks, a.k.a. the carpenter squares in the front.
Yeah.
It started as just standard carpenter squares that you would get from Lowe's or Home Depot, and it has turned into something much forkier, much more custom. The wrenches are the same, though.
So I'm just hearing now that international superstar Tony Clifton has cut his finger on Mr. Roper, and is just getting a little bit of first aid attendance right now. That's caused for the delay.
I see.
Our
so
hearts go out for his quick recovery.
Yeah, he is demanding medical attention. That's completely understandable.
Yeah.
He does have NHRL superstar Tom Farkas on his team if he needs to, get Tom to drive the robot in a pinch hit. But I don't know if that'll be necessary. Tony can perform under pressure, and I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
There you see attending to the damaged finger.
Well, I guess all those rumors about him, there's just being unable to bleed, those are false. He does bleed like
the man does bleed.
Any other man.
Of course,
yeah.
Of course. He needs those fingers to operate, not to perform, but definitely to operate the robot. So I'm glad that he's able to bandage that up and get back to the robot fighting.
They're just shoving him
into
each other.
That's the wrong corner. Yeah. That's not where he goes. What are you doing, Floop?
This may end Mr. Roper's streak of never being knocked out. Although I guess if he does end up having to forfeit, that wouldn't count. But if this fight starts, it's not looking good for Mr. Roper.
No, the lights are on in the eyes, but we haven't. I mean, obviously he hasn't started the weapon yet. The fight hasn't started yet. But if he can't drive.
He's got.
There we go. Okay, left drive side still working. Good. Okay.
I think you got the other half. That could shove him around. The crowd is getting very pumped up. They're feeling it.
Yeah,
it's about to start.
It's been a lot of anticipation for this fight now.
The build-up.
The build-up over the past 7 minutes while we've been waiting for this to start has been palpable. And presumably Kazah is 100% functional. This is the most flame Kazah. It puts out the most heat, the most fire of all of the Kazah line.
5, 4, 3.
Kazah just makes me think of like the early 2000s file sharing.
Fight, robots, fight.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've all ruined computers with Kazah.
Mr. Roper is aggressive out of the box, as per usual, flipping himself onto his own back.
It is interesting. It seems as though the left drive side and left hammer are the only things functioning on Mr. Roper. And yet both eyes have lit up.
Oh, no, we got both hammers.
There he goes. Yep, now we got both functional hammers.
And unfortunately, it looks like Kazah Light had fuel, but no
Sparky
ignition.
sparks. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. They put their own fire out with the fuel. I hate it when that happens. Flamethrowers are surprisingly difficult. People don't understand how challenging and engineering it is to make a flame.
There it is.
There we go. I love Mr. Roper, and I love him more when he's on fire.
He's unfazed. He lives in fire.
Yeah, he's just angry about it, but it's not scary to him. He just hates it. It's uncomfortable, if you will.
Mr. Roper hates everything equally.
You can hit him with a hammer saw. He's going to hate it just as much as being set ablaze.
Oh, that's pretty hot.
That's fantastic is what it is.
Look
at that.
You design a flame robot, this is what you want to get.
This is great content right here. A flaming Mr. Roper with fiery rage in his eyes. He hasn't landed a hit on Kazah yet.
He's landed a lot of hits on the arena.
He has.
Yeah.
He has. And the air.
Yeah.
He is angrily shaking those fists towards the air for quite some time.
Again, air, good armor, but not good target for your weapon. You know, like.
Yeah, it doesn't score you many points.
Air can do a lot of things, but the fire is just sort of adding to his angry vibe. You know?
I love it. This is really Kazah is just giving him excellent photo opportunities at this point.
I think what I'm learning here is that what Mr. Roper needs to become even more himself is a flamethrower.
I would be 100% for a flamethrower on Mr. Roper.
Yeah. This is it's pretty impressive he's been able to withstand all this heat. I guess the air is probably a pretty good insulator.
What is hanging out of the back of Mr. Is that a battery?
Uh-oh. I think that was all of the internals that were being fussed with at the beginning are now outside of the robot.
Yeah, the lights are off in Mr. Roper's eyes. We've got 19 seconds left. This might actually be
Mr.
a knockout.
Roper is on fire.
Yeah, something is ablaze. And the batteries are gone, and something else is out under the robot there. See? I don't know what that is. I can't see, but something's out. And the house bot is now smashed them into the wall.
Kind of a 2-on-1 there at the end.
So even injured, Tony Clifton able to get out of that fight without a knockout. Impressive, Tony Clifton.
It's impossible to knock out Mr. Roper.
You can set him on fire and start the fight with one wheel down, and Mr. Roper will still survive.
Bleeding, burnt, he will not die.
Bleeding, burnt, and missing a battery and some other piece of equipment we could not discern.
Doesn't need it.
It was just spare parts anyway.
A blade of battery. Yeah.
We have seen battery armor here before. That seemed irresponsible. I love that you have Tony Clifton and Tom Farkas in the foreground and the Cookie Crumbler team with their Cookie Monster gear walking by in the background. It really shows just what kind of characters show up here to fight.
A lot of good characters at NHRL, a lot of fun. The one rule at NHRL is have fun, right? You know, there's a book of rules, but have fun.
All right, so let's get back into some analysis of those hits. Quick replay here of what we just witnessed. There is the anger of Roper, narrowly missing these hits on Kazah. Kazah setting them ablaze very early on in the fight. But the fire just fueled the madness that is Mr. Roper. He bathed himself in it. He washed himself in the flames. There you see something already falling, battery packs falling out of Roper right off the bat.
Mr. Roper was born for this fight.
I am beside myself that he did not get knocked out in that fight. That is...
I thought this was it. There was no way.
Literally everything was going against him. Tony was injured. The drive side didn't work from the beginning. He was on fire. The battery was out. The lights were out in his eyes, and he still made it the full 3.
Made it to the bell.
Didn't hear no bell. That's right. That's right. That was amazing. By the way, if you want to pick up Tony Clifton's new album, it is on sale in the gift shop here. Go check that out.
I can't tell if you're serious or not.
I am deadly serious. Okay. Yes, you can go buy his album right now.
You can also go buy tickets to Transformers 1.
That is very true. You should go buy tickets to Transformers 1 out September 20th. We are so pumped.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Cage 2 right now.
Cookie Crumbler versus Xanadu. I like cookie-themed robots.
I like that this cookie-themed robot provides free cookies to the pits.
Yes. Are they bribing the entire competition with cookies?
That's debatable.
I mean, I would say yes.
I will say I speak more highly of them at the desk because they've offered me free cookies.
And I'm okay with it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
5,
delicious cookies.
4, 3, 2,
and great robots.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
That sound doesn't sound totally right, but
no.
I don't know who's making it.
No, but it does seem like both the weapons are working for now.
Yeah.
Nice shot on Xanadu, throwing them into the air.
Yeah, Xanadu having a little bit of a rough time, but able to get a hit in there. Cookie Crumbler upside down, self-righting, and then sending Xanadu flying into the corner. A nice 1-2-3 here.
Yeah, these weapon-to-weapon engagements going the way of Cookie Crumbler, but yeah, you can see the wedge on Xanadu holding them up and teeing them up for a nice shot.
That's what you want when you've got those second bots, the little wedge there, is to get the tee up and then the hit. Oh, but they've teed them themselves up. That is not what you're looking for.
No, but Cookie Crumbler not able to get that weapon up and capitalize, unfortunately.
Cookie Crumbler upside down, and it seems like the weapon has stopped. That's going to be tough for them with 2 minutes left in the fight. They're going to have to hope, and maybe that is Xanadu's weapon spinning down, just as I mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to if it's making that noise. All right, so, yeah, minute and 48 seconds left, and we are down to a pushing match. Xanadu, slight advantage in the sense that they have 4 wheels as well as their little mini.
This is interesting because Xanadu there was right side up, Cookie Crumbler upside down, and Cookie Crumbler getting the shoves in, even upside down against a 4-wheel drive, larger robot. And, you know, going up 1 against 2 here because Cookie Crumbler doesn't have a second robot.
Beautiful pin on the side. You see the weapon getting back up to speed on Xanadu and then immediately turned off. They said, oh, that's a bad idea. Leave that off.
Yeah, I wonder if their weapon was the one making that sound.
It sounded screechy when they just turned it on.
That didn't sound good. So something might be stuck, and they're trying to keep it off to conserve it.
Ooh, yeah, that's gross.
Something is sticking. If they run that the whole rest of the minute, they'll probably burn it out. So what I would imagine they'd do is just hold it to show function at the end if they go to a judge's decision.
Smart move, yeah.
I wonder how the judges will see that. Will it count against aggression? Not using it. You can see a wheel there now on Xanadu.
That's just out. It's hanging out inside of the guard, but it is not attached.
This is a great control performance from Cookie Crumbler here.
Who would have thought Cookie Crumbler could be such a great push bot? Like, this is really fantastic.
And there
performance.
goes that wheel coming off entirely, and not only coming off, but notably reducing the mobility of Xanadu. Sometimes you see these 4-wheel drive bots, they lose a wheel, they're still fine. But when you lose a wheel and it's notably impacting your drive performance, that's going to count a lot more against you in damage.
So we are down to the last 10 seconds of this fight. It does look like Cookie Crumbler is still trying to get some pinpoints, yeah?
Yeah, Cookie Crumbler trying to maintain control at the end here, getting a little turned around, trying to go up against 2 robots. It'll be interesting to see how the judges score this. You know, Cookie Crumbler lost their weapon, Xanadu lost a wheel from one of their 2 robots. The weapon was intermittent. Is it working here at the end? I'm not seeing it. They're doing their function test. Another wheel is coming off.
Opposite side and on
in
the back.
function test. So that's not going to look good. And now their belt came off on the left side too. but the weapon is spinning.
Xanadu just falling apart before our eyes
The
there.
entire drive system seems to have fallen apart during the function test, which I don't think I've seen before.
No, that was not what they wanted to show the judges.
Well, it's interesting because it did work during the function test.
It worked. It just fell off before it was over.
Yeah. So that's a really interesting one. I don't know how they're going to see that. Cookie Crumbler looks to have full function on drive, but the weapon, I can't tell if it's spinning up now.
By the way, everybody, show more support for Cookie Crumbler because I want the Cookie Monster headbands on sale in the merch shop by next event. That is a sick headband.
It's great. And the reason they do these function tests, for anyone unaware, is damage counts a lot in the scorecard. It's not the only thing, but it is a lot of how the judges score this fight. And they're trying to see just how damaged the function of the robot is at the end. Do both sides or all, however many sides of drive of your robot work? Does your weapon work? Is the function impacted? If function is impacted, that's a lot more damage points than if there's armor or something else that's come off or come torn off. So that wheel coming off and impacting the drive performance is a big damage win for Cookie Crumbler.
Yeah.
But their weapon going down is a big one the other way. So that's why they do the function test, to kind of just verify what's working. We saw the weapon spin up on Xanadu. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they score those damage points with Xanadu being a multi. How do they score the control and aggression? Really interesting back and forth fight. Sadly, we're going to have to see one of those robots go home.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, Cookie Crumbler looked fine at the end of that. Xanadu definitely the more visible damage on it. It was interesting watching him collect all the wheels as he was heading out of that matchup.
The function test and just wheels and belts coming out as he tried to drive around was pretty funny.
Rapidly disassembling it for repairs when he gets back to the pits, that's all.
If your robot does rapidly disassemble, it's good if it happens after the fight. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than the alternative. But yeah, fantastic job from both of those teams. Obviously, do or die moment here, so we'll see who has to stay in the rest of the competition. In my mind, I would say that would go to the Cookie Crumbler, but that's up to our judges' friends.
It's a really
all right.
hard.
So it looks like we've got some 30s that have loaded into cage one. Let's see what we have here.
Time. Yahoo versus Hyper-Polarized. So Hyper-Polarized came out. They got flipped upside down in their first fight. Second fight, I think they might have won by forfeit. Yahoo got completely dismantled in the last fight. I think it was against Warhard XXL. But this is a big fight here. Two historic robots. These robots have both been around a long time. Two classic designs as well, drum versus full body spinner. You can see these sort of UHMW or rubber kind of flaps on the full body spinner here. Going to try and take some of the hit away from that vert. Of course, a full body spinner's worst enemy is being flipped upside down. There's the old saying, spin to win. You can't get flipped upside down if you're spinning. But if you stop spinning, then that's when your issues start. So those little absorbing pieces are meant to kind of prevent the big hit from slowing them down and spinning them over. We'll see if it works. You can see here Yahoo's got their big anti-horizontal wedge. That's going to take and deflect a lot of the energy of that horizontal spinner. It's also going to make it a little harder for their wedge for their vert drum to get some bite. Because they have to get the opponent up the wedge. So a little bit of trade-off there, but we'll see. Oh, and Yahoo not spinning up here.
No, is that not a good way to start.
Choice? Hyper-Polarized spun up and then stopped. They've got 5 kilowatts of friction drive in there. So there was no shaft just spinning that shell. They got a little wheel inside spinning that shell. It's a very kind of durable method. You can see, though, sometimes smoke, that could be either the friction of the wheel smoking or it could be a motor smoking. We'll see. But you do see friction drives smoke a lot, and that doesn't always mean they're broken. Looks like they're propped up against the wall here. This is exactly what Yahoo would want to do. Require an unstick call. You only get one of those per fight. So it looks like Hyper-Polarized is going to call for their unstick. And then if they get stuck again, or if they're unable to be unstuck, that'll be it. Now, Floop hasn't had the most successful unsticks today. This is an interesting strategy from Yahoo, trying to block the unstick by sort of jamming themselves in the corner. Oh, and they're going to get the count out here.
Yeah, they should.
So
There's been no
Yahoo's
movement.
Successfully able to block the unstick for the duration of time, and now Hyper-Polarized is going to get counted out.
That is just a lot of experience in this sport on display here. Block the unstick, get the knockout, go to the corner. That's how you win a fight without a weapon.
You had to think with Yahoo coming in here, no weapon, up against the Hyper-Polarized, totally working, that it was Hyper-Polarized fight at that point. And Yahoo just drove a perfect match there to get that stick. And it's in the corner where it's difficult to get the unstick from the house robot. And did they plan it? I mean, you couldn't have planned it better.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, never count out the old heads who just know how to play the strategy, know how to play the rules, and get themselves in the right position at the right time to win those fights. Beautifully done. Man, Hyper-Polarized is such a cool looking robot. Also kind of like could be from any generation.
Yeah, that's tricky. You know, the unsticks here, like you get an unsticked attempt.
Yeah,
you
just
don't
one.
get a guaranteed unstick.
That's exactly right.
And, you know, the robots are a big block. They're a big square. And it's kind of, you know, if you're not that stuck, then you get unstuck. But if you're really stuck,
you're
then you're
in
really
trouble.
stuck.
Yeah, and there's been many people who say that we should put like a lifter or a wedge or something on these house spots to help with the unstick. I think that changes the entire dynamic of the game. They need to be a blunt object that can give you just a few tools to get yourself back.
Yeah.
You know?
It smushes into you, and if you're kind of just a little bit stuck, it gets you off. But it's not going to go around and lift you up in just the right way, because if you were able to get that stuck, then
that's on you.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But great fight again from Chad coming out here with Yahoo and team, and just I don't usually win fights when I don't have a weapon. So when other people are able to come out without a weapon and win a fight, I'm impressed. Cool. And I wonder if that means he'll make the bracket. I don't have it up in front of me, but
I'm pretty sure he would end up making the bracket then if that's the case. Yeah, because you know he's got I think 2 under his belt now. But yeah, wonderful job by Chad. I mean, he is such a experienced competitor here specifically at NHRL, but also in this sport for years now. And there you see our nice house spot Floop. Look how shiny that top plate is.
Good old Floop. Well, good new Floop, I guess.
Yeah, good old Floop. Floop's a relatively new house spot, but Floop is pretty cool. All right, now we see what's going on in the pits. This is getting down to the wire. There are some teams that have already gone home. We are going to be moving ourselves over to the primetime pits pretty soon.
Yeah, we're at that point in the night where, you know, the 20-minute guaranteed window in the pits could start to come into play. There's fewer and fewer other robots, which means your fights are going to come up faster and faster as we go on. A lot of teams bring multiple robots to help with that, but sometimes you're under the gun, and this is where your repair skills come in handy.
All right, and calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th. I know I'm bringing my kids. I cannot wait. I am actually genuinely pumped about this.
No, I mean, it's a, you know, like a Transformers, you know, it's not a reboot, kind of a prequel for the cartoons, but it's exciting, a new art style. Like, I didn't realize it, and I started seeing trailers. I was like, How did I not hear about this?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law is a huge Transformers fanatic. He owns like thousands of Transformers. He's really into the lore, all the comic books, like all the background. And so he has been buying my children Transformers years before they were actually old enough to transform the robots, which has been really cool. So there's tons of Transformers around my house. And we are very excited about this film in my family.
I have the RoboSen Optimus Prime.
The one that transforms by itself.
Yeah.
The toy that everyone wanted as a child.
Yeah.
You would have that.
I couldn't not get it.
Of course.
Like, I was like, this is the future. The Transformers transform themselves.
I'm so pumped. All right, so let's watch some robots transform right now. Let's check out the preview for this movie. I'm so excited.
So, how long do you think we'll be here? I'm not talking to you.
You know what? We are so screwed.
Thought you weren't talking to me.
You two, come with me. Report to Waste Management.
Hi there, I'm B127. I'm actually working on some nicknames. The one I'm floating right now is Badassatron, which is actually pronounced Badassatron.
We're gonna call you B.
I know we're just lowly worker bots who can't even transform. Don't you want to see what's out there?
There's a reason no one goes to the surface. It's dangerous.
Why'd you bring jetpacks?
If we survive this, I'm gonna kill you.
I accept those terms.
The surface.
It's beautiful.
You have proven yourself worthy. Take these and access your full potential.
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
We can transform now.
On 3, 1.
It's working! Where's my head? How do we use these things? Oh, okay, wheels! I need wheels!
Guys, that's not good.
We've got these powers for a reason. Let's use them.
We stand here together as one.
Whoa! I got a battle mask! It appeared with this guy. Knife hands? I have knife hands!
I can see that.
B, these are not the bad guys.
Why did you cut the door?
What? No, it was already like that. Right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes. It was. Yes. Yeah, it was already like. Yeah, that's right.
That looks like so much fun. Also, what a cast.
It's pretty star-studded. I mean, I'm disappointed I'm not in it, but it still looks like a pretty star-studded cast. I'm excited for it.
Absolutely. All right, so we are going to get ready to load into Cage 1. I am so excited to see that fight. And I do believe our friends back in the booth are going to be calling this one for us. But check it out. It is Emperor versus Chicken.
All right, guys, that's right. As we just saw, Transformers, but we're about to transform the 30-pound division. We have Emperor and Chicken, two of the bots horizontals with the widest reach of the entire field here in September, and they're about to go head-to-head. I expect that we're going to see some haymakers coming our way.
This is going to be chaotic in the most glorious way. Both robots have had kind of an up and down day today. Chicken is coming off of their blade getting absolutely tacoed. But they were not facing a horizontal in that match. They were facing a vertical, so this is going to be an entirely different situation. Who do you think has the reach advantage in this match?
So, like, from the front of the chassis out, I think that goes to Emperor. Emperor also has the weight advantage here, as it's currently on a shuffle system. However, you know, when you have a centered horizontal over the center of Chicken, like Hal has constructed, you are dangerous on two ends, right? Where Emperor is only dangerous in the front. And as a shuffler, it's not going to be quite as maneuverable as Chicken is. So is Hal going to be able to kind of strategically get himself around Emperor? And if he does, I really think that he's going to have the advantage in this fight. But you have to be so careful, because all it takes is one hit from Emperor.
Here we go.
Robots fight.
Right,
both of them getting up to speed.
Yeah. Already, though, we have a multi-bot underneath Chicken and doing the lift with those can lifters. Chicken is currently in flight.
But look at how beautiful that blade is, and I don't think Emperor is even able to get out of its corner unless it's being strategic here.
It looked like Emperor was even having trouble getting to its corner before this. Oh, wow!
Tap out.
Oh! I think Emperor realized without that mini-bot to give it a little bit of a nudge, it wasn't going to go anywhere.
Wow, the tides changed immediately. Chicken was able to knock off one of the wheels on the mini-bot there, and then it just went up into smoke.
They recognized they were having mobility issues. There was only one way that they were going to get pushed around this box, and that is that, which has seen better days. That is extra crispy.
I love that the mini-bot is just low to the ground enough where Floop is having trouble hitting it with the extinguisher. The extinguisher is just a little bit above. Really incredible match there from Chicken. I wish that we had seen a blade-on-blade hit, just because that's the chaos in me. But exciting to see it work. I think that that suction system that Hal has built into Chicken was working full speed, because you could see the chicken tongue.
Emperor is lodged into that side rail. You can get a sense of how deep that might be in there.
I didn't even see them hit the side rail.
Well, it doesn't have to even go in that far for, like, now a shuffler is going to have such a hard time withdrawing out of that. And if you're to ask the house bot to come in for an assist, there's a chance that you're not going to even survive that unstick, especially when you're lodged like this.
Oh, all right. Well, that was at least of all the things that they lost in this match, their mini-bot included, at least, you know, they had a nice and clean unstick there. That, I would love to watch that one again. That was really fun, and it seemed like Emperor was going to have the advantage there with that mini-bot. As soon as Chicken was able to dislodge themselves, it was just game over.
Let's take a look at this replay and break down that one hit, and also perhaps we'll get a snapshot of how Emperor got lodged into that side rail. So we just started off the match. Chicken was high-centered on that mini-bot, but there you see Chicken, Chick-fil slayed that multi-bot.
Wow.
And then, there it is. It let out the secret sauce, and that's all she wrote.
Hal was nervous because he hadn't really hit anything with this robot before, and so he wasn't sure how the robot was going to be able to handle something like that, but he did get one good hit in on Emperor there, and lived to see, you know, the hit after that. So Hal must be feeling pretty good about his robot's performance here. That blade looked menacing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and I think we're going to throw it back to the desk where I think we have Cage 2 queued up here. Oh, wow!
Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Spitfire the most unique drive here today.
But it's more like spit bullets. Right?
Spit bullets,
like a
spit
gun.
BBs. Yeah, it's a full-on
BBs.
air projectile firing weapon today. I love this design as compared to the flamethrower. The flamethrower shoots straight down. This gives them like a cool angle out in front.
So they can avoid the height.
The stick attack.
A little
So
bit
many
of a
people.
false start there, maybe?
I'm not sure what was going on. So the
Pause.
match is paused. Looks like maybe Knuckle Sandwich wasn't able to get up to speed there. Okay, there you see some of the members of the Spitfire team talking to the ref. I wonder what ended up happening there.
I don't know. Knuckle Sandwich here is not using a vertical element to their design. Most people who go up against Spitfire, they put a stick on top. They try to jam it, the propellers from below, damage it, take it down.
Yeah, Peter not running any of that. You're right.
And so it'll be interesting. I don't know what they're going to attempt to do here because, you know, Spitfire can attack from above with that weapon. Oh, are they trying to send their own mini-bot into them as a projectile?
I don't know if that was the original strategy, but that's definitely what they're doing now, yes.
I mean, that's an interesting strategy. Spitfire going up to the ceiling.
Yeah. Oh, that was a hit! That was an insane hit!
All the way to the ceiling. Spitfire tried to avoid it by going higher, couldn't.
Yeah, got hit by the mini. And there we go again.
I don't know how many more of these hits the mini can take, but I'm enjoying it. I was wondering what they were intending to do. And this is something.
So Peter Garnash is the captain of Knuckle Sandwich. He is definitely a creative and thoughtful engineer, but this is outside the box thinking. I kind of love it.
I think the mini is dead. I enjoyed it. Is there are BBs getting thrown?
Yeah, you can see there's some being shot around the arena right now.
Now, just destroying your own mini while being aggressive toward the opponent and scoring some hits, which granted didn't do anything. How do you judge that?
I have no. I mean, I think that's part of the thing with Spitfire. How do you judge these fights anyway?
Well, it's tough because Spitfire can be aggressive from above.
Yeah. There you go, throwing the corpse of his mini at Spitfire again. Oh, nice. Spitfire getting a little out of control.
Out of balance. I feel like it's only a matter of time until Knuckle Sandwich is going to be able to make one of these hits stick, but this is hilarious.
This is the most clever way we have seen yet to attack Spitfire.
A lot of people have been trying. Oh!
Get yourself back up quickly, Spitfire. You're going to get a full face of Knuckle Sandwich. Look out.
What control to be able to take these. Oh, boy! Spitfire running out of battery here with 20 seconds left. It can't maintain.
Spitfire trying to get themselves back, but you can see one side of that drive is down, so they're not able to capitalize. Peter, get it together, man. 5 seconds left. Get another hit in.
There
it is.
You got to think Knuckle Sandwich is going to take it there. At the function test at the end, Spitfire is going to be unable to do anything.
And there you see Peter Garnash, so tall he sits in a chair to watch these fights because his eyes are just kind of on level with the top of the cage.
I feel like this is an interesting fight. You know,
I am so excited to see how the judges call this.
It felt like Spitfire maybe was moving around, going higher in the box than they intended, ran through their battery. They were running idle a little bit at the beginning of the fight there. Yep. And with 20 seconds left, unable to maintain height. And at exactly that moment, their opponent loses drive.
Yeah, it was weird. That was weird. But I got to say, that was a nice showing by Brady Davis. He avoided quite a few of those pop-ups of the mini-bot from Peter Garnash. That was really cool.
Oh,
hey, function test.
Able to hop.
All right, so check this out. Throwing the mini-bot directly into them. And then kind of a dive bomb attack from Spitfire there.
That
nice hit.
That one was something. What a story this fight had, you know, as we didn't realize what was happening, figuring it out, and then the plan sort of coming to fruition here at the end, able to get him on the ground, and then just
squeak in some hits, but that drivetrain went down right then.
You have to imagine that, you know, what are you feeling when you've been driving a perfect fight? You're destroying your own mini, taking these shots. The control that it takes to line those shots up, to land
and
those
hitting
shots.
quite a few of them.
And then your drive goes out when you have the shot lined up with 20 seconds to go.
We will update you guys with the winner of that matchup when we get the judge's decision. But in the meantime, let's go to Cage 1, where we've got Battle Tots.
Battle Tots!
They're like Tater Tots, but way scarier. All right, so let's go to our friends at the play-by-play booth. Take it away, guys.
That's right, we see Creature here over in the pink corner, and on the far side, a couple of unrecognizable, ambiguous bots known as Battle Tots. One's green, one's white, and on the opposite side, a very wide and menacing robot.
4, 3.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, both of these robots are 1-1, so this is crucial for whoever wins, and whoever loses is going to go home. Creature really taking it to the white component of Battle Tots.
This is a tough matchup for a control bot like Creature, because you have, while they're two smaller bots, can't quite deal out the same type of damage that you would normally see within this weight class. Its damage still coming at you from two different directions. And it doesn't matter how wide your front wedge is and what your armor configuration is, you're still dealing with two opponents.
However, they were able to get him on his head for quite a while, but that hit seemed to have reset him. Not what Battle Tots was hoping.
2 minutes left in this match.
Oof.
One of Battle Tots have done the thing, or is currently inverted, riding those rabbit ears, while Creature is currently going head-to-head with this tiny amphibian.
It is quite cute. Really aggressive driving here from Creature, which, you know, if you are a control bot, that's really what you have to rely on. You have to hope that your driving is immaculate, and that you can bully your opponents around. It seems like every time one of the Battle Tots is right side up, for some reason the other has to be inverted.
Yeah, they're in sync. They're in sync. Now it looks like Creature might be having a problem with its right side drive, while one half, the only still mobile half of Battle Tots, is currently winning a little bit of a pushing match. Surprising with such a small bot.
Yeah, that's not normally something you see, but goes to show both the drive power within each of the Battle Tots, but then also maybe some issues happening within Creature that normally it should be able to push through. It does look like one half of that drive side is struggling. And we are coming up on about 30 seconds here. It is neck and neck for both of these teams. It's gone back and forth, I'd say, quite a bit.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of quantify any damage that's really happened here as a direct result of weapon engagement. But, I mean, despite that Creature is having some mobility issues, it still seems with that sheer size advantage that maybe they're winning a little bit of the control game, but it's really hard to kind of break down the points on this. I don't envy the judges.
And those googly eyes on Creature are gone, so that is a lasting impression for the judges.
Well, maybe that was what was wrong. It was just flying blind.
The judges are going to have their work cut out for this one. I feel like there could be an argument for either of them.
Those two eyes are definitely my favorite Creature feature.
Oh my gosh. You know, being able to see your opponent in the box is a Creature comfort.
That's true.
That one was maybe a little bit of a reach. Exciting match, though.
Yeah.
I think, you know, both teams are going to be on pins and needles as they await the judging decision here, because it's going to really determine the fate of one of them in the rest of this competition.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, though. It's always fun to watch Battle Tots, you know, in a fight. It's just, there's something just so familiar about it.
Hey, who's that? I think I just saw the Jake Hoffman, who is now storming off camera.
Jinx went through.
Stop. You can't jinx someone on a live stream. That's not how this works.
That'd be hilarious.
Anything excite you today that you've seen?
I've seen some great fights up close. You know, I've seen some great fights from the desk, and I've seen some great fights from here in this new studio, where I feel like I am just surrounded by data.
Yes.
I mean, this is incredible. I could probably live in here. And it's climate controlled.
It's climate controlled, it's nice, and it's cozy, and I feel like, you know, space and time does not exist outside.
It's like a casino.
Yeah, it's very much like a casino. I promise we're not betting on these robots, though. I dig it, though. This is a cool room.
Hey, guys. It's good to see you. That was a really nice call on that fight.
Hey, Kyle.
Oh, my gosh. We can talk to Kyle?
Yeah, we're doing a little side-by-side box action.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You can see it if you turn around. There's a little monitor behind you.
Oh,
see,
you were on camera.
That's not my most flattering angle, Kyle.
See, I didn't set the camera angle up, but you guys look great. It looks like you're having a nice time back there. My favorite part about that room is how quiet it is.
It is.
Yeah.
It's the first thing I said to Chris when I exited the last time. He's like, how's it in there? I was like, it's very quiet.
It's almost eerily quiet in there.
It is, yeah. So one of the things I've noticed today, see, it's us. What's up, guys?
Wow, this is, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Now we can have a full, proper conversation.
Exactly.
Oh, we've got a little infinity mirror behind you there.
Yeah, it is a little weird. It's getting a little trippy. Now, I will say this. One of the things I've noticed about today is that we have had so many amazing builders and competitors from Ohio.
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
Well, if I've ever seen someone from Ohio fight in combat robotics, I don't think that they take this sport lightly. I think that they're here to demonstrate Ohio prowess as a means to spark and reinstigate their epic rivalry with the Brazilians.
Well, I think, you know, local Ohio celebrity Matt Borres has probably just inspired a fleet of other Ohioites.
Ohioans, yeah. Yeah.
So they're down here.
I think it's a lot simpler than that. There's nothing else to do in Ohio.
Cow tipping is a real sport.
Cedar Point is in Ohio.
Cedar Point is in Ohio. Fair point. Fair point.
I like Ohio.
What else?
There are wonderful education institutions.
Yes.
The city of Cleveland, which is apparently a culinary mecca in the Midwest there.
Skyline Chili.
Of course.
Yeah, decent.
You know, Kyle,
football.
there's lots of things going on in
all
Ohio.
the food. That makes sense. Yes, you're right. You're right. There's lots to do in Ohio when it comes to delicious things to eat, and one place to ride rides. Fair. All right, thank you guys so much. We are going to go over to our next competition, and so we'll catch up with those guys in a few fights.
Okay. Who do we got up next?
Looks like we're going to be loading into Cage 1.
Nightcrawler versus Budget Boy.
Absolutely. I'm very excited about this matchup. Now, I will tell you this. I've known Lindsay and Chris now for years. And one thing that I will say about being friends with them is anytime we go out to eat in Norwalk or anywhere else, they already know the best place in the area, or at least they have somebody that told them where to go. I personally have never had a bad experience hanging out with them. It's been wonderful every single time. So yes, they would know where to go in Ohio. Of course they would.
Well, which one of these robots do you think tastes better?
I would say Budget Boy. It's more 3D printed than the other one. So it's probably going to be better on your teeth.
Less metallic.
Yeah, a little bit less metallic. Not as good for your gut biome, but you know, you need minerals. You need some minerals.
I'm excited for this fight. We got a vertical drumlet versus a lifter here. Nightcrawler, really interesting shaped wheels. I just like the form. Big hits off the bat by Nightcrawler, sending Budget Boy flying across the ceiling. And I think did they hit the ceiling there?
It seemed like a ceiling hit. That was insane.
Budget Boy seems to have lost drive after that on the right side, and this is all Nightcrawler's fight.
Ow!
Hit after hit. Budget Boy is not moving. This could be it. Nightcrawler spinning up to full speed, not even letting the unstick happen, giving them the unstick themselves. This could be it. Nightcrawler drooling to get in there again. Oh, not even fully spun up, sends him 5 feet into the air. The power in Nightcrawler's weapon and the ability to connect and deliver the hits in this fight.
Absolutely.
Top tier. Budget Boy not tapping out, hoping the robot comes back to life. I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh! Right into the cage door. And here comes the count out. But it gets reset because Nightcrawler goes in for another hit.
Look at the pieces hanging off of Budget Boy. Budget Boy brought to you by
Nightcrawler not going to let this count happen.
No, never. They're going to just keep
They want to play
away.
with their chew toy. There's the tap out. And that's it.
Pete Covert, one of the nicest guys you would ever meet unless you get into a combat robot fight with him, and he will not relent.
All of it is by the rules. If you don't want to get hit, you got to tap out.
There you see Ryan Duarte. He also brought us air rays earlier this season, but Budget Boy is a different idea. He wants to make the 12-pound division a little bit more accessible. So he built something mostly 3D printed, a little bit less expensive than you would normally have to go, and with different, more accessible materials in the 12-pound division.
Well, that's good. He won't have to spend as much money to put it back together.
Absolutely, yeah. He's, not going to have to do quite as much repair work now. It's a cool bot. It's a cool concept. I like that he's going outside of the optimized death machine that is Ares.
Yeah. And it's great to see someone do something different, to see someone try and make things more accessible. I like that vibe. That's what 3D printers really are for.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go have a look at Cage 2. We got some smaller bot action going on. This is Peekaboo versus Endpoint. We're looking at Endpoint right there. This is Peekaboo.
Endpoint has a really cool looking shape and top panel.
I love Endpoint. Peekaboo, also the only robot here with eye protection. You'll see what I mean in a few minutes.
5.
Well, the house robot's got some eye protection.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
1.
Didn't think about that. Fair point.
Fight.
So both of these are lifter-style robots, lifter on lifter action with a cam lifter as a multi-bot configuration.
Lifter on lifter on lifter.
It's lifterception, if you will.
Now Endpoint's letting their cam lifter get in there, and then they're going to try and get in after. Kind of, when you have these control bots, you really want to get that pin, maximize the time in the pin. You're basically just getting points while you have someone pinned. So in this fight, they're both going to be trying to get that pin and hold it. You could see that Endpoint's been able to hold a pin or two, but Peekaboo is having a harder time holding the pin. No one really being able to hold it for the full length of the count yet. But definitely seeing Endpoint get the better end of this control battle so far.
Look at that pin right there. It is so weird to watch those forks flay out on that kind of flexible body.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about air being the best armor. You can see Endpoint here with their frame kind of just peeking out to hold those wheels, but they've just left a pocket. Whereas a bot like Mr. Roper has just the armor enclosed airspace. Peekaboo isn't bothering to use weight to make armor enclosed air, and it's just like deleting that portion of the robot. They want that wheelbase, they want that size, but they don't need to put anything there, so they just delete it.
Yeah,
it's an interesting difference in strategy of
it could get hit, it could get lifted, it could get taken advantage of, so it's better to just leave it empty. I like that.
Really cool shape. Just the most minimal amount of structure to get everything where they want it, to get that the forks out there, able to lift with those forks on the ground, getting a good pin there with the forks.
There you see Peter Garnache standing by, sitting by the arena, really.
These control battles are tough on the drivers. You know, you really have to be dialed in, in tune with your robot. You don't want to oversteer and open up a side, but you don't want to go too slow and let someone get around you. So it's very tricky, and it takes a lot of experience to be able to drive in these fights. You can see Endpoint here just really able to take advantage of the fact that they have 2 robots and Peekaboo only has 1. Peekaboo tries to kind of flip itself off the forks. Can't always achieve that. Really not seeing a lot of control by Peekaboo here. There's a good ram and a good flip
nice
from them.
little flip.
That's a nice way for them to end the fight, but of course, they get double teamed by the 2 halves of Endpoint right after that. So real back and forth, but it did feel like most of it was going Endpoint's way.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
Battle.
There you see Bob Bellinson with Blue Marlin. He's the driver and operator of Peekaboo. Decent performance, but yeah, it really was a 2-on-1 fight there.
Yeah, a lot of times when you see the 2-on-1, the robot with 2 is at a disadvantage. The robots are smaller, and it makes it obvious the robots are smaller. But there, you know, either half of Endpoint really looked like it could take on Peekaboo on its own.
Yeah.
And they were just able to maximize that 2-on-1 effect. I think you see that happen a lot when the one robot doesn't have a spinner. The spinners can really take advantage of the weight differential when they go up against the smaller halves of these multis. But here, where it was another lifter, it's not as much of an advantage to be a heavy lifter as it is to be a heavier spinner.
And Sean Becker really taking advantage of his teammate there, one of the better drivers in the game in Peter Garnache, operating that smaller bot and really using it to its full advantage. I love how flexible that bot is. It's an interesting take on the cam style lifter.
Cam lifters really having a moment. They're just real ingenious mechanism for lifting up an opponent without putting a lot of power into it. You know, it's just a little rotation, and you're able to get effectively a tremendous gear ratio by doing that. And it's really taken its hold. It's such a simple mechanism, and a lot of teams are doing it, and it's really effective for these kind of pin robots.
I like that Peter is a BYO chair competitor. He brings his chair from the pits or back down. Here we see a nice shot of the pits, or at least what's left in the pits. Now, these tables are starting to clear out as people are either moving over to the primetime pits or going home at this point in the day.
I have that same toolbox.
Nice. So Adam, this point in the day as a competitor, if you're still in the game, how are you feeling right now?
You're excited. You know, you come to an event like this and you want to make prime time. That's what you're there for. I mean, once you get to prime time, it's kind of all, it's all extra from there, right? My goal when I come to these events, any event, is I want to make, you know, that bracket, that final tournament. That's what I want to do, and if I can make it there, then I feel satisfied. So all these teams that are in the bracket, gonna make it to prime time, that's what they're trying to do. That's the exciting moment. You get to move over to that new shiny table. You get to get on the prime time stream, and it's exciting.
Absolutely, and it is interesting to see how the competitors make that move over to the primetime table. Some people, it's a real blessing because their pit table at that point is a mess. They need to reorganize. They need to kind of reset. Some people have already got their little set up and everything's perfect. They don't want to necessarily make the move, but you got to do it. But once you get over there, I feel like it's a nice area. You have a little bit more room to breathe. You have better lighting. It's nice.
What I do is I bring over the robots and a few tools. It looks nice, neat, tidy, and I leave all the mess at the old pit table.
Oh, that's smart. That's really smart. I like that.
Yeah,
you just hide the mess. It's like under the bed, but pit
under
style.
the bed, or that closet in the back that has it like, do not open this door, you know.
Or things will fall on you and you will die. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I can dig that. Yeah, I could see how this part of the day gets to be like, take a breath, because it's about to get a lot worse. It's about to get a lot more complicated, and you're about to deal with a lot more attrition with your robot and attrition with your own just exhaustion, your own just feelings. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes for the rest of them.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the rest of the evening. Again, the fights just get better and better as we go, and particularly the 30-pounders. I'm really excited for that bracket in prime time.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm also excited to see Chicken coming back. Hopefully they're able to continue on today. I haven't checked the bracket yet, but I've been really enjoying watching their kind of journey throughout the day. Such a cool design. I got to see the internals of it last night.
Hal Rucker bots are just amazing work. Everyone is a piece of CNC'd art.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the things that, like, Hal Rucker is your favorite builder's favorite builder, right? He carves out, usually out of a big billet, everything that he needs inside of the robot. It's all pre-planned. It's all perfectly made. Everything is segmented. So if one part gets damaged, it doesn't affect the rest of the robot. He could have a piece catch on fire and explode on one side of the robot. The rest of the robot is completely separated and segmented, and it will be fine.
And what's so funny to me about this is that Hal Rucker builds squares.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes circles, but usually squares. And it's just like this simple geometric shape. And inside is beautiful. The machining and the layout and the thought that goes into every single piece.
The wire runs are like thought out inside of it. It's perfect every single time. Hal is amazing.
It makes everyone feel horrible about their own robots.
The mess inside of their robot, and they look at Hal's and they're like, okay, yeah, my room's a mess. I need to clean it up.
But he is a real inspiration. He's been doing it for so long. And he's always at the forefront of materials. He built a magnesium billet one time.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I feel like he might have even done a titanium billet, but don't quote me on that. But he's always doing the things that you talk about. He goes and does it.
All right, let's toss it over into Cage 2. And you know what? We're going to go to our friends in the booth. They're going to call this fight for us.
I am so excited for this fight. It is the return of Cookie Crumbler, driven by Kate Oyster, who is on a tear today.
Such a beautiful, simple and sleek design. You almost can't even take your eyes off of it.
Yeah, and she's going up against Diamacaris over the white bot on the left there, which I think has also been having quite a good day today. So this is its second event. It's gone 5-3. So, quite a few fights under its belt. And Cookie Crumbler, at least 5 events over several years. It's gone 7-6, but I think it's really been dialed in over the last couple of events and has really kind of found its groove. And it is a robot that was actually designed by junior high students that Kate works with.
Oh, interesting.
Which is really, really cool.
Wow. Huh.
Normally, junior high students, when working in a group, don't come up with a really powerful design,
3,
but...
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Here we go.
All right. So, a good box rush coming out of the corner by Cookie Crumbler. Oh my goodness! Is that weapon? Yes, that weapon is askew. Ah, boy, already knocked out of the weapon assembly. Oh wow! This is now a very difficult position for Cookie Crumbler.
That weapon on Diamacaris is terrifying. You can feel it in your stomach.
Wow.
And without that weapon on Cookie Crumbler, it is just hard to get that momentum, to get off the rails, to win these power exchanges.
Diamacarius just trying to go weapon to weapon to just free that weapon from Cookie Crumbler.
Ooh!
It's all the optics that it needs to win the match at that point. And, well, frankly, it doesn't have to do anything else at this point.
Yeah,
maybe order takeout.
eat a cookie.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Ooh, all right. Not bad. But you know, Cookie Crumbler might not be moving on, but I think that headband, that Cookie Monster headband, has to win some kind of award. I'm trying to listen on this conversation.
You hear a little bit of the chat between the two teams here outside of Cage 2.
She's gonna
Sounds like maybe the bot was still mobile, but it certainly was like the bot was immobile in the last moments of that match.
Even if it was mobile, it was not going to get the better of any of those exchanges. Diamond Harris was still hitting really, really, really hard. It would have taken a miracle, you know, just hoping that something explodes within your opponent, something just dies. I don't know that would have ended any differently for Kate there.
Yeah. Do you remember some of Cookie Crumbler's hits earlier in the day?
They're huge.
Yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Let's take a look now over at Cage 1, which has seen some better days. That floor,
yeah,
that is something else.
It's like modern art.
Yeah. I always feel like we should just, you know, take off a panel of that plywood and auction it off, and someone would put that in their home.
I would.
Well, maybe not us, but someone.
Yeah. That reminds me, I gotta get that Dirty Dancing poster
5,
framed.
Oh,
4,
good. Here we
3,
go.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, Cage 1 action. I think that was Downpour coming out of the pink corner.
Yeah, Ariel with this robot has...
Up
okay.
and over the house bot.
And I believe her opponent there is Hooligan.
High centered against the side rail. That is not a good place to be for a long egg beater vert like this. Not able to quite get the purchase to get themselves up and off that side rail. Looks like they're calling for the unstick.
That weapon is down, however. I don't see movement.
Oh
no, the weapon is back.
It's kind of twitching. I think that they're just being very careful to not fire things up right now. But Floop is going to have its work cut out for it to try to get this really long bot back up and on its feet.
Meanwhile, its opponent is just kind of stalking it,
yeah.
staring it down. Oof. I don't know if a non-stick is going to save it here. This is a tough break for Ariel. Hearing that count out, and I think it's for Downpour.
Knockout.
And we have a knockout. Really, I believe again that that's Hooligan, who we have seen a lot of chaotic energy from. Almost like a drunken fighter where you don't know, are they going to take themselves out? Are they going to take someone else out? Are we all going down with the ship? I don't know. And yeah, this one clearly worked in their favor. I don't think they took a lot of damage from that, so they should be sitting pretty going into their next match.
Well, you never know. A lot of things happen in big exchanges like that.
Yeah, that
Again,
is
Downpour
true.
being sent up and over the house bot and into the corner. There was a lot of energy exchanged in that one hit. Awesome Cage 1 action. A lot more action coming your way right now. Back to you folks at the desk.
I love how joyfully Chris and Lindsay call fights. That was so much fun. Yes, absolutely. This was two fantastic fights. We are going to have more for you coming your way later on today. Adam,
I can be fun too.
You are fun. Absolutely, you're fun. They're just, you know, they got that married, like, happy-go-lucky energy.
They're just more fun.
They are. I'll just admit it. They are. They're fun. It's okay. But yeah, that was fantastic. I really enjoyed that last fight. That was really Hooligan just putting on a clinic there. That was really fun. That was really fun. All right, we've got more action coming for you guys today. It is just back-to-back fights, and it is getting down to the wire as far as the best of the best that is left in the competition today. I cannot wait. We'll be hitting prime time very soon, actually.
It's 7 p.m., right?
7 p.m. prime time, so we'll take a little break between 5 and 6, and then we'll be moving on to the 7 p.m. prime time position, where we will be watching the real end game for all of these weight classes.
Yeah, prime time is where it gets really hectic. As if it hasn't been hectic enough, we up at another level. And we're going to give out how many golden dumpsters?
3 golden dumpsters today.
3 golden dumpsters tonight.
And we're going to crown the king of the hill.
Oh, well, now let's talk a little bit about what's that going to be.
So King of the Hill is basically the side quest game that's going to be happening today during the prime time. There's always an event that happens kind of within the event here. This time it's going to be a full-on King of the Hill competition. By the way, the rules for the King of the Hill competition and the weight class for the King of the Hill competition doesn't exist.
Ooh.
It could be 12-pounders, it could be 3-pounders, they could be the mini and multi-bot configurations.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. The winner is the bot at the top of the hill at the end, and I am so excited.
Now, is this a literal hill?
It's a literal hill.
Literal hill, okay. So
yeah, in
clearance
fact, if
is
you're
gonna play.
here, you can do our bot driving experience and play on the hill at this moment. It's in one of the boxes, one of the cages out there.
Nice.
So you could practice on it and play on it with our own like kit bot configurations here.
Well, this sounds exciting. I mean, I know we're always talking about things like battle boats and different ways to change up the sport. Like, can you go into water, but going into a hill, another way to change it up, and that'll be interesting to see, you know, what design is optimized for uneven ground, is optimized for playing that game.
I am so excited. Yes, a lot of people build special things for it. And as much as I'm looking forward to King of the Hill, I am also looking forward to Transformers 1 coming out September 20th. Let's check out a trailer right now.
For thousands of years, we have been at war. But before, we were enemies. We were like brothers.
You ready?
Always ready. Let's punch in.
Hey, watch where you're going.
What did you say?
It's not like he can transform. Hey, Darkwing.
Don't.
My finger can transform. Guess which one?
Allow me.
I appreciate you having my back.
No matter what.
What is that?
Sending location coordinates. We're under attack!
It's an SOS message from the surface.
Fantastic.
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
A cave with teeth. Nothing scary about that. Holy Primus.
I see strength in you. Take these and access your full potential.
We can transform now!
How do we use these things?
Come on!
My head! How you choose to use this power is up to you. We roll out.
What?
Louder.
Transform and roll out!
I want to help build a better world. Like you said, we can be so much more.
Maybe it's just me, but he's different.
Yeah, no, I picked up on that.
I picked up on that too.
What happened to my best friend?
Burn it down! All of it!
We have to stop him.
We could have built the future together.
I don't think so.
Decepticons! Rise up! Incoming!
Come on!
Awesome!
That's what I'm talking about.
Now is the time for us to stand up. Together. As one.
Look, that's Starscream, and your Shockwave and Soundwave. Enough. Gosh, raise your hand if Wave is in your name. There's a lot of Wave.
Oh, that looks like a lot of fun. Hey, welcome to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kyle. It's good to be here. I enjoyed that trailer. My favorite part was when the robots were fighting.
Well, fair enough, fair enough. I really like the design of Orion Pax in that trailer. I think he looks so cool. What a great precursor to Optimus Prime. That was so much fun. Star-studded cast. Can't wait to watch that movie. I'm definitely buying tickets for the kids as soon as it comes out.
Absolutely. Next week.
Next week. Let's go. So today has been a ridiculous day of Robot Combat already. We still have an entire primetime event coming your way after that. I'm very excited.
Yep, should be pretty good. Some robots have already qualified for primetime.
Yep.
And they've started moving over up in the pits.
Very excited to see that. And the primetime pits are where we're going to be showing all of that action upstairs, the real competition where a lot of this all plays out. If you can't survive in the pits, you're never going to survive in the box. And we see that more and more as the day goes on, as those parts start to run thin, and as those spares start to disappear.
And there's like an element of just getting tired. Maybe not your body, maybe not your hands, but your brain is always on during these tournaments. You've got to think about your fights. You've got to think about your repairs. In the back of your head, you're constantly keeping track of all your battery voltages. It's a lot on the brain.
Yeah, and you know, sleep last night was hard to come by. Everybody's anxiety was up. So we'll see how it goes throughout the rest of the day. In the meantime, let's go to Cage 1, where we will see Timber Viper taking on Blue Marlin with a recently reattached head.
Blue Marlin fell apart earlier? Would you believe it?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Blue Marlin and Timber Viper, two extremely well-ranked robots in this weight class.
Did I see a big old hole in the bottom of Timber Viper already?
Yeah, that ain't good. Kevin Milcheski playing the game on hard mode with a control bot in this full combat weight class.
He plays that game well, though, Kyle.
Oh my goodness, he does. Amazing driver, really durable bots. Looking to grab onto those side pods, and yes, get a flip, get a suplex, show control, show a pin.
He just has so much articulation to him. It's hard to get him high-centered anywhere. Timber Viper is just a squirrely robot.
And you can see this blade on Blue Marlin has no quit in it. Big wide body meant to scoop up its opponents and drive them into the wall, drive them into that center pivot point of that blade. Nice double shot from Blue Marlin, knocking the forks into the air and then knocking the bot backwards. And it looks like there's some drive side issue on the right side of Timber Viper now. That does not bode well for them for the rest of this matchup.
However, it looks like it might be balanced out with some drive issues on Blue Marlin.
Oh yeah, you're totally right. Look at that. So we are now down to a pivoting match. There we go. They shook whatever was problematic loose there.
Perhaps they could do the same for Timber Viper via weapon.
And you could hear that blade spinning down on Blue Marlin there.
But just twitches out of the drive on Timber Viper.
Yeah, trying to shake it loose by moving that arm around, but that's not good.
Blue Marlin not taking the chances.
Blue Marlin celebrating after that knockout victory.
Solid KO from them. And that's it for Timber Viper. A decent run this tournament, but not quite enough to take them to prime time. All right, so we're gonna hop right over to Cage 2 for some 3-pound action, where it looks like, is that Tokyo Drisk and Knuckle Sandwich. So Tokyo Drisk in the pink corner, Knuckle Sandwich in the blue.
You can see Peter Garnache in his customary seated position, getting ready for the start of this fight. Driving Knuckle Sandwich. Normally, I believe that's driven by his sister. He's taking it over for this event.
Oh yeah, I thought Alicia was gonna be here for this one.
You know, if you're going to have somebody sub in and drive your bot, there's definitely worse options than Peter Garnache.
Robots fight.
And I think I saw Lars Elliott on the mini-bot in an earlier fight for Knuckle Sandwich. And it's hard to find a better bot driver to take that role. Looks like it's Ryan Liu in this one, though.
Yeah, Ryan Hollander, he is one of the original adopters of the Peter Bar kit. This is one of the oldest Peter Bar kits from the original pre-order, with now a customized drivetrain and weapon discs. So it's kind of cool watching Peter Garnache kind of fight his creation here. You can see Peter just keeping the pressure on, continually hitting the back plate of Tokyo Drift, not letting them get very well centered or stabilized before coming in for another hit. Are they stuck on that side wall now? Looks like they're not able to get out. The minibot coming in to try to get them out, whatever they're high centered on. Nice shot there from Knuckle Sandwich. And you could hear the weapon starting to slow down. Knuckle Sandwich is upside down. Peter just knocked them back onto their feet. And Lars doing a great job operating that wedged minibot. Giving Peter a lot of time to get himself back into position. Looks like there's some drivetrain issues on that, what is that, right wheel on Knuckle Sandwich.
Yeah, it looks like it's mostly spread all over the arena and not attached to the rim.
Yeah, it's come completely apart. More of a liability at that point than anything else.
Uh-oh, caught on the kick plate there for Knuckle Sandwich. Ryan in the minibot trying to come in and give him some freedom. Calling for the unstick, though.
Yeah, that is the first and only unstick that Knuckle Sandwich gets with 36 seconds left in the matchup. And now that weapon getting back up to speed. Still haven't seen much weapon movement from Tokyo Drisk since then, so I think that might be down for the rest of the game. Nice shot into the back plate of Tokyo Drisk. It's probably the 6th or 7th back plate shot from Knuckle Sandwich.
Tokyo just not giving up, though. Trying to keep the pressure up on Knuckle. Ooh. Kyle, I just love when the weapons rev up.
Yeah, the stability is really difficult right now for Knuckle Sandwich, so they really had to be picky and choosy about when that was going to come out. But that was absolutely incredible. There you see Ryan extremely happy with the performance. You know, it's really hard when you get to the end and you don't have a weapon and part of your drive isn't working, but he kept with it. He stayed pretty consistent throughout that entire matchup. I do think the judges are going to end up favoring the inventor of his kit, the builder of his kit, at the end of it. Knuckle Sandwich likely to get that decision.
Yeah, the weapon going down on Tokyo Drisk, probably the biggest factor in that one.
And so many really great shots on the side and back plate. Peter Garnache, just an amazingly talented driver and really knows how to defeat his own kit. Obviously, just showed it right there. There you see Peter, part of the Texas contingent here today. We do have a big group of Texans here today.
They're bringing the heat.
They usually take over an entire like two table section of the pits when they're here. Hey, look at that little weapon functionality.
So right now these robots are performing their functionality test, so the judges are aware of what's working and what's not working on each of the robots. They use that information to make a more thorough judge's decision.
It's really important that they get that opportunity to show functionality of either the drive or the weapon system at the end, because for strategic reasons, they might choose not to run those towards the end because they don't want the robot to, you know, explode or...
Absolutely. Or they're trying to preserve battery life.
Yeah, or even just save the robot for the next fight. There's definitely, you know, hey, those bearings are running a little loosey-goosey. I might need to save them for later.
This is my crunchiest motor. Let's go easy this time.
So it makes sense that you kind of wait till there's no load on those motors and showing at the end, yes, I could function with this weapon if I needed to. I chose not to for that event.
There's also, maybe it just stopped working during the fight, and you got really lucky that during the functionality test, it spun right back up.
Now, we did see earlier today the functionality test working against competitors. It goes both ways because we saw a robot rapidly disassemble during the functionality test at the end. The belts, the wheels, everything literally started falling off right there at the end. Absolutely hilarious. Not what you want to show the judges at the end of the event.
Probably not, you know, the lasting effects of turning into a pile of parts.
Absolutely, and our judges score on a rubric. It's really regimented. It's really consistent now across events. It's very rare that we see a split decision anymore, but you still don't want your last impression to be falling apart before their eyes.
Yeah.
It's not a good look, as they say.
But we will hear the winner of that fight at some point. Who do you think? You think it was Peter and Knuckle Sandwich?
My thought process is, but while we wait for that judge's decision, let's go ahead and look at the 30-pound bracket for prime time, as that is now ready to go. So let's have a look and see where we're at with that bracket and who's actually made it into that part of the competition. So you see top of the bracket, Megatron and Kazah Light. Down below them, you're going to see Warhard taking on Hurricane. Red Storm will be taking on Yahoo, and that's right, Synthesis 30 will be taking on Chicken.
Kyle,
this is banger after banger after banger. I mean, we knew it going in. This 30-pound bracket was one of the best stacked brackets we've seen yet this year. And everybody in this last part of the bracket is just a big name. These are all going to be huge fights. I cannot wait to see Warhard versus Hurricane. That is guaranteed to be just crazy hits.
And a quick shout out to True Finals for making sure that these robots are in order on our bracket.
Yeah, powered by True Finals. The rest of the competition will be powered by True Finals as we get into the real brackets of each one of these weight classes. Cool to see that the 30-pound revision has shook out. I am very happy to see all the names that are in there. I think that's going to be amazing. Can we just take a moment to think about all of the names that didn't make it into the bracket? I mean, this was a stacked 30-pound division today. Don't get me wrong, everybody that made it in there, I totally expected them to make it that far, but man, crazy 30-pound bracket, crazy division. I'm so happy to see Chicken there.
Yeah,
especially after the taco wing.
Absolutely.
I mean, that really scared me. I was like, oh, they're done. That's it. That's the end of the day for them. And to see that they've made it into the bracket, they're ready to go, I'm very happy to see it.
There's some nasty vertical spinners in that bracket, though, and I think that might be Chicken's weakness, as made clear in that Warhard fight.
Absolutely. All right, in the meantime, though, let's go back to the 3-pound division. We're going to go to Cage 2. Oh, my goodness. We're going to see Silent Spring taking on Liberation. Liberation looking like they're having a little drivetrain issues that they need to free up before this all gets going.
Liberation's looking a little locked up on that left side. That's tough. It's hard to beat JMO and Silent Spring when you're at 100% with your robot. And when your drive is at 50%, ooh, baby.
Silent Spring operating these spiked shuffler pods. I love the look of these spikes on the shuffler pods. It looks just so metal.
Hey, he's getting stared down by Brad here, though.
Brad's just keeping the other bot safe while they work out their issues. I understand. You got to keep them there, keep them pinned in the corner while they work on the other bot. Hopefully he's able to get that working. Maybe it was just a radio issue. Maybe they just forgot to plug something in. You know, it's usually just something little whenever that happens.
It happens, but they have a minute cage side to take care of it.
A minute's a lot of time. When
unless,
you're in
unless that's you.
yeah. A minute's a lot of time. Okay. So they seem okay with it. That was what, like 4 seconds?
Yeah, I think he said maybe it's good enough.
Fair. All right. We're doing it live, as they say. Brad doesn't seem happy about it, smashing into the cage walls. Take a chill pill, Brad. You don't need to be doing that, buddy.
Brad might know he's going to have some unsticking to do in this one.
Right? You got to put some work in, Brad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're going to be doing some effort.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right. Slow out of the corner is Liberation, but Silent Spring saunters on over.
This is a round of 16 single elimination matchup. This is do or die for both robots. Silent Spring, the legendary 3-pound robot from Jameson Go, and Liberation, a Peterbar kit. And having a lot of trouble on that drive side.
Yeah, doing what he can to make sure the weapon is pointed towards Silent Spring. That doesn't keep his wedges on.
No, and this is exactly what Silent Spring is designed to do. Rip pieces off of the bottom of the robot, take out those wedge pods, take out those wheels, hit the parts of the bot that are not as heavily armored.
Now, I wonder if Jameson is going to target the right side drive of Liberation, being the only side of the drive that's functioning.
That would be oop, there goes a wheel. Ow. I mean, that would be the strategy, right?
Oh, how's it work upside down?
Looks like both sides of the drive pod in the back are kind of working. Well, no, it's just that one side. But it's able to pivot, move around. It's not going to get counted out. And so you can hear the weapon just kind of spinning down on Silent Spring. He's taking it easy. He's not wasting it. He knows that he's got the points lead just so far. Half the fight left. He can go in full force later. He might not need to.
Yeah, quite. He could just keep up this pace, then take the JD.
Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to lose the JD at this point. You got him upside down. The weapon looks a little bit askew, and that entire front end has been kind of dismantled on the left side of the robot.
So I would imagine Silent Spring is focusing on taking as little damage as possible from either their own weapon or a lucky shot from the spinner of Liberation.
I don't know if Liberation's weapon's still attached. I think it's just kind of hanging there.
Eating away.
You can see that wheel still spinning on Liberation, so the hits that JMO is trying to get seem to be focused on that one wheel, hopefully to get a knockout, but with 32 seconds left, the knockout isn't really, oh, there we go, there it is, tap out. I gotta say, the evolution of Silent Spring fights from the absolute kinetic insanity that they were a few years ago to this just methodical, hits where he needs to hit, impact where he really needs heavy impact, able to dial it back, able to turn it up. It's very interesting to see this robot go from just like full-on insanity to this really controlled machine.
Yeah, you kind of bracketed it in like a battleship in a way, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe a little too damaging at one point, dialed it back. Just finding that sweet spot of stability and just enough damage to get you the W without really hurting your own robot.
I mean, we used to really like focus in on how durable Silent Spring was. He would get that thing hockey pucking all over the arena, just bouncing off of all four walls at least twice, and that before it would stabilize, and it would still be functioning perfectly fine. And that was like the magic of Silent Spring kind of early in its career. Now the magic really is how much control he has over that weapon, over that drive system, this shuffler pod system that operates just as effectively as wheels in so many circumstances.
Yeah. Very cool, and an easy win for Jameson.
I mean, every robot you need to take seriously, but yes, after he got the wheels off, after he got the functionality kind of taken down, he was able to take a breather.
Yeah, I think he might have been able to sigh that sigh of relief.
Once the weapon kind of went askew, he was like, okay, all right, we're in good shape now.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe when he saw his opponent drive out to their corner on half the drive.
Yeah, right, doing a little crabby walking over to their side. Yeah, that helps. Yeah, it does make you feel better.
Confidence booster of sorts.
Yeah, it's true. It makes you feel a little better about your chances if your opponent can't drive. But yeah, you know.
That is, Kyle, if your goal is to win. But if your goal is a good fight, it might be a little disappointing to see your opponent suboptimal.
So that is a question. Is Jameson's goal to win?
I don't know.
He does it all the time. That doesn't necessarily mean that's his goal.
That's true.
He could just be here to have a great time.
Yeah, it could be a byproduct of having a great time because winning is so fun.
Yeah, Jameson is, I mean, he's been doing this a very long time, since he was a kid.
Yeah.
And he's had so much success over the years that now that might not be the goal anymore. You know what I mean? It might be, hey, I want to see what I can optimize on Silent Spring for this event. I want to see what I can get done. I know that when I talked to him this morning, the goal was to qualify Silent Spring, to get it in, to get it ready for the World Championships. And so that is the goal. Obviously, you need to win to get that goal accomplished. True. But also, you need to take it a little slower, take it a little easier. You might not be going for the gold today. You might be going for that 4th place, going for that 3rd place. That way you have a functioning robot by the end of the day. So we'll see. I personally love this version of Silent Spring. It is really well dialed in. And, you know, good for JMO. He's doing it. He's doing it right.
Yeah, a little slow start today, but he's off to the races now. And we are off to cage 2, where we have the Wall V2 and their opponent, who I will tell you about in just a moment. Oh, it's Prince. Prince is the 2-part robot in purple, and the Wall Part 2 is the Wall-themed robot in white. Some zippy shuffling action on the wall, too. That's awesome looking. Big old keep-away forks.
Yeah, so Prince is brought to you by the Bot Bearings, Jillian Doolittle from New York. You gotta love them, and they've done pretty well, honestly. 4-2 across 2 events.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
A lot of hammer saws at this tournament today, and the Wall Part 2 is one of them. I'm excited to see if they can bring some blows down on top of Prince. You'll notice the extended wedge armor on Prince. Looks like it acts as a sort of top armor to keep the hammer saw of the wall away from their top panels.
Prince is mostly the wall is mostly plastic, including its drive system. You can see those shuffler pods underneath there. Yeah, I don't see a lot of movement from that weapon on the Wall Part 2.
Some kindness from Prince, not just blasting right into the wall right here while they're teed up.
Are they going to get counted out?
Knockout.
Nah, there we go. Knockout. Excellent driving job from Jillian. That was really well done. The Bot Barons just showing how regal they truly are with those Imperial colors going out there, just dominating that matchup at the wall. Sometimes you got to take down your opponents brick by brick.
Competitors discussing the match, as brief of it as it may have been.
Bot Baron's really able to capitalize on that cam lifter style mini bot, using it on almost every single matchup.
Yeah, this cam lifter mini fared a bit better than the one they were running alongside Emperor.
Oh yeah, that one exploded, didn't it?
Yeah, kind of really almost folded in half.
Yeah, well, that'll do it. That was a really nice matchup for them, though. That went really, really well. Congratulations to Jillian moving on in that division.
Absolutely.
Also qualifying in the 30-pound division for the World Championship, or not for the finals, but for the final tournament, which is really exciting. So good for them. Like, yeah, it's a team on the rise, if you will.
Pretty cool to see. They've had some growing pains, you know, but it's cool to see them winning fights and qualifying for prime time.
Yeah, well, Emperor didn't qualify, but they are still moving forward in this 3-pound division, so that's going to be pretty fun to see.
Well, I believe Emperor. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes
well, Emperor had some good fights today. They worked most of the day.
Which is huge for them.
Yeah, it really is.
They got in all their fights.
Yeah.
And they did them.
And they did some big damage. Because it's a scary weapon.
In the cage, even.
They split one of the sideboards on the cage completely in half, which was really impressive. like an axe, just splitting the wood all the way down the line. It was pretty cool.
Oh, wait. We're going to have to fix that, though.
I think we already did fix that. All right, let's go check out the control room where there's just a bunch of handsome folks. Let's go look at them. Look at this place.
Oh, look at that.
I love this control room. All right, so calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th. Look at that poster. I love it. It's already got good merch. You gotta have good merch if you're doing a Transformers movie. Period. The end. It's necessary. Plus, I can't wait for the toys to come out of this thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably on purpose. You know, the merch, the toys, the movies, the shows. It's all part of a big ecosystem.
That Transformers is a big ecosystem when it comes to that, but I am very excited about this movie. I cannot wait to bring my kids. I think they're both going to love it. And I personally, I might like it myself. I enjoy a robot fight from time to time.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I would consider bringing my cat, but I don't know. He just meows and yowls so much.
Do you take your cat places?
No, but I didn't have anything to bring. I don't have any kids to bring. I'm
Fair, yeah.
I have a
I
cat.
take my cats camping, but I've never taken them to a movie. I don't think they would like that.
There's one way to find out.
It's a way that could possibly get you kicked out of a movie theater forever.
That's true, but the story that you receive from having that happen to you might be worth it.
Might be worth it. I would have to try that at a movie theater 3 towns away. That way I still have the movie theater options that I like going forward. But yeah, that's fair.
Oh, over at our other building, there's a movie theater room. You can do a soft launch there.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Maybe we can bring both of our cats and watch Transformers together.
Okay, yeah, cat play dates are skeptical idea at best. That's a little sketchy, but
You know what a good idea is, though, Kyle? Looking at that 12-pound bracket powered by True Finals.
I love it. Let's look at the 12-pound bracket powered by True Finals. Who do we got coming up? Okay, so check it out. At the top of the bracket, we've got Maximizer versus the Control Bot Creature. We've got Buzzkill taking on the Nightcrawler. Torrent will be facing off against Blue Marlin, and Carmen will face off against Hooligan. Hooligan really tearing it up towards the end of the day, or end of the morning, and I'm very excited to see how this all shapes up. This is a extremely damaging bracket.
Yeah. Not surprising to see some of these names in here. Maximizer, Nightcrawler, Torrent. Awesome to see Blue Marlin in there. I know they've had the splits in the past few tournaments, and so it's cool to see them holding together for this one. I'm glad Carmen has made it in. I know they had some 3D printer issues last night, so cool that they got that all worked out.
I personally am most excited in this particular bracket to see Carmen versus Hooligan. Carmen really has had an interesting return to the sport. They were gone for a little while. They're now back this season, and they have been doing phenomenally. I am very interested to see how that shakes out with them. Either way, if they win, they're going to have to go on to face either Torrent and Blue Marlin, and that's terrifying.
But a lot of verts, couple of horizontals.
Couple of horizontals, one control bot.
Pretty classic 12-pound lineup there.
Yeah, absolutely. 12-pound division has been more and more stacked at every single event here, and this is no exception. I'm very excited to see how this goes. I know one person in that division is really eyeing for that golden dumpster and the chance to qualify, and that's Jake Hoffman. Despite his success this year, still has yet to qualify Maximizer, so he is trying to get that in.
And Kyle, what do you mean by qualify?
Qualifying for the World Championships, qualifying for a chance at the Golden Brett, at the big prizes, at the right to call yourself the best in the world at the end of the year, the best in the combat robotics community. I cannot wait to see how that is all going to shake up, but Jake Hoffman has been doing crazy upgrades to that bot over the past 4 months in an attempt to get it ready for this competition where the goal is to qualify.
And we are not that far from the World Championships. There's just one more qualifying tournament after this one prior to the World Champs on December 7th.
That is correct.
Right here at the House of Havoc.
Yeah, we've got the October event coming up where everything gets just that much scarier. I'm very excited about that. And then we will be hitting the World Championships in December. End of the year vibes. It's where we crown the world champions in all 3 weight classes. And we just culminate what this crazy season has been so far.
And it's been a great one so far. We've had some upsets. We've had some surprises. We've had an event with just new robots. It's been really great.
All right, so right now, though, we're going to go to Cage 2. Oh, my goodness. That is Johnny Soompas. You can tell by the hair and also the fact that it says Soompas on the back of his jersey, bringing out Vapor Trail. Vapor Trail's his kind of newer vertical robot. He brought it to the new bots event this year. Normally, Johnny runs Spartan, which is an incredibly powerful horizontal spinner. So this is a new style of robot for him.
And Kyle, I haven't seen Endpoint fight yet, and that is Johnny's opponent here.
Endpoint is a really cool lifter-style robot. It is incredibly fast, and it has got one single lifting point right there in the center.
I think that's a overhead attack.
No, it's a lifter.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it's Sean Becker.
It is
from California. Builder of Strike Point.
Correct.
And I'm pretty sure it's a hammer saw.
It hasn't been so far today.
Really?
Yep.
You're not referring to their blue robot there as part of the multi-bot of Endpoint?
I am not, no.
Interesting.
Yeah, the blue robot is actually a cam lifter.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you see Johnny trying to get things ready on that multi. He's struggling kind of a little bit there. Looks a little stressed. Asking for help. There we go. Baby's got it working now.
And when your opponents are Peter Garnache and Sean Becker, you can just ask them for help. And
Oh
they'd
yeah,
be
they're more than
help
happy to
you.
jump in and help. There you see Johnny's teammate wearing his really cool Vapor Trail jersey in the background. I love that jersey. I know that he's got to, support this team colors, putting on the Pandemonium jersey, but that is a really cool one. Also, can I just point out that I love the safety mechanism on the cam lifter robot, where it is literally a FedEx envelope?
Whatever it takes, Rain, snow, whatever.
Oh, breaking news. This is confirmed. The last fight of qualifiers. Oh, interesting. Look at that. All right, so that means that we are to the end of the qualifying matchups. We go back into the real tournament for the 3-pound division after this.
Kyle, that's a lifter there on Endpoint.
He was using it as such earlier, but you're right. This looks like it is coming down for an overhead attack option here.
But I was wrong. It's not in a hammer saw configuration right now.
No, he hasn't been running a hammer saw at all today.
Huh.
It's more like a pokey saw, or like a manual saw,
or
Five,
like a hammer almost.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
It's really just a razor blade on a stick. We're both wrong. Oh, there we go. Nice stab into the wheels on that one. It is kind of a razor blade on a stick.
Looks like he's trying to get it into the belts of Vapor Trail.
Ouch. Stabbed right into that top armor. Beautiful shot there.
The high centering action of the cam lifter is doing its job, teeing up Vapor Trail forward Endpoint.
Flexible. The flexible body on the cam lifter is really interesting. The way that it's able to get under the opponents and lift them up is so unique. Oh, that weapon is starting to get askew on Endpoint. Ow.
Vapor Trail is finding its footing, but the cam lifter's jamming him right back into the wall.
So the pin is now happening. You're allowed to hold that pin for up to 10 seconds before you have to let it go. Nice shot there.
Uh-oh, is that a loose belt on Vapor Trail?
Oh, is it?
Towards
You're
the
right. Yeah, look at that. Seems to be working. That's good. Nice pin and grinding away at that side armor package from Vapor Trail. Vapor Trail once again kind of getting caught up on the cam lifters of Endpoint.
Group hug going on here.
I was gonna say, Endpoint doing a really great job just controlling this matchup, not giving Johnny a lot of opportunities to use that incredibly powerful weapon. Nice shot there.
Oh, managed to invert Vapor Trail there.
There you go, nice self-righting by Vapor Trail, using the wall to knock themselves back onto their feet. And another pin.
30 seconds remain in the fight.
And some aggressive tapping from Endpoint.
Johnny and Vapor Trail desperately trying to get some serious damage on the books before this match ends in 5 seconds. I don't think he's going to do it.
No, this one's going to go to a judge's decision, and I don't think it's going to bode well for Johnny. Johnny looking frustrated after that fight. Understandably so. Big hugs from his teammates who know how frustrating that was for him to just not be able to implement his strategy at all. Peter coming in to shake his hands. Yeah, that was a tough fight for Johnny Soompas. Not able to implement any real part of his strategy, just controlled the entire time.
All right, Kyle, hypothetically, you're a judge.
If I'm a judge, that goes to Endpoint, but you'll have to tune into the Brettzone if you want to see who won that matchup. In the meantime, we are going to break right here to get ready for our prime time event coming to you on YouTube. We will see you then at 7 p.m. Eastern. Looking forward to it. We'll see you guys. Have a good one.